pause you there because as we leave, Wales is going to leave our coverage and join their own coverage in a moment. But we will just have an upsum of what is going on so far. So we've got 46 councils which have declared 90 to go and one...
Hello, welcome to BBC Wales HQ in the heart of Cardiff. Are we about to witness a watershed moment in Welsh politics with Labour losing power here for the first time? The polls are putting it on a knife edge between Plaid Cymru and Reform UK. I'm Nick Savini. Welcome to BBC Wales' coverage of the 2026 Senedd elections. The polls closed just over 12 hours ago and counting is well underway. By the end of the day, we really will find out whether Labour have been dislodged. And remember, they've never lost a Senedd election here since the start of devolution. They've never lost a general election here in more than a century. Well, over the past few weeks, we have been up and down the country finding out about the issues that matter to you. And our team of reporters are at all 16 counts, bringing you the news throughout the day as it comes in. Now, we have a new voting system, we have new constituencies, and we will have a new, much larger Senedd. And helping us make sense of it throughout the day will be our money editor, Felicity Evans, and our political editor, Gareth Lewis.
Nick, the key questions: who will be biggest party? Will it be Plaid Cymru? Will it be Reform? Is there an obvious route to government for either of them? And how badly has Labour done?
Yes, Nick, and as you say, it's looking like a once-in-a-century vote for change. But with voters struggling so much with cost of living, whoever ends up forming that new Welsh government will be under pressure to deliver that change as quickly as possible.
Thank you both. Now, whoever becomes First Minister here, there are wider implications. Because if Labour lose Wales on top of losing council elections in England, it all heaps pressure on the Prime Minister. And Shelley Phelps is in Downing Street for us.
Reform are making gains in England. Will the picture be repeated in Wales? And what will it mean for the future of the leader living here?
We'll also be going to Scotland and, of course, to our team of reporters at the counts throughout the country.
I'm Camlyn Davis in Llandysul for the Ceredigion Penfro count, and the big question is this: will the First Minister be re-elected?
I'm Jennifer Jones in Llandudno in the seat of Bangor Conwy Môn, where all eyes will be on the leader of Plaid Cymru, Rhun ap Iorwerth.
Hi, I'm Amelia Belly in Casnewydd Islwyn. Could Reform UK's leader in Wales make his debut here as an MS, or even as the next First Minister?
And central to the story, of course, is Cardiff Bay, where the new MSs will debate, make laws and scrutinise the decisions of the next Welsh Government. And that's where we find Teleri Glyn Jones.
Join me at the heart of Welsh politics, here outside the Senedd, as I discuss the twists and turns as they happen, with guests from across the political spectrum, and maybe later, some of those new MSs.
And just across the corridor here, Daniel Davis is in our virtual reality studio, bringing the results to life.
Well, this could be an historic election with a lot of changes, and we will guide you through it all here in our virtual Senedd. We'll crunch the numbers and show you exactly who is winning and losing this fascinating race to lead Wales.
Right, I'm going to head into the studio now. We are, of course, more used to overnight counts, but it is a much more civilised state of affairs this time around because we have a daytime count. We're expecting the first results to come in around lunchtime and then during the course of the afternoon and the evening. Now, we appreciate you may not be able to buckle in for the next 7 or 8 hours. You'll have things like the school run, shopping and work to carry on with, but try and stick with us as much as you can, and we promise we will keep you in the loop during what is set to be an historic day. And it is worth saying And Gareth and Felicity will vouch for me on this. So many of us are used to covering Welsh politics, the story being elsewhere, and it very much feels like the big story in UK politics, actually, is going to be in Wales today. Gareth, without further ado, what are you hearing?
Yeah, look, Nick, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. The story is very much here. I think we're into the territory here today now of events that many of us never thought we would see happen in our lifetimes. We talked about it last night. We'd had some Labour sources telling us that they expected the party to lose. Many sources now going further today. We're hearing words like catastrophic to describe how the Labour vote has collapsed. Collapsed is another word being used. They're very, very nervous, not at all certain of winning a seat at all in areas like Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rumney, for example. We know from hearing from Cemlyn there, even the First Minister and Ceredigion Penfro under threat. We've known this threat is there. It's when you see this manifesting in the cold light of day, and if you just take a step back and look at that 100 years of history, this really is history in the making today.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, Fliss, isn't it? We should say that, over the past couple of weeks and indeed months, the polls have consistently shown that Labour were going to have a very tough day. But, there's all very well hearing it in a poll and then actually... We haven't quite seen it yet, but hearing comments like that from Gareth.
That's right, because I think a lot of the time, when you spoke to Labour sources, they would put a bit of faith in the muscle memory, in the cultural psychology of what a break it would be for dyed-in-the-wool Labour voters who, in their families for generations, would perceive themselves as generational Labour supporters. When push came to shove, to get in to that voting booth yesterday and to actually physically put their cross in a different party's box. And it looks as if that is indeed what has happened. There are some very, very grim faces in Welsh Labour. I think a couple of things to bear in mind in terms of the tone of the election, Nick. This has been a cost of living election and it's been a change election. Those two things, I think, are intertwined with each other. People have really been struggling since 2008 and the financial crisis and the consequences of that. Keir Starmer came into power at a UK level in 2024 promising change. People felt that hadn't been delivered, so they're going to want to start to see some change today if indeed the government does change in the way we expect.
We will have plenty of time to chew over the issues facing Labour, and we should say we're hoping to get the Deputy First Minister, Hugh Rankin-Davies, pretty soon down the line, so we will hear it from the horse's mouth, as it were. We should talk about the other parties very briefly,
Absolutely.
shouldn't we? And who is set to really benefit and take advantage from
There
this?
are so many stories that will manifest themselves today, and the biggest one, arguably, is who is going to end up biggest party, Nick, and is there an obvious and immediate route to government for them? What we've been hearing overnight and what we've been hearing this morning is that there seems to be a move of Labour voters towards Plaid Cymru. We're hearing as well the Greens perhaps haven't performed as well as they were hoping in parts of Cardiff. And Reform have really been targeting not just those South Wales Valley seats. They want a good geographical spread across Wales. I think it's quite telling. Ben Lake, Plaid Cymru MP, last night saying he thought Plaid Cymru was going to do very well. Asked, have you done enough to get the result over the line? I think so. No one quite going that far today with Plaid. I don't know if it's management expectation from them. I don't know if it's management expectation from Reform either. You really do get the sense it is very, very close, Nick.
We should say the first results we are expecting around lunchtime. South East Wales, actually, a clutch of seats. And then a sort of steady stream of results during the course of the afternoon. But it's a new system, isn't it? I mean, it might be too overly optimistic.
It's a new system, and we know. So the new system is basically 16 constituencies with 6 new MSs apiece, so 96 in total. And it's a list system, so the 6th seat in all those constituencies could be decided by the tiniest of margins, and if so, could be prime recount territory. So, as you say, it's a new system in terms of the estimates of results, but if there are very fine margins for some of those seats, then we can probably expect some recounts as well, which would then delay the results. But just worth saying that when we talk about, who's winning this election, what we're talking about is who ends up being the largest party, because it's highly unlikely that anyone gets the 49 seats that would get them a majority. The system is designed, in fact, for that not to happen. So this is all about who's going to be the largest party, and there are two ways to be the largest party. You can win the most seats in the Senedd, and you can also get the biggest share of the vote. And I think there's a lot riding on both of those things in terms of how the narrative plays out.
I think what Fliss says there about winning, winning sounds like an absolute. In this system, it isn't, because you could say that you've won, but you don't end up running the government. I don't know if we'll get to that scenario today, but biggest party.
I mean, a quick word on Reform UK. I mean, we talk about disruptor, challenger parties, and I'm reminded of the Michael Caine quote, they've blown the doors off, misquoting Michael Caine there. I mean, an amazing impact, bearing in mind where this party has come from.
The entire set. Never mind the van as well, Nick. They were practically non-existent, with all due respect to the people who stood in 2021, and that's a groundswell of anger. We've all encountered, I think, anger. Politicians are telling us to anger on the campaign trail, led by Nigel Farage across the UK, that disruptive nature, that promising to shake up politics. There's policies in there as well that are clearly appealing to people. But they've gone from pretty much nowhere, Nick, to either being biggest or second biggest party in the Senedd in the space of 5 years. Even if they're second biggest, that is an amazing achievement in such a short space of time.
And of course, Nigel Farage has been in Wales a lot, not just during the course of this campaign, but before that as well. The 2024 general election campaign was launched in Merthyr. He has seen the valleys as prime Reform territory, and he's been pursuing those voters, for much, much longer than the course of this Senedd election campaign.
Yeah, I mean, bearing in mind they've taken some sweeping gains in council elections in England this morning. I was just listening to Nigel Farage this morning outside a town hall in London, still saying, look, the big moment of the day could still come, and it's Wales for Reform UK.
Yes, absolutely. This will be a key result for them. They will want to be largest party, and obviously the question then is, can they navigate their way to forming a government? Because it's not enough to be the largest party. You then also have to be able to get a First Minister elected in the Senedd, and will they have enough support to do that? Given that basically what we've got here is two ideological blocks of parties, right? We've got the right and the left, and on the right we've got Reform and the Welsh Conservatives, and on the left it's a much more populated block of parties. So you've got Plaid, you've got Welsh Labour, you've got the Greens, you've got the Lib Dems. A lot of those have said they wouldn't work with Reform. So there is a big, as Gareth sort of suggested a few minutes ago, there's a lot of twists and turns to go, even after we know who the largest party is. And that's going to be key, because if Reform do end up as largest party and can't form a government, then I think they're going to have a lot to say about the being frozen out. Basically.
It's quite a crowded field on the left, isn't it? And I'm keen to get a sense from you as well, for people watching, to get a sense of what Wales looks like with Dan Thomas as First Minister and potentially Rhun ap Iorwerth as First Minister. Two very different visions of Wales there. Right, pause there for a second. Thank you very much indeed. Get us started. As Fliss alluded to there, an awful lot of changes, and let's have our first visit of the day to Daniel Davis, who's in our virtual reality studio to try to make sense of so much of it.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, a lot of changes, and this is where we will explain them to you. There are 6 leaders who hope to have a role in the next Welsh Government, and as you've been discussing, 2 of them, Dan Thomas and Rhun ap Iorwerth, with ambitions to lead that government. But whatever their ambitions, the journey for them begins out here in Wales's 16 new constituencies. There's a new map because the Senedd is growing. So let's take a closer look at some of these battlegrounds. In the southeast, around Cardiff, Newport and the valleys, for example, this has been the Welsh Labour heartland for so long. You'll see there are fewer seats here now, and obviously they are bigger, but they're not as big as these vast constituencies in Mid Wales and in rural parts of the north and the west. Brycheiniog Tawe Nedd, for example, all the way from Swansea to the north of Powys. This is Gwynedd Maldwyn, the biggest of the lot, right across North Wales. And down here in Cardigan Bay, a very interesting seat, Ceredigion Penfro, where Eluned Morgan, the Welsh Labour leader, was a candidate. Will she retain her seat in the Senedd? She's admitted that it's going to be very difficult for her in this contest. Now, as the results come in, we'll use the map, we'll light it up and take you to all corners of Wales to show you how the battle is unfolding. In every constituency, they're using the new proportional voting system to send 6 members to the Senedd in Cardiff Bay, which now, of course, has space for 96 Senedd members. We're going to be filling in, colouring in these benches during the day. We can show you what that will look like with some notional results, taking the results from 5 years ago, applying the new boundaries and the voting system. It confirms that Labour was by far the biggest party, way ahead of the Tories in second and Plaid Cymru in third, but short of a majority. And here is a figure for you to remember. In the new Senedd, where there will be 96 members, any party hoping to reach a majority will need 49 seats. Highly unlikely they'll get there on their own, but we will be stacking up their colours during the day as the results come in to see who gets closest and, crucially, what combination of parties can muster the support they need to get someone nominated as First Minister and form the next Welsh Government.
Dan, thanks very much indeed. Some interesting figures there. And remember that 49 magic figure for any party to get an overall majority, although we have to say under this electoral system, that is very unlikely. Dan talks about some of the constituencies and the changing face of them. Let's go straight now and hear from the various counts that are going on across Wales. And first of all, let's speak to Cemlyn Davies, who's at the First Minister's constituency of Ceredigion, Penfro and Llandyssil.
Yes, that's right, Nick. Ceredigion Penfro, one of these vast new constituencies, taking in much of the West Wales coast, stretching from the Dyfi estuary all the way down to the southernmost tip of Pembrokeshire. And the big question in this constituency, as we've heard, will the First Minister, Eluned Morgan, be re-elected? She has acknowledged herself publicly in recent weeks that her seat really is on a knife edge. In a social media video a couple of weeks ago, she said that Plaid Cymru would take 2, if not 3 of the seats here, and that she would be scrapping for one of those remaining seats. I've just heard, by the way, that she has arrived in the other count that's taking place in this constituency, in Haverfordwest, and I'm told that she arrived there appearing to be in good spirits and that she greeted the staff there. As I say, there are 2 counts. This, Llandyssil, is where the declaration will be made later. This is where the votes for Ceredigion are being counted. The Pembrokeshire votes are being counted in Haverfordwest. Ceredigion, more of a Plaid Cymru stronghold, and speaking to people here this morning, some of the Labour staffers, they're very reluctant to talk about how things are looking, but they do seem quite despondent, I must say. But that said, you know, they're looking at votes here that may well be skewed more towards Plaid Cymru. I think it's the votes in Pembrokeshire, a traditional Labour, Conservative battleground, where Reform are also, of course, trying to get in on the act, that'll help ultimately decide how the seats are shared out and whether the First Minister will indeed be re-elected. A word on the other parties and their lead candidates. Elin Jones, a familiar face, a familiar name. She's Plaid Cymru's lead candidate. She's been the presiding officer, the llywydd in the Senedd for the past 10 years. First elected for Ceredigion in 1999. In fact, she's one of only 2 candidates at this election hoping to be re-elected for the 7th time, the other being the Education Secretary Lyn Nigel in Sir Fynwy Torfaen. And also worth noting that Eluned Morgan, the only Plaid Cymru candidate who has any ministerial experience, having been part of the One Wales coalition government back in 2007. The Conservatives' lead candidate then, Paul Davies, I'm told that the Conservatives are quite confident that he will be re-elected. He's another familiar face, having led the Conservative group in Cardiff Bay for a period. The Tories have another incumbent on the list, that's Sam Kurtz, but the party do seem less confident that he will be re-elected. And then the lead candidate for Reform, Claire Archibald, we don't know very much about her, it must be said, other than that she's a town councillor in Pembroke.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Jones in Venue Cymru in Llandudno on the North Wales coast in the newly created constituency of Bangor Conwy Môn. Now, it's been created by joining together the parliamentary constituencies of Ynys Môn, which is the Isle of Anglesey, and Bangor Aberconwy on the mainland. So it stretches from Holyhead to Llandudno, where I am now, and then down to the northern parts of the Eryri National Park, also known as Snowdonia. Now, there are 43 candidates here in Bangor Conwy Conwy Môn. The big name, the one you will all be familiar with, is the leader of Plaid Cymru, Rhun ap Iorwerth. Now, he has represented Ynys Môn since 2013. It is widely expected that he will be re-elected to this new, bigger constituency. And if the polls are to be believed, if it is a two-horse race between Plaid Cymru and Reform, it is possible, with caveats, because we don't know the results yet, but it is possible that he could become the next First Leader of Wales. So here in Llandudno today, at least, all eyes will be on him. He's not here yet. We're told he will arrive at some point this afternoon. Now, this side of the Menai Strait, the Bangor Aberconwy bit of this constituency, has traditionally been a tussle between Labour and the Conservatives. Now, we were speaking to the Conservative team here earlier on. Now, they were saying, in their words, that they seem to think that Plaid Cymru and Reform UK are steaming ahead. That's what they're sensing here on the ground. So if that is the case, then perhaps that narrative of a two-horse race that's been playing out in the polls over the past few weeks could also be playing out here in Fenyw Cymru in Llandudno this morning. And of course, Reform UK, well, they are hoping to disrupt the status quo. Their deputy leader in Wales, Helen Jenner, she is the top of the list here in Llandudno, and they say they're hoping for 3 out of the 6 candidates. So all to play for. We'll let you know as soon as there are any results.
I'm Jordan Davis in Safonau Torfaen. We're at Chepstow Leisure Centre. This was one of 3 constituencies to verify overnight, so could be one of the first to declare. The mood here is buoyant, positive, expectant, especially among Reform candidates and supporters. Lots of smiles, lots of hugs among Reform candidates and supporters. A lot of Reform rosettes, not too many Labour rosettes here. I spoke to Reform's lead candidate, Laura Ann Jones, who was here late last night and is back here this morning.
Right, I'm sorry, we're going to pick up there because we had a few technical problems with the sound. It's live broadcasting after all. It's going to happen. Lovely to get a little sense there, isn't it, of these constituencies, Llandysul, Chepstow and Llandudno. Fliss, I still can't quite used to this, isn't it?
I know.
Counts in the morning, it should be 10 o'clock at night.
Exactly. I mean, everything's different in this election, isn't it? Including, you know, the time at which we're doing this this programme. We've got all this new stuff to get used to, as have the voters, you know, the new voting system, the new constituencies, so many more MSs, well, there's all that stuff.
Yeah, let's pick up on that because it would have come, you know, people not necessarily following every second of pre-election coverage turn up at the voting booth yesterday, and it's a bit of a shock, isn't it? But Sir John Curtis, eminent expert on voting patterns, has come with a very early projection that turnout could be at or above 50%. Now, we should say that's just based on 3 figures so far.
Yeah.
But interesting.
I mean, it's interesting. It's early days for this prediction because what we've got so far is only one of the 3 constituencies above 50% at 51.9%. The others are below 50% right now. But I think the key thing about the turnout figure is that for the whole history of devolution, there has never been turnout above the 50% threshold for a Senedd election. And one of the explanations or theories that's been suggested to explain that has been the Labour dominance, that this idea that for a lot of people they think, what's the point in going out to vote? Labour's baked in to be the next government anyway. Well, that's not true this time, right? We know that there is and there has been real jeopardy in this election. So this vote puts that theory to the test, and that's why I think a lot of people are hoping and in some cases possibly expecting a turnout of above 50%. The one caveat I would add to that is, and I don't know, Gar, if you feel the same, having been out and about talking to people, but a lot of people, I think, feel really worn down. I know I keep talking about the cost of living, but I don't think we can overstate the importance of this.
Let's keep on talking about it because it's huge, isn't it?
And I think people feel really worn down, a lot of people, and feel like their resilience has been worn away over the years. And there's a lot of people that I've spoken to and heard from in different programmes. You know, Walescast, for example, the BBC Wales political podcast. which you can listen and subscribe to on BBC Sounds, everybody, has been out and about talking to people all over the place. And it's striking how many people just feel flat and disillusioned. And in that case, you wonder, is turnout actually going to get over that 50% mark or not? So, it's still up in the air for me.
Nutshell, Nick, look, going back over not just this campaign, but going back over the last 2, 3, 4 years even, look, as a journalist often, you're asking people to talk about their personal experiences. You tread carefully, yeah, because it's a sensitive personal area to go into. And it used to be quite difficult to get people to talk about their finances or how difficult they were finding it to make ends meet. It's totally the other way around now. You go out and people are volunteering their stories. I remember during the general election campaign, so 2 years ago, for example, a young woman up in Merthyr who had stripped the gas central heating out of the house to refit open fireplaces because it was cheaper to forage wood than it was to pay for the gas burner. And they were earning quite well, this couple that I was speaking to. So you hear these stories time and time again. That might affect turnout. If people feel really disillusioned, and even if they vote, they can't see a way around it. A couple of other things to chuck in as well. Anecdotally, we've been hearing from Labour people overnight and this morning that they think some of their traditional voters have stayed at home. They're that disillusioned with the party and they can't bring themselves to vote elsewhere, albeit we're also hearing that some of them are drifting off to Plaid and Reform. An idea too, perhaps, that for Conservative voters in Wales, with the Conservatives not predicted or projected to do that well, traditionally reluctant to vote anyway because a lot of Tory voters don't think the Senedd should be there in the first place. They sometimes stay at home and that might affect turnout. But we crept above 50% in Caerphilly for that by-election when there was jeopardy. And just looking back, actually, at the general election in 2024 in Wales, seismic moment in politics, the Welsh turnout was only 56.2%. Yeah. But there is something magical, I think, about that 50% number.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's without being too sanctimonious about it, it is important, isn't it, for the credibility of the Senedd and any future government, to have it. And there was always this almost like a metaphorical thud when you were covering any kind of election in Wales. And that was the thud of all those Labour votes landing on those makeshift tables in leisure centres, turned into counting centres right across Wales. And that appears to have changed. A thing I wanted to say about the cost of living, get these terrible extreme stories, and you've covered them through this campaign with your day job as money editor. But also people who are successful, have reasonably prosperous jobs. Yeah. The lack of disposable income is all contributing to that, isn't it?
100%. So obviously there are people who are in extreme difficulty, who are having to visit food banks regularly, who are making that choice. I mean, it's almost become a cliched phrase now, but remember, cliches become cliches for a reason because they're true, who literally have that eating dilemma. But then there are plenty of people you would describe as middle-class people on decent wages who are also feeling the pinch. I was talking to a lady only last week, double-income family. She works 4 days a week. Her husband works full-time, decent income, 2 children. They used to go out to the pub regularly, and they don't do it anymore because it's become too expensive. And it's not the sort of thing they can just say, hey, let's go to the pub tonight. And that sort of thing, that the taking away of the things, of the nice to-dos in life, that's the sort of thing that can wear people down as well.
Absolutely. And we should say in this campaign, this is the first Senedd campaign where we've properly talked about taxation. I mean, I think it's been quite good. It's been a sort of 360 degrees campaign. Previously, with all due respect to previous campaigns that we all covered, it was largely about how to spend money and things like NHS health boards and all the rest of it. But particularly the Conservatives and Reform have come in with quite interesting tax proposals.
Yeah, they have. And look, the Welsh Government's had power to vary the rates of income tax, but not the thresholds since 2019. It's never used them. But there's been a choice there for voters at this election campaign. If you want income tax cuts, it's something that the Conservatives and Reform have both put forward. The Conservatives would also like to scrap stamp duty or land transaction tax, as it's now called, on purchases of primary residence. All the parties have thrown council tax, perhaps not surprising, with the cost of living in mind, into the mix as well, Nick. One thing, though, now first we'll come on to this, one thing that has been consistent throughout this campaign, when the number crunchers, not just Flish, have looked at the manifestos, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, the Wales Governance Centre, there's been this recurring theme that the parties have not been completely upfront as to what they might need to cut or reprioritise, either to fund their spending commitments or to meet those tax cut pledges.
Oh, costings.
Yeah.
I know.
Interestingly, costings has been quite an issue in this election campaign,
it's
hasn't
quite refreshing in a way.
It is.
People actually asking, well, how are you going to pay for this? And if you remember, there was that moment in the live TV debate when Beth and Rhys Roberts, very clever question, opened it up to the floor. Who would like to see the costings? And I think I've gone back and looked. There were 2 people didn't put their hands up, but, you know, what's that? 98% of people there or thereabouts put their hand up and said, yes, please, we'd like to know.
But I remember when they talked about bringing in tax-raising powers for the Senate, that had devolved level. Everyone thought, well, it would bring in more responsibility for all the parties because they would have to justify how they're going to spend it, which has worked to a degree, but we haven't had the full picture, have we?
I mean, it's worth saying that has actually bumped up the income of the Welsh Government quite substantially over the last few years, because in Westminster, we've seen an income tax threshold freeze for many, many years now, and it's been extended to the end of the decade. And that has the impact over time of dragging more people into paying tax for the first time, or if you're already paying tax, into higher tax bands. Now, that has a disproportionate impact in Wales because salaries are lower. So there is a richer harvest of people that you can pull into paying tax for the first time. And that's been what's happening over the years. So actually, the devolution of those tax-raising powers has actually meant that the Welsh Government's had a bit more money than it actually would have. But as you say, the actual politics of we will offer you tax cuts, we will not offer you tax cuts, or we will raise your tax cuts, because all of those things are on offer right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been refreshing to actually have that as one of the political questions and offers for voters.
I think we're hoping to go to speak to Francesca O'Brien from Reform any second now, but while we're waiting, let's just have a little sense of what does Wales look like? What difference does a viewer get in their lives with Rhun ap Iorwerth as First Minister?
Rhun ap Iorwerth, OK. I thought you were going to ask me about Dan Thomas first of all, then
Francesca we should talk. Let's talk ahead of Francesca O'Brien, then, who's from Reform UK. Yeah. Let me change that. Dan Thomas.
Yeah, OK. Look, I think the fundamental question for all the parties, Reform included, what will they cut or reprioritise to allow them to do the things that they want to do, tax cuts or spending priorities? They proposed income tax cuts. I think it's a penny off all rates by the end of the final year of the term. The Nation of Sanctuary would go, that scheme the Welsh Government has had to help refugees and asylum seekers that in the whole has helped Ukrainians. And look, Nick, it would be a huge shake-up. They didn't meet with the civil service before this election, so there's a potential shock coming there. They say they'll cut the civil service as well. I think the challenge for them, as it would be for any of the political parties, can they deliver change that people will feel? How quickly can they deliver that? And also, how easy will it be to fund those tax cuts and do what they want to do? And we haven't even spoken about the NHS yet, which gobbles up the lion's share of the budget.
Because I think we can go and speak to Francesca O'Brien, now who's down the line from Swansea. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've got a little bit of a delay on the line. Great to see you this morning. Let's just get a sense, Francesca, if you can tell us, what are you hearing in terms of the support for reform?
Absolutely tremendous. It's exactly what we picked up on the doorstep throughout the campaign. Reformers picked up a huge amount of support with people from all walks of life. Many who are lifetime Labour supporters have now come on to us, and also first-time voters as well who have never voted in their lives are now voting for Reform UK Wales for the first time. And I'm at the count here at the Brangwen Hall in Swansea, and it is very much a two-horse race between us and Plaid Cymru.
Yes, and that's the key thing for you, isn't it? Which is you needed to get people out voting in a Senedd election who, frankly, have never done so in the past. And you saying you've managed to do that?
I believe we have, absolutely. Even until yesterday, we were knocking on doors till about 8 o'clock last night, encouraging people to come out and vote. This is the democratic process taking place right behind me here. And it's been fantastic to engage with people right across the community in Gower and Swansea. And like I say, a very exciting time because for so many, they haven't voted before, but they have felt really strongly that Reform UK are going to be that voice for them in the Senedd.
And I appreciate it's early days, Francesca, but do you feel you're going to have enough votes to form a government at the Senedd?
Like you say, Nick, it is too early to say. It is quite evident from the boxes that I've seen coming in so far. It is very much a two-horse race, regardless what the other parties have said in the lead-up. You know, it is between us and Plaid Cymru. far too early. I think we're a couple of hours away from learning the result. But I'm very confident that we have given it the best shot. We've led a positive campaign with real candidates, with life experience as well, which is so important. And I think that's why it's been encouraging so many people to come out, because they've seen Reform is the party of the people.
Francesca, it's Felicity here. Thanks for joining us. What has been the main theme of this campaign so far as the people that you've spoken to are concerned? You know, is there one single theme that's come out, do you think?
Well, apart from that, Labour haven't represented the people for far too long. There was a huge element of complacency there. But it's been a whole host of things, really. I mean, up and down the M4, we've now got two Labour governments here which are not working together. We haven't seen the Prime Minister come into Wales at all during this campaign, which I think speaks volumes. Whereas we've got Nigel Farage, our UK leader, who's made several attempts on visits here during our campaign, which has been really positive. So apart from people being very disappointed up and down the M4 corridor of Labour's handling of various situations, I think people now have put their faith in Reform, because we're talking about the things that matter to them, whether it's businesses, education, health. It's been a whole host of things, and unfortunately for Labour, it's been a perfect storm for them.
I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it, in terms of the way that Reform has grown so quickly over the last few years, and you've had to the logistical challenge of getting set up that quickly, candidate selection, you know, a few hiccups here and there on that front. I guess it begs the question whether that translates into your exercise of power if you do find your way into government. You know, you've sprung up very, very quickly. Is it going to be difficult to adjust, do you think, once you've got a big group of elected MSs in the Senedd, getting them all working together in a disciplined group? And you'd obviously, if you end up being the next government, you can times that by 10. Do you think you're going to have any problems there with relationships, with whipping, with that sort of thing?
I think there's a common goal with all of our candidates, is that we want to change and we're willing to work together. And I think we've got to listen to one another as well. That's really important. All too often we think we've got all the answers, but where we're different with Reform UK Wales is that we've actually listened to the electorate of what they want, and our manifesto reflects that. So I'm pretty confident that if we do have the honour of leading the next government, that we are willing to work together as a team to go forward. There's a big challenge ahead, because after 27 years of a Labour government propped up by Plaid, there is a huge amount to do and unpick, but we're confident that we have got a plan that we can deliver, which is the most important thing, because we're not going to water down any of our policies. We're going to be electing on that manifesto, and that is what there's no room for failing. We've got to deliver it for the people of Wales.
Can you really promise that, Francesca? It's Gareth here, by the way. How could you're unlikely to win a majority. You'd have to water down something if you're going to be in government, because somebody, presumably the Conservatives, would need to do a deal with you. Something would have to go, or something would have to be modified.
No, I think that's where politics has to change, unfortunately, because, unfortunately for the others, because we don't want to water anything down. That has been the problem with governments in the past, where they've stood on a manifesto. You know, Labour, for example, in 2024 in the general, they've done 15 U-turns to date and counting. With Reform, we're being quite straight with it, in that we're not prepared to negotiate. We want to have people elected that are going to carry out the will of the people.
OK. I suppose it helps that your manifesto and the Conservative manifesto were borderline identical.
Yep, there is similarities there, but that's where we are very confident that it is something that can be delivered, and we're not going to get elected and leave our policies at the front door. The people are putting their trust in Reform UK Wales to deliver those, and that is something, if I'm elected here today, which I hope I will be, along with a great team as well, I'm hoping that we will deliver that, and there's no plan B. We've got to carry on with our manifesto.
Francesca, can I just put a quick early scenario to you, because it has been talked about quite extensively. Is this prospect of Reform UK being the biggest party at the Senedd, but unable to form a government, because effectively the other parties have come together and installed someone else as First Minister?
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. I think Mark Draper has gone on record a few weeks ago saying that the left, if you will club together to ensure reform is blocked out. You've only had to look on social media over the past few weeks, and all the other political parties have said, you know, vote this way to block reform. So it is evident that they are anti-reform, and they're willing to do anything to keep in power, which is not what the people want. Labour are going to be rejected at this election, from what I've seen behind me here. But unfortunately, they could well club together to keep reform out, despite us being the largest party.
OK, Francesca O'Brien, thanks very much indeed. A little sense there, maybe, of some of the battle lines that emerged during the course of the day. Of course, it all depends on the numbers, doesn't it? Right, we are joined now by Hugh Oranka-Davies, the Deputy First Minister, former Deputy First Minister, who is at County Neath, Afon Ogw Rhondda, his constituency. Good morning. I think it's still just about good morning, although it doesn't appear to be a good morning for Welsh Labour, does it? First of all, what are you hearing, and are you in a position to concede defeat here?
Well, we have to wait until the counts are finally done, but it's been a tough night right across the locals within England, and I think it's probably looking like a tough day here in Wales as well. It's not unexpected. I think some of the two-horse race narrative, Plaid Cymru versus Reform, is really playing out here across Wales. But we have to see where the count goes on this. But can I just take this opportunity to say, in an election like this, just my thanks to the volunteers and the candidates, and also to the leadership of Eluned Morgan as well. It's been a positive campaign from us. We've had a good manifesto to put to people as well. But if it plays out like we are hearing, it's going to be a tough day for us. It really is.
And just to state the obvious, but I think it's important to hear it from you, you're not expecting Eluned Morgan to be anywhere near being in a position to form a government and be First Minister?
I don't think we're going to be in that situation. It's quite clear that that narrative of change, but also the narrative of the two-horse race, I think a lot of people have, it seems to us, are likely to rally behind Plaid Cymru, who've very much pitched it as Plaid Cymru to stop reform. We've tried to put forward a very positive manifesto. I think it's been a good manifesto, it really has. And we've tried to argue on policies and also the next chapter for Wales. But if it hasn't cut through to the people of Wales, we're not going to be in that position then to actually form the next government. Next government will have challenges there as well of its own to face there. But as we look at the counts there throughout the day, you know, I've got to say, I'm thinking of those really excellent Labour candidates who put their names forward here, and it seems like we're going to have a tough day. It's been a tough night at the office in the locals across England. It's probably going to be a tough day for us here as well.
Hugh, it's Felicity here. Thanks for joining us. You've talked about...
Hi, Felicity.
Hi. You've talked about maybe Plaid outmanoeuvring you in terms of their campaign message versus yours on this two-horse race thing, but it's got to be more than that, right? I mean, I know that there are going to be post-mortems on all of this, but you've been in this now for the last 6-8 weeks. What's your take on what went wrong for Welsh Labour in this campaign?
Well, Felicity, I think you are right. I think it's a necessity. If this does pan out as we are expecting, and if Labour has a really tough day here, that is going to be disappointing, but we have to reflect with all humility on that, and we have to look at what went wrong. And I don't think it's a fault with some really good candidates. I think Eluned Morgan has played from the front very much in a leadership role in this as well, and all credit to her. But we have to look at that feeling of dissatisfaction amongst the electorate, why they've come out and voted not only for Plaid Cymru, but also for reform as well. And we have to reflect on that as a party. We have to reflect on that here in Wales. We also have to reflect on that across the UK as well. So I think it is a moment for some humility if it does play out as we are expecting, and then to really rally and say, right, what do we need to do to earn back those votes of people, and to start doing it from today, from tomorrow.
Hugh, it's Gareth here. Good morning, by the way. When you look, I know we're starting the sort of the debrief and the introspection early here, but when you look at what is happening and what is likely to happen, what is the balance between what you think has gone wrong in Wales for Labour and what lies at the door of Keir Starmer and the UK government?
Well, we'll have to look at that as the day pans out, but it's clear that the local elections last night were an early fortend of what seems to be happening here in Wales today as well. So sometimes there is a tide within politics. It's a tide of dissatisfaction or it's a tide of change. And certainly on the doorsteps, even though, as I've said before in previous interviews, I had some of the best quality conversations with people, when you get into the details of what the next chapter under Welsh Labour government would look like, what the policies were, we had some cracking policies laid out here within this manifesto, but the problem was it's the cut through against that narrative of, one, people who are discontent, things aren't changing fast enough, things are not happening fast enough in their daily lives. How much of that is attributable to here in Wales and wider things across the UK? I think we will genuinely have to pull that apart and look at it very rapidly and take it on the chin as well, because the electorate can't be wrong. That is the clear thing within our democracy. If the electorate send a message, we really have to reflect and think, what have we not done to earn their vote and what do we need to do going forward? But that apportionment between what has happened here in Wales with Welsh Labour in government and what is happening in UK with government, that has to be part of that piece, I think.
Sure. And look, the electorate has given its judgment in a Welsh context here, and we'll find out those results as the day progresses. What about your judgment with regard to the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and his position now?
Oh, I'm not going to make a call on individuals. I think what we do need to do is every one of us within the Labour family, within the Labour Party, the Labour movement, reflect on what our role is in taking this forward and actually coming back from here, because it does look like it's an exceptionally tough night. There are going to be a lot of really good candidates that are disappointed here not to be able to deploy their talents in local authorities, in local government in England, but also here in Wales within the Senedd as well. What we now need to focus on is that if the results go as it looks like, as we are hearing there from around the counts, as they're starting to do the counts at the moment, then I genuinely say with some humility, we have to take that on the chin and we have to work out what we need to do next. But I'm not going to reflect on individuals here, the Prime Minister and so on. You know, Eluned, I think, has played a stormer here within Wales. She has been relentless. Her resilience has been amazing. Her enthusiasm has been incredible. She has really led from the front. And I'll be disappointed that she, if it looks like it is, will not be returned as well. But look, we all have to reflect on this quite strongly.
There's so much to talk about with you. I just want to bring in just a sense of the personal and the history of it. I mean, I'm getting a little sense of it with your voice, if you don't mind me saying. I think it's going to be an emotional day for the Labour Party in Wales, isn't it? We've never seen this before. I just wanted to get a sense of some of the conversations you've had with the party and how everyone is feeling about it all.
Well, look, if it is as tough as we think it may be, and if this two-horse race thing does play out and it squeezed the Labour vote down, and if the change narrative has beaten us on the next chapter, then that is going to be, an exceptionally, I'm being diplomatic here, but that is going to be an exceptionally tough day. And it is a personal matter as well, because all of us come into politics to do things and change the country, our community, the nation, to be better, to improve people's lives. And to be rejected in that way is hard to take. But I think that's part of politics as well. And if you do have that message, you need to come back stronger. Now, that's the challenge now for us within Labour, in the locals with the message that we've had last night. If it plays out this way in Wales today, then we have to really steel ourselves and come back stronger, because I firmly believe that the Welsh Labour values and the Welsh Labour policies and the principles we've long held over a century and more, that has held together with these communities and stood in solidarity with them, that's what we need to rediscover and pitch it into the next election coming forward, which of course will be next year. So yeah, it will be hard. It is very personal, because everybody here knows individuals who've worked so hard for this election. And if they are defeated, then my heart goes absolutely out to them, because it is very personal. But it's also personal in terms of the Labour Party itself. We have a strong tradition for good reason in Wales, and we need to come back stronger from this if we are hit hard today.
Hugh, I think you're probably hearing the same stuff as us. You said you'd be disappointed if, as it looks like it is, that Eluned Morgan won't return as a Senedd member. Can I ask what happens then in that scenario? Do you step up as some kind of interim Welsh Labour leader?
There are different scenarios. What we will have to do at the end of today is look to see where we are as a group and then get together as a group and plan the way forward. So there's no one way forward. We have to sit down as a group and agree that together. It's the way we do it.
And do you know when that will happen? Is that an immediate meeting tomorrow, or...?
Yeah, I think we'd have to do that very rapidly. The first thing is to take stock of where we are, see who we've got as a group there, get together and move very, very rapidly. So within the next 24 hours, we would have to do that, because there's also the question then of making sure that we can move, for the sake of the nation as well, to actually move forward and look at what the next Senedd will look like. There'll be things like the election of a First Minister and so on. So all of that needs to be put in place quite rapidly.
And Hugh, just to return to, you know, the possible reasons for the trouncing that it looks like you're going to get today, if I can put it that way. And, you know, I don't want to kick a man when he's down, but is it simply the fact that voters feel that they've been let down by Labour over 27 years? You know, you just need to look at the state of the NHS, you look at the internal fighting between Vaughan Gething and Jeremy Miles over the last Labour leadership contest. You know, a speed limit became a dominant issue month after month after month. Can you blame voters for thinking, hang on a second, with the cost of living crisis and everything else that's going on, what has Welsh Labour been doing in government in Wales?
Well, you never blame voters. Voters make their decision, and the electorate is right in when it passes judgment on parties or governments, the electorate has spoken. That is simply as it is. But you are right. We need to look at those issues of where we haven't performed as well as we could have. We need to look at the areas where people wanted us to go faster. And we need to do this in a Welsh Labour perspective, but also at a UK Labour perspective as well. I'm incredibly proud of the work that's gone in over the last year and more to actually drive down waiting times in Wales, and that was cutting across on the doorstep. People were saying, we recognise that. We've had that 9 months of fall in waiting times. But then people would say, but couldn't you have gone further faster and got on with that faster? So it's things like that we need to reflect on. I'm immensely proud of some of the offers that were really cutting through on the doorstep. Things like our teaching support assistance offer, where we would be the first nation in the UK to step up and say, we value these people, we will pay them properly, they will have their pensions and their sickness and the year-round contracts. I'll be disappointed if we can't put that now into place. But you are right in saying, when the electorate speaks, and then it is for parties like us to reflect on what went wrong, what were the things that went wrong historically, what went wrong in the election campaign. And bear in mind, I've not only been involved in the campaign as the campaign committee chair, but also in terms of the putting together of the manifesto. Lots of people put into that manifesto, but I'm the one. So I also have a responsibility within this. I will need to look at what is it that didn't work in the messaging, the manifesto, the campaigning itself. So we all genuinely, with real humility, need to reflect on this. If this plays out badly today for many of the great candidates that are standing there, and then actually steel ourselves and regroup and go forward, because this isn't the end of Welsh Labour. This is a moment in time where we actually have to look at ourselves and say, right, how do we go forward? How do we go back and earn those votes from people? That is our challenge now.
I think a final question, actually, just to clarify. You were talking about Eluned Morgan there, the expectation, you just don't think she will be returned as a Senedd member then? You think, is that your expectation? Just to clarify that.
No, sorry, we genuinely don't know. I have no insight to the data. I don't know what's happening in the count there. I'm really hopeful that Eluned will come back and will be leading the group there. But we have to see what happens during the course of the day. Okay. But I think Eluned has played an absolute stormer in the front of this campaign.
Yeah. OK. Hugh, look, I think we'll leave it there. We've got loads of different questions here. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Very quick reaction, actually, from you, Gareth. You wanted to come in on something.
Yeah, look, I think
in more depth about this.
We've just had a little moment of history there. I think I made a note of the time, 20 to 12 on Friday morning, and Hugh Oranka-Davies, Deputy First Minister, Labour will not be in a position to form the next government. So confirmation of what we knew was coming. 7 minutes later, another little moment of history that may come to pass, that Eluned Morgan, the First Minister, seriously under threat of not returning to the Welsh Parliament.
He was a sort of beaten man, really, wasn't he?
Yes, I mean, I think when you start apologising to candidates for how hard they've worked and their efforts are not being returned, I mean, I think that's, you know, as obvious an admission of defeat as you can possibly get, isn't it? And that's effectively what we heard from Hugh Oranka-Davies. He wouldn't really engage at this point with some of the things that may have gone wrong for Labour. I mean, it's obviously got to be more than, oh, well, Plaid had a better message than us, right? Which is currently sort of the default position that he's taking. But these things take time to absorb. I mean, even though Welsh Labour has been expecting a difficult set of results, I think the theory of something and the reality of it are two different things. And I think we could see a lot of Welsh Labour figures in shock today, really, in terms of what looks like the trouncing that they're going to get.
Yeah, and I think we got a sense of that from Hugh Oranka-Davies there. Right, look, Delyth Jewell is waiting patiently for us from Plaid Cymru. And I suspect we will get a very different style of interview in terms of the way this will go. But Delyth Jewell, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Look, what are you hearing on the ground in terms of how Plaid are doing?
We've been really proud of the campaign that we've run. I'm really proud of the campaign that we've run. And, you know, obviously it is very early still in the day. We had verification here last night in Caerphilly, and they had verification in Blaenau Gwent as well. But most seats across Wales have only been verifying it this morning as well. I'm feeling hopeful in terms of what I am hearing, but obviously it is too soon to call anything at the moment.
Yes, I think we've had a sense from a number of Plaid Cymru voices this morning, trying to manage expectations up to a point, but I can detect the excitement in your voice and your enthusiasm there. Look, to have another go at this, and I fully accept it's early doors, but do you think you're in a position where you'll be the biggest party at the Senedd?
Well, honestly, it is too early to say that at the moment. But look, I feel confident that we will have had more votes in many areas across Wales, communities across Wales, where perhaps we have not been traditionally as strong. I think in areas across the valleys, for example, where I represent, in areas in the valleys where we haven't had as much representation before as well, I feel really excited actually about some of the candidates that we've got who I hope will become new Senedd members, and it's a momentous day in Welsh politics. It really is.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? So, and is that the extent to which, is this really the moment for Plaid Cymru, the breakthrough election that you've been waiting for and your party has been waiting for years and years?
Well, as I say, it's momentous. This certainly is an important moment, but what's going to be important over the next few days is to make sure that this isn't just a moment, that we actually are able to build something exciting from this as well, that this can be the start of something better for Wales, that this can be a new dawn in some ways. But look, the campaign that we've had over the past few weeks, it's been a really energising time. I think that there have been lots of people who've been talking about the need for change, and Plaid Cymru has been the party that represents hope in this election. So the people of Wales have spoken. Over the coming hours, we're going to find out what it is exactly that they've had to say.
Delyth, it's Felicity here. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hope is great and important, obviously, in life, but so is delivery for a new government. And you know, you can argue that one of the reasons we've seen what looks like a terrible set of results here for Welsh Labour is people's anger, perhaps, that the UK Labour government in 2024 failed, or so far they feel has failed to deliver on the hope that they promised. Now, whoever forms the next Welsh government has got a hellish, difficult financial situation to cope with. Nevertheless, they've all promised help. You've promised help with cost of living. You need to get on and deliver that pretty quickly.
If Plaid Cymru are in a position to be in the government in Wales, obviously, again, that would be a momentous thing, but we also would be taking that responsibility very seriously, that we would need to deliver on the promises that we have made and that we want to make things better for people's lives here in Wales, you know, with that most generous childcare offer in the UK, to bring down waiting lists in the NHS, to give more opportunities for young people. This message of hope is not just a word. It's the practical reality of what we can deliver, and that has been verified independently by economists. We would be ready to deliver, which is why it's so important that if we're in a position to be in government, that Rhys Iorwerth would be the First Minister of Wales, the first Plaid Cymru First Minister of Wales, and a First Minister that you could unify every community across the country.
Yes, I mean, you need to do some reprioritisation, though. I mean, you referred to verified by economists. You're talking about Jerry Holtham there, who told us you probably need about 2% cuts in order to deliver your manifesto. That means making some unpopular decisions, and all of the parties, yours included, has really refused to be straight with the electorate about that, right? I mean, that's the nasty surprise that's coming from whoever forms the next government, isn't it?
Oh, well, I mean, it's not a question of not being straight. Obviously, nobody other than the people in government can look at the books, can actually know at what exactly, where money is being spent, how efficiently it's being spent. You know, the tests of our success, or the success of whoever is in government next in Wales, will not be just in terms of how much money they are spending in what areas, but how efficient, how effective they are in those areas. So, of course, you know, if this is a position that we will be in, we will be taking it seriously. We have been doing the work. But again, I don't want to preempt anything because it really is too early to call how these results are going to go.
Derek, it's Gareth here. Morning to you, Bobby. No, it's afternoon just about, isn't it? Look, it looks as if Labour is taking a bit of a beating in this election. It looks as if it's going to be very close. How comfortable would you be doing any kind of deal, not necessarily a full-blown coalition, but any kind of deal with a Labour Party that has had this kind of verdict delivered upon it by voters?
Well, look, we can't preempt, as I say, we can't preempt anything because we just do not know what the electoral math is going to be across Wales. What is clear from from the predicted results, I guess, that we get, some of the whispers that some of us are hearing, but also what we've been hearing on the doorsteps for weeks now, is that people want to see change and people want to see a government. I think that there are thousands of people across Wales who will want to see a government that will be led by Plaid Cymru and that will be able to stand up for Wales. You know, the results that we will see today, they won't just be results or votes against certain parties. They are going to be votes, I hope, in favour of a vision for Wales led by Plaid Cymru. That is very much what I am hopeful that we will see. And that would then be incumbent, of course, on us to deliver, as I say, on what we've been promising. But this isn't just something to see through the prism of other parties. This would be a momentous result for Plaid Cymru if we have performed in areas where we have never had that kind of representation before.
OK, Delith Jewell, senior figure from Plaid Cymru, thank you very much indeed. Interestingly, I thought that she's speaking to us from the Caerphilly count, the scene of that momentous by-election actually for them. They wanted to a degree set the tone for so much of the Senedd campaign. We're going to bring you some shots now because I think it's the first images we've got of Eluned Morgan. They're talking to Plaid Cymru's Elin Jones, the former presiding officer or Llawydd at the Senedd, veteran figure. Elin Jones has been there right from the start, but there's Eluned Morgan. She's smiling, not looking too down in the dumps, is she?
Two people, actually, who determine an awful lot of things in
Yes.
Welsh politics up until now. Penny for Eluned Morgan's thoughts, by the way. But Elin Jones is still Llywelyn presiding officer until there's another one. So the once the votes are counted and all that kind of thing, the first thing that the Senedd will need to do when it reconvenes is to elect a new presiding officer. And when that meeting happens, is actually in Elin Jones's hands at the moment.
Shall we just have a quick chat about Delis Jewell there? I mean, she wasn't giving much away, was she, really? You had a decent crack about negotiations with other parties.
One day a politician will do in hypotheticals, Nick.
We're all
job an awful lot easier.
I suspect we'll all be having a crack at that during the course of the afternoon. I'm not sure. Someone will give us something. Something will give us something.
At some point, yeah. I mean...
But then that sort of message of hope, I suppose. And just one thing. She said, look, she was hoping it would be the result of support for rather than something against, isn't it? And that is something Plaid will have to deal with.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting question, actually, because, you know, Plaid has been... advertising itself as the anti-reform option, right? So... Yeah. Clear, you know, if that strategy has been successful, then clearly some of the votes will be an anti-reform vote rather than a Plaid Cymru vote. And that does then beg some questions, doesn't it, about how the party, if it does then go into government, handles that. You know, do they interpret, if they do have this big victory, if they are the largest party and all that sort of stuff, do they interpret that as a massive vote in favour of their policies and their approach and all of that? Or do they take a moment to step back and think, hang on a minute, some of those votes that we had actually were not necessarily cheers for us, but more the rearranging of the bloc on the left trying to outflank reform. So I think that's an interesting
maybe people
one.
have lent them their vote.
Exactly, yeah.
And but then it's up to Plaid then say, OK, do they accept that and say, yeah, people in good faith have lent us their vote. We've got their challenge clearly.
I think there are very recent comparisons to draw of how perhaps not to do it, and that is Labour at a Westminster level in 2024. Huge but very shallow in terms of vote share majority for Keir Starmer. Many voters judging the party to have failed to deliver on the promise of change, and I think change that's tangible and that people can feel as well. And that will be, whoever it is, if it's Plaid, if it's Reform, that'll be one of the big challenges. But for Plaid in particular, with that sense that some voters have lent them that vote, they'll have a mercilessly short period of time to start delivering and start to look different and start to make that change.
Right, just hold your thoughts for a second, because I just want to remind people, we'd love you to stick with us, of course, but you can follow all the results online and via the BBC News app, where there's a live page with all the analysis and explainers about how the counting works. And Dod Davis and James Williams are on air now with the Radio Wales Election 2026 programme. You can catch them on Radio Wales and BBC Sounds. It is just after midday.
Nick, got some more turnout figures for you.
Oh, OK.
So we were discussing earlier, weren't we, what is going to happen with turnout. Professor Sir John Curtis, the very famous and well-respected pollster, has forecast that he projects turnout will be over the 50% threshold, which, of course, it never has been in a Senedd election so far. So when he made that forecast, it was a bold forecast, because we'd had 3 turnout figures and only one of them was over 50%. However, we've had 2 more, Sir Gaerfyrddin and Bangor Conwy Môn, and they are both over 50%.
Can I chip in with something that won't surprise you? Plaid Cymru and Reform both think that high turnout relatively is good for them. Let's see.
Well, the thing is...
Well, actually, that plays, you know, that might speak to, you know, that if Plaid have been pushing this 2-horse race idea, has that driven more people to come out and vote because they see it as Plaid v Reform? And, you know, speaking to Francesca O'Brien earlier, one thing that Reform struggled with in the Caerphilly by-election was getting supporters out to actually vote. Are higher turnouts today reflective of success for Reform in that, in getting people who say, yes, we'll vote for you, actually to the ballot box?
Because we've talked about the voting system changing. We're moving to a proportional representation. Well, you wouldn't have realised it listening to Reform UK and Plaid Cymru. They were entirely happy with the 2-horse race. And the beauty of that message is it's already lodged in people's minds, isn't it?
Yes, because, of course, it's not strictly true, is it? This system, although it's not entirely proportional, and we'll probably talk about that a bit later on, but it's more proportional than first past the post. So, you know, your vote should be better represented, assuming the party you vote for achieves over a certain threshold within a constituency. So the 2-horse race narrative wasn't actually true in terms of this new voting system, Nick, but as you say...
Appealing to people, isn't it? And they can understand it.
For voters who are used to first past the post, it does make sense, doesn't it?
Right, let's go back to Daniel Davis now, who's making sense of so much of the data and the figures we'll get during the course of the day. And he's got a bit more to tell us about the story of Welsh Labour.
We're going to hear a lot today about how Labour has dominated politics in Wales for so long. So let's take a closer look at their record of success in Senedd elections. And by the time of the second election in 2003, under Rhodri Morgan's leadership, a kind of an unofficial target starts to emerge, and it's 40% of the vote. When Labour hit that share of the vote, 40%, they've been able to win half the seats in the Senedd. They did it with Rhodri Morgan, and he formed a Labour government without having to go into coalition. And they did it again under his successor, Carwyn Jones, in 2011. Exceeding 40% of the vote share gave him half the seats in Cardiff Bay. And they got there again under his successor, Mark Drakeford, at the last election in 2021, just shy of 40%, but close enough, and they won half of the seats. Now, what are the chances that Labour are going to hit this threshold in this election? The opinion polls suggest their chances are pretty bleak. We've looked at all the polls conducted in Wales this year, and they show that Labour is scoring, on average, 15%. Now, that is way short of the mark that they've been aiming for in elections up to now. Under Eluned Morgan, what we've seen is a collapse in support for Labour in Wales. This graph shows the ruthlessly efficient Welsh Labour election-winning machine. What we're talking about today is whether that machine has misfired very badly.
OK, let's have a change of scene now, shall we? And join Teleri, who's down in Cardiff Bay at the Senedd for us. Teleri.
Hello and croeso to Cardiff Bay. The sun is starting to come out, I'm glad to say, because it was very cold here earlier, wasn't it, gentlemen? I'm joined now by Gawain Towler, political strategist and a Reform UK senior volunteer. Let's say you're very well connected within the party, reasonably well connected. And Elfyn Llwyd, former Plaid Cymru MP. Thank you so much to you both for joining us. Let's start with your reflections on the campaign then. Elfyn, have you been out campaigning, knocking doors? What have you made of it?
Yeah, well, we've been out for months now, and we actually got the understanding from our friends in Scotland. If you're going to win an election, which I hope we will, we don't know, of course, but if you're going to do well, you've got to start way before the official starting gun. And that's what we've done. I mean, in North Wales, many places have started September onwards, which was something which, when I was in Westminster, we never did. But I've seen the benefits of it because you're able to talk to people, spend time with people, listen to them carefully and respond accordingly. So it's been a very positive campaign. I've never seen as many people out on behalf of the party. I've never seen so many people joining up in a short space of time. It's been positive. We've offered hope and people have responded. I sincerely hope they'll respond in great numbers today.
Gawain, you've been out on door knocking. What's been your role in this campaign?
I'm generally turn up as the comic interlude.
And here you are, we're back. You're very welcome.
But I've been doing public meetings from Wrexham down to Pembroke and across the board. And this, again, you're right. You don't do it all in the last 6 weeks. We've been doing that, and I've been these public meetings, 60, 100, 120, and for me.
And it's a grassroots movement. From you're starting from scratch, really, in terms of the kind of mechanisms of party governance.
Absolutely. Well, at least since 24. But you've got to remember there's what I call the tribe, people who have worked for and voted for parties led by Nigel Farage for the last 20 years. Well, the tribe was getting votes back in the day in places like Caerphilly of 24% in the general election for 2040. That in the European elections, we would win handsomely in Wales. And so this idea it's all brand new, no, it's not. There are new faces, but there's still a lot of people who've been involved working on the ground for a long, long time.
But the difference now is, I guess, that you've got this system, this proportional system, which could reward parties like you that maybe haven't been able to get it over the line previously.
Do think...
How much of your time's been spent explaining that to people?
Not much. I think that's we're trying to explain the why you should vote for us, not the intricacies of the electoral system. But I do think that the people who designed that system, the commission that designed that system, designed it not realising that there'd be this party called Reform. And in many ways, the system as it's been designed under d'Hondt and the bigger super constituencies could not have been designed better for us. And I truly believe if the people who designed it now, they wouldn't design it as they have. But as it happens, it's working very well for us as a party.
Elvin, do you think it will work well for Plaid Cymru, though?
Yeah, I do. It is truly proportional, and every vote will count, and people have realised that. I spent a bit of time early on explaining the intricacies. I admit, like many other people, don't fully understand every single detail of d'Hondt.
Do they need to? Do you think, well, I don't know if any of us really understand.
Well, it was Monsieur d'Hondt was the only guy who really understood it. Anyway, that's by the by.
So the Belgians have
But I think it isn't quite truly proportional, is
yes,
it? Because
it is.
It does favour larger parties in this. So as the seats get, you know, but when you get to the 5th and 6th seats, they are cheaper if you're a larger party, aren't they?
Well, that's true, but it doesn't lock out the smaller parties either. That's important as well.
It depends where the cut-off point is.
It is, yeah.
Because, of course,
it does.
I mean, Wales has used the d'Hondt system before in European elections.
Correct.
The d'Hondt system is not alien in that sense.
No.
And we've seen how it worked before. Of course, the whole of Wales, a single constituency, is very different from the super constituencies in the Welsh Assembly.
We won't get too much into the voting, into the intricacies of the voting system.
You are right. I think by now we're pretty clear who the top 3, 4 in these constituencies are going to be. But the seats 5 and 6 can turn on a sixpence.
Yes, they can.
They really can. So it's going to be extremely interesting what happens at the end of this count.
That is true, yes.
One of the defining features of this campaign, I think, has been that most people are talking about your party, going about stopping reform. What do you make of that? Does that help or hinder you? Because it strikes me that
a lot of people hear the word reform when you say stop reform.
And
they're talking about us. They're talking about us, and we are to that extent. We therefore, because everybody's talking about us, we drive the agenda. So we then start talking on our subject matter. We've been very strong since Tice was leader in 2022, going down to Talbot, talking about the ending of the steelworks, the deindustrialisation, when it comes to net zero.
Well, there were a few boo-boos there, wasn't there? One of the things that Nigel Farage said is that it would reopen the mines and restart the blast furnace in Talbot.
Well, once you've turned it off, you can't restart it. But, so he saved the one in, but he did save the one in Scunthorpe. We did that was a forced issue, and it does because of the way he operates and the way that reform is done nationally, UK way. When Farage starts talking about something, the other parties actually have to listen and respond to it for good or ill.
What do you make of that, Elvin True? Because it seems to me that there's been a lot of discussion of the language used by reform.
Exactly,
but does that play into their hands?
I don't always respond to what reform say because, for example, Farage described the Welsh language as foreign. Now, somebody said, oh, we should say something about that. Well, actually, no. I don't want to get involved in that nonsense. But he said many things which are unsupported by evidence and common sense very often. So it's all very well saying, I'll promise you this, I'll reopen the coal mines. The blast furnace, easy to restart. Impossible.
Yeah.
So, you know, things like this are things which undermine a person's credibility, in which case, if he describes the Welsh as a foreign language, it's insulting the people of Wales. But I'm not getting involved in that. We prefer to offer hope to people. We are ambitious. We want to do our best for the people of Wales. We don't have any masters in London telling us what to think, what to do. And by the way, unfortunately, each end of the M4 experiment by Labour, it was a dire situation in the end.
It's made it worse for them.
In fact, it was absolute nightmare, really. But anyway, we offer hope. We offer a future. We want to do our best for Wales because that's our mission in life.
Well, has that been a kind of has that been your mission within this election campaign, to kind of really tread that line between offering a vision but also saying very clearly at every opportunity you're the best opportunity to stop reform? Because that seems to have been the one that's cut through the most.
It's both, really. Offer the vision, offer the hope, campaign honestly, do your best, persuade as many as you can. But in truth, it always was a two-horse race. And it's all very well for other parties to say that's disingenuous. Well, it simply isn't. We know it's been a two-horse race.
I suppose
we are running out of time, so I am going to just push you for some predictions now. Gawain, what are you hearing on the ground? A good night. It's close, but
I think a good night. I think it's going to be touch and go between Plaid and Reform. We have different varieties of hope. I think we offer a very hopeful perspective. It's just different from yours. But it's going to be touch and go. What's going to be fascinating, and the graph that was being shown earlier, Labour on 15% in Wales.
It's historic.
It is. It's not. It is. Rebecca Long-Bailey was saying the votes last night were soul destroying. Well, yeah, I suspect.
And
they
very
are,
briefly, Elvin, from you, a prediction.
Very close. Whatever happens, we've laid the foundations in Powys, in Pembrokeshire, the North East, the Valleys, and Cardiff. So we're on the way. Whatever happens.
Thank you to you both. Plenty more from us throughout the morning and into the afternoon, and maybe even the evening, Nick.
Look forward to it, Larry. Thanks very much indeed. It's a great shot of Cardiff, isn't it? I thought that was very interesting stuff there in terms of just a different perspective on it. If I could pick up with you what Gawain was saying there about trying to dominate, make a lot of noise, reform, try and dominate the agenda. And they've certainly brought a different dynamic to the campaign. You went to a lot of these sort of rallies and events. What was it like?
I thought that was the Mediterranean, not Cardiff for a second then. Yeah, I've not seen it from that angle before. Look, let me take you back to Port Talbot. That was last summer, where Nigel Farage came and he announced that he would not only be reopening coal mines, but he would also be reopening the blast furnaces at Port Talbot, which had just been shut down to make way for a new electric arc furnace. Now, reopening the coal mines quickly turned out to be not quite as popular an idea as he thought it was. Reopening the blast furnaces is actually impossible because they're absolutely chock full of solidified irons. You simply can't reopen them. But he has an ability, unlike any other politician, I think, to change his mind on the spot. And he did this in real time at this announcement. He started backtracking on this blast furnace policy. And I think other politicians would really have fallen foul of that. And if you look at the other things that reformers had to contend with as well, the scandal around Nathan Gill, their former leader in Wales, the allegations, which he denies, around Nigel Farage about making racist comments when he was in school, the start of this Senedd election campaign where a lot of the stories were about problems that Plaid had problems too, but Reform were having with its candidates, either because they had to withdraw because of things that they'd said or done, or because there was huge fallout within the party, noses being put out of joint because, in the words of those people were being parachuted in to stand as candidates. None of this actually appears to matter when you look at the polling. They're always there or thereabouts on their 25 to 30%, which we may well see today. And it's led by Nigel Farage, very charismatic. He holds a room, Nick. Very charismatic politician who I think is well aware that there is a proportion of the electorate that really doesn't like him. Also well aware that he has that nucleus of supporters, and it's quite a big nucleus of supporters who really do like him. And Nick, you see the same faces. They follow him around the country. He has an enormous personal following, and he's brought that to Wales in this election.
Extraordinary presence in terms of his speech, and just an extraordinary thing to have said, reopen the coal mines. Still unbelievable now, isn't it? Right, look, so much going on today in terms of the picture across local authority elections in England and the pressure on Keir Starmer. Let's go to Westminster and join our Westminster correspondent, Shelley Phelps. Shelley.
Hi, Nick. Well, look, the picture in England so far is that Labour have lost control of 8 councils. Reform have gained over 400 council seats. Nigel Farage is hailing this as a historic moment. In particular, Reform have made gains in some of Labour's Northern England heartland, so places like Tameside, which is significant because that's the seat of the former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, someone there's been a lot of speculation about, talk as whether she's somebody who could emerge as a challenger to Keir Starmer. Also in Wigan, Labour losing seats there to Reform. That's the seat of the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy. We heard a lot before this election that we were expecting to see fragmentation and a fracturing of politics in terms of the traditional 2 parties here at Westminster, Labour and the Conservatives, and that is what we've been seeing as these results come in so far, that challenge, the rise of Reform. We've still got a lot of councils to go. Of course, all eyes are going to be on London. That's another area where Labour have done well, expecting to see the Greens doing well there. Of course, all eyes are going to be on Wales as we wait for those results to come in. We've been hearing throughout the programme, you heard from Hugh Orenco-Davies earlier, the expectation Labour are going to lose in Wales. When that happens, make no mistake that this is going to be a huge moment. It's going to have a very psychological and emotional effect for Labour MPs. They've won every Westminster election for over 100 years, every devolved election since devolution. You know, it's the place that, you know, when Labour figures talk about where their legends come from, that's it, isn't it? Keir Hardie, the first ever Labour leader, Nye Bevan, who created the NHS. So that result is going to hold a lot here. In terms of the Prime Minister's future, there have been a lot of questions around this. In the run-up to this election, when you spoke to MPs, they talked about waiting to make judgments until mega May. Well, these results are now coming in, but Keir Starmer, he's been out already today on visits. He says he's not walking away. The Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, was asked last night when he was on election programmes about our reports that Labour were set to lose in Wales and what that would mean for the Prime Minister. And he was saying, look, you don't drop the pilot mid-flight. So there is lots of speculation. From my conversations with Labour MPs, I don't think that they're expecting a challenge right now, though the mood is what one frontbencher described to me as rock bottom, truly awful. So we'll have to see whether MPs with private concerns go public with that. We've seen one Labour MP, the Labour MP for Hartlepool, he is calling for the Prime Minister to set out a timeline for his departure. But of course, you know, as these results come in, depending on what happens, as I said, although I don't detect from Labour MPs at the moment a sense that they think the Prime Minister is going to be challenged, they are far from happy with the situation. So we'll have to see what happens later in the day. And it is one of those where I wouldn't rule anything out.
Indeed, Shelley. OK, we'll speak to you later during the course of the afternoon. Shelley Phelps of Westminster there. Thanks very much indeed. I mean, Fliss, we need to talk about Keir Starmer, don't we, obviously? And actually, I mean, this ties in with the Reform UK argument. I was watching a party political broadcast by Reform UK, and the absolute message was vote Reform UK to get rid of Starmer.
Well, that's exactly what Nigel Farage said at his rally in Merthyr on Tuesday night, right? He has been, during his visit, is very much putting a UK or Westminster lens on this election, and there's no question, I think, that for him, he sees this as building a momentum. You know, a good election here in Wales through Reform helps to build that momentum in the run-up to the next general election at the end of the decade. But there is no question, I think, from a Labour perspective, that Keir Starmer has been a ball and chain around the ankle of Eluned Morgan in this campaign. You know, his unpopularity stakes have been historically unprecedented in terms of the polling. He then seemed to get a little bit of a bounce in terms of the way he handled Donald Trump over the Iran war. But just as he was getting that bounce, the Mandelson vetting scandal hits and sort of takes that little bit of, you know, props or kudos that he had with voters away again. So I think, you know, it's this phrase double incumbency, isn't it, that Labour's been dealing with in this election. They've got their own 27-year record to defend, and they also have the added weight of this hugely unpopular UK Labour government. And I think, Guy, it's fair to say, you know, that 2 years ago, during the general election campaign, when Welsh Labour was arguing, oh, this is going to be great, we're going to have we're both going to be in government, it's going to be great for Welsh voters, we'll be able to work together for the benefit of Welsh voters, a lot of us raised an eyebrow at that, because Welsh Labour had been very successful at deflecting any sort of criticism over alleged underperformance by simply pointing down the other end of the M4 at the time UK Conservative government and saying it's all their fault, they won't give us the money, they won't give us the powers. And you can't do that when it's your party also.
I just did an eyes emoji with my face when you said that. Look, it was 14 years. Yeah,
exactly.
It was always
very
going to be
successfully as well.
It was always going to be a double-edged sword. Look, on the face of it, two Labour governments looks great. In practice, it's allowed Labour's opponents here in Wales, when Eluned Morgan doesn't get what she wants, to portray her as weak. She's tried to stand up to Starmer at points, but she also needs things off Keir Starmer. She cannot and has not been able to blame a Conservative Party at Westminster.
More on that later. I want to drag people back to the Reform story, because Daniel Davis is waiting for us with some good intel on their story.
Looks very much like the contest to be the biggest party in this election is a contest between Plaid Cymru, which has existed for more than 100 years, and Reform UK, led by Nigel Farage, led in Wales by Dan Thomas, a party that barely existed at the last Senedd election in 2021. But by 2024, they were becoming a political force. And we can show you the results of the general election in 2024 with the constituencies lit up according to the winning party colours. Remember, this map is different from the electoral map for the Senedd. You can see an awful lot of red for Labour. There's green for Plaid Cymru, a Liberal Democrat seat here as well. No sign of the Conservatives. They lost all their seats in Wales. And Reform aren't here either. They didn't win any seats. But we can show you the seats where Reform came second. And what it shows is they are an electoral force in all parts of Wales. Here in the South Wales heartlands of Welsh Labour, they were able to come second. In Conservative seats, they undermined the Conservative vote, taking big chunks out of the Tories' support. They're present in the north, and in Llanelli, they weren't that far behind the Labour Party. They came second there. So what we're seeing is that in pretty short order, Reform has become a party that can threaten the other more established parties, and it's doing it in all parts of Wales.
Daniel Davis there on some pretty extraordinary figures, actually, just under 2 years ago, isn't it? Look how different the picture is. Really is. I think we're going to get a little sense now of what's happening in Scotland for the first time during the course of our programme. And we have a declaration in Orkney.
David Reid, returning officer for the Orkney Islands constituency, declared that the total number of votes cast across Orkney Islands constituency at the Scottish parliamentary election on 7th of May 2026 was 10,315. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 32. The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows: Copeland, John, William, Reform UK, 844. Halcrow Johnston, Jamie, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 358. Leslie Robert Fraser, Scottish National Party, 1,661. MacLeod Mike, Scottish Labour Party, 199. MacArthur Liam Scott, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 7,221. Therefore, I give public notice that Liam Scott MacArthur is duly elected as the Member of the Scottish Parliament for the Orkney Islands constituency. I would like to congratulate Liam MacArthur on their election and invite him and other candidates to have the opportunity to say a few words.
OK. Well, it's a long way away, but we've got our first little blast of a declaration.
It could almost be a Welsh constituency. They're so big these days, you know. I'm sure the Orkney Islands only just missed out, right?
Nice line there, Fliss. And we should say the Liberal Democrats have held the Orkney Islands. That is the first declaration that we've had from Scotland. A remarkable hat worn by one gentleman there on the far right-hand side. It wasn't what it was. Wasn't sure who it was. Fliss, let's talk about Scotland briefly. Yeah. The situation really is the SNP. I mean, for once, we should say the story is more down here than it is up there. For so many years, it was always north of the border was such a big story for them. And it's really whether the SNP can get an overall majority seems to be the narrative.
Yes, absolutely right. And again, we've seen Labour fall back, haven't we, in Scotland? There was quite a lot of optimism at one point that Labour may even be able to challenge for government in Scotland, and gradually that ebbed away to the point where Anas Sarwar, the leader of Scottish Labour, went public and called for Sir Keir Starmer to resign in a attempt really to put some distance between him as Scottish leader of Scottish Labour and the very unpopular UK Labour government led by Keir Starmer.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I remember that day, and everyone was thinking, what's Eluned Morgan going to do?
Yeah.
And then you thought, OK, it could be one of these momentum movements against Keir Starmer, but it never happened.
It never happened, and that's another interesting question, Guy. I don't know what you think about this, but we have seen a strategy. We just were talking a few minutes ago, weren't we, about how convenient it was for Welsh Labour when the Conservatives were in power at UK government level, because they could just blame them for things that went wrong, and you can't do that when it's your party in power at Westminster. But we did have that, didn't we, back in the early days of devolution. We had two Labour governments, and at that time we saw a strategy pursued, the clear red water strategy, didn't we, that saw an attempt to kind of delineate really a Welsh Labour approach versus the new Labour approach. that was, you know, pursued by Rhodri Morgan, continued really by Carwyn Jones, maybe in a less obvious way, but that Welsh Labour branding was, you know, as a specific, you know, Welsh party, was something that he again deployed to very good effect. What do you think about the approach that's been taken since Keir Starmer was in power? Because Eluned Morgan did try at one point. She talked about the Red Welsh Way, but that phrase pretty soon went by the wayside. I don't think I've heard it at all.
No, I don't think
I've
heard it at all during the campaign. I think it's been a real dilemma for Labour in Wales for this. If you speak to certain people within the party, some of them have been actually open and public with it as well. They'd have liked more differentiation. They'd have liked Eluned Morgan to take a slightly different path with relation to the party at Westminster. If you remember that letter that Labour backbench MSs signed complaining about overreach by the UK government and treading into, I mean, goodness me, it was an argument about bins and bus stops and town centre regeneration, but they felt so aggrieved that this was overreach by the UK government into Welsh government territory, they felt compelled to write a letter to Keir Starmer. I don't actually think they got a reply to it. We did check that the reply never seemed to come. And I think this is all going to come into, with whatever's left of Labour after today, which way do they go? Do they try and forge that Welsh identity? They try and stick closer to what the UK Labour Party is doing. And I think you can already see today almost an element of a blame game to a certain extent, some recriminations. Is it Keir Starmer who's to blame for the plight that Labour finds itself in Wales? One set of Labour people would have you believe that. Or is it Welsh Labour's own record over the past 27 years, particularly on things like NHS waiting lists, the way that 20 miles per hour was implemented, that list goes on.
This is a critical point, isn't it? No one can make Westminster work for them, is the truth of it, isn't it? And it's a huge advantage to Plaid Cymru and the SNP in Scotland. They never have to defend a party.
Although if Plaid were to run this government, Nick, a challenge for Plaid, given that they've said, look, we will get a better deal out of the UK government, how?
Yeah,
that will be the challenge.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. OK, pause your thoughts there, guys, because we are going to get a bit more of a sense of what's going on out across Wales in the accounts, the various constituencies, and we're going to give you a nice little geographical spread across Wales now. And first of all, we're going to the Sir Gaerfyrddin constituency and Meleri Williams, who is in Llanelli for us.
Hello, Nick, from the Pentre Awel Leisure Centre here in Llanelli, part of the new Sir Gaerfyrddin constituency, which encompasses the Carmarthenshire Local Authority, stretching from Llanelli here to Carmarthen, Llandyfri, Ammanford, and between those towns are vast rural areas. Now, I'm told behind us there are 110 people who are busy counting votes. They've just started. We've also been told that the turnout here is 55.97%, and things are starting to settle here. There were some tensions earlier, some nervous faces, but people are now leaving for some coffee breaks and things because we've got a long afternoon ahead. Now, this constituency is a crucial target for Plaid Cymru. Carmarthen, traditionally a heartland for Plaid Cymru. Their former leader, Adam Price, is third on their candidate list. But when you add Llanelli into the mix in this new constituency, things start to become a little bit more interesting because Labour have dominated both in Cardiff Bay and in Westminster within the Llanelli area over the decades. They'll be hoping, I'm told, to hold on to at least one of the 6 seats up for grabs. But then Reform is the real threat. They had their best result in the 2024 general election across Wales in Llanelli, and their candidates are walking around this hall looking fairly confident. That may worry Plaid Cymru and Labour a little. So that's how things are looking at the moment. As I said, we've got a long afternoon ahead. We're looking at around 3 o'clock, 4 maybe for a declaration for a result. It could be later. So we've got plenty of snacks and coffee to go, Nick. We'll bring you an update when we can.
I'm David Grundy in Carnarvon at the Arfon Tennis Centre, where the counting hasn't started yet for the Gwynedd Maldwyn constituency. They're still verifying the papers here. We're going to get a break for lunch around 1 o'clock, and they're going to start counting again at about 2 p.m. So when the result comes, 3, 4, 5 o'clock, who knows, but we'll be here anyway. Now, Gwynedd Maldwyn is the largest of the new 16 constituencies. huge, vast area spreading around 2,000 square miles, making it about the size of the US state of Delaware, Brunei or to Luxembourg. It stretches from the English border right across to the Llyn Peninsula and essentially Bardi Island off the Llyn Peninsula. About 195,000 people live in this area, mainly a rural area which includes Yr Wyddfa and the Eryri National Park. Now, to give you an idea of the geography, it includes places like Caernarfon, Pwllheli, Criccieth, Porthmadog, Blaenau Ffestiniog, Harlech, Bala, Tywyn, Barmouth, Dolgellau. Then further down, you would move towards Machynlleth, which is where Maldwyn starts, and that's where you've got places like Llanidloes, Welshpool, Newtown. But it also then stretches north towards Wrexham, places like Rhos Llanelrigog and Rwabon near Wrexham. Now, it can take almost 3 hours to get from one end of the constituency to the other, and that has been a challenge for some of the candidates. Now, the west side, Gwynedd, is a Plaid Cymru heartland, and it has been since the start of devolution. Now, Plaid Cymru's candidates have represented the area since then, and their lead candidate here, Siân Gwenllian, well, she used to represent Arfon. Their second candidate, Mabon ap Gwynfor, used to represent Dwyfor Meirionnydd. Both seem fairly confident, having spoken to them today, that they will keep their seats, or they'll win 2 of the 6 seats here. Now, the eastern side is tougher to call. The post-industrial areas, Rhos Llanelrigog and Rwabon, they're close to Wrexham. There used to be a Labour heartland, you know, steel, iron industry, coal industry, brick making. Now, are they going to switch? There are pockets of Welsh speakers there now, and further south you've got places like Newtown and Welshpool, which have traditionally voted Conservative. The independent candidate, Russell George, used to represent that area as a Conservative. He then was charged with gambling offences, charges which he denies, by the way. He's standing as an independent. He's hoping to gain some of the support and regain some of the support that he's had there. But is that where reform is going to make progress? Big industrial area, lots of people working in agriculture, tourism. Depopulation is an issue as well. School closures, employment. A vast area with lots of very different problems. How do you represent that area? Well, there are going to be 6 candidates are going to find out. So we'll bring you up to date with what happens here later today.
I'm Hugh Thomas in Cardiff, and here at the House of Sport in Leckwith there are 2 constituencies being counted. Now, behind me you can see that they're counting for the Caerdydd Penarth constituency, and in the House of Sport next door they're counting for Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf. And if we start off looking at Caerdydd Penarth, this is covering much of what was known as Cardiff South and Penarth under the old system. It also merges bits of Cardiff West as well with that constituency. It's also the old stomping ground of quite a few First Ministers. Vaughan Gething, Mark Drakeford, the late Rhodri Morgan have all represented parts of this new constituency previously. And also in terms of the makeup of it, look, we're talking about an area down as far as the seaside town of Penarth, stretching through Cardiff Bay up through Bute Town towards those kind of affluent suburbs in Pontcanna, places like that as well. And it's worth thinking about some of the names, some of the faces you might see breaking through in the Caerdydd Penarth constituency. On the list we've got people for Labour like Hugh Thomas, leader of Cardiff Council. We've got Anthony Slaughter, leader of the Greens in Wales, and also Mark Reckless, a familiar name, standing for reform this time. Previously he was in the Senedd representing the Brexit Party, and before that he'd been a Conservative MP as well. And when you look at the other constituency count that's happening here, which is Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf, well, that area is the old sort of Cardiff Central, Cardiff North, and a bit of Pontypridd as well. It stretches from these urban north and east areas of Cardiff up to the Taff Valley, effectively, places like Taffswell and Nantgarw as well. You've got some prosperous suburbs in Cardiff. You've got places like Lisvane, King Coed, with those more deprived areas in the east of Cardiff as well. In terms of notable candidates in that constituency, well, people like David Tristan from Plaid Cymru, former chief exec of the party, Shav Taj from Labour, General Secretary of the Wales TUC, and also Rodney Berman, a familiar face in Cardiff because he was once the Lib Dem leader of Cardiff Council. The one issue I would say which is hanging over both Cardiff counts is an issue with postal votes, which they've had during the course of the past week. We know that around 1,300 postal ballots were not delivered. That's out of around 47,000 which were requested. Now, those were hand-delivered over the last day or two. Some people making their vote and handing them back. Others were allowed to bring them to polling stations. It is the one thing which, come the end of polling day, there may be an issue that lingers on beyond the time when we know that the candidates here, at least the winning ones, have all been announced.
OK, Hugh Thomas, thanks very much indeed. Hugh, they're giving us the picture of the two Cardiff big constituencies now in the capital, a sense of the different politics at play in the cities, and I think a sense of the more rural areas as well. Sir Gaerfyrddin, which is effectively the Carmarthenshire Council area, and then this huge constituency of Gwynedd Maldwyn. And Fliss, we had a new comparator to the size of it.
I mean, fair play to David Grundy. So the size of Delaware...
I had to Google where Delaware was, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't mean a great deal to me, but this is a constituency that goes from the Llŷn right over to the English border, isn't it? It's about 3 hours to drive across, apparently nearly the size of 2 Luxembourgs. And I have to say as well, guys, that he is absolutely creaming you at the tie game.
Yes.
So,
you can always...
Yes. I tell you what, I feel sorry for anyone watching who has to look at us three when we've got these gorgeous shots of the amazing country that we live in. It looks absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely. These, I mean, we'll come back to the size of these constituencies because it's effectively removed a lot of the local elements to the campaigning that we've seen. But look, Darren Millar, the leader of the Welsh Conservatives, has been waiting patiently for us, and we can speak to him now. Good afternoon, Darren.
Good afternoon, Nick. Hope all is well.
Well, you were certainly winning the top tan stakes so far, taking advantage of the weather. Looking very healthy, sir. We've got a bit of a delay on the line. But look, first of all, it's the same question I'm asking all, really, of the candidates, early doors. Darren, just give us a sense now. Give us an honest appraisal. You know, the campaign's over. What are you looking like? And are you feeling confident that you can be returned?
Well, I'm feeling very confident that I'm going to be re-elected today, here included. The count is underway just behind me. I'm on a balcony looking above, and things are looking very good for me personally. But I really don't know what the outcome is going to be across Wales, or even the final outcome here for my other colleague, Gareth Davies. It really is too close to call because of this complicated DeHont system that's been foisted on the people of Wales.
OK, look, so just to pick up on that, are you saying there's a chance you could return 2 candidates then in Clwyd?
It is possible, yes. According to our numbers, the work we've done so far, it's entirely possible that we'll return 2, but it's too early to be able to call that at the moment.
Yeah.
And, it's not been possible because of the scale of the challenge with the count to be able to take the usual samples from every single box that we would do.
No, I totally accept that. Sorry to interrupt, and I appreciate there are caveats here. But the very fact, I think, that you are talking about the potential in Clwyd of returning you and Gareth being returned again there would suggest, actually, that you're looking at a better day than many of the polls had suggested.
Well, who knows? As I say, it's far too early to be able to tell. I haven't got all of the intelligence from the other counts that are going on across Wales, but we've had some fantastic, hard-working candidates who've spoken to thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, with conversations on the doorstep in recent weeks. And it wouldn't surprise me if there are some very surprising results. Clearly, Plaid Cymru and Reform have had a good day yesterday. And, of course, we've seen the Labour vote collapse. Now, that throws all sorts of things and possibilities into the mix in terms of how the results will shake down.
Now, I need to ask you the deal question, because if Reform end up as, neck and neck with Plaid, as we're all expecting, they need a partner to get across the line and try and form a government. Would you be that first phone call that you get from Dan Thomas?
Well, shall I say, you'll be the last person that I'd speak to about these things, Nick. I will obviously have to see how the numbers stack up over the course of the next few hours. But look, I am determined that the Conservatives will play a significant part in the next Senedd. We'll do our job representing the communities that we represent and trying to secure a better future for Wales. That's what we're all about. We want Wales to be a prosperous nation. We want to be able to secure some of those manifesto commitments that we have set out in our manifesto documents and set before the public.
Anyone else other than you, Darren, I would take offence to that comment, but I fully understand where we are. Gareth, you wanted to come in.
It's Gareth here, Darren. Just going to see if you like me better than Nick. Look, it's a difficult time. I appreciate that, to deal in hypotheticals. Nick asked about reform. If this is really, really close, might you be open to deals elsewhere?
Look, I've always made it clear that the only deal I'm going to make is with the people of Wales. So, I'm not interested in talking about deals. I want to see what the numbers look like at the end of today, once the declarations have been made. We've worked really hard during this campaign to communicate with voters. I have no idea how many seats that's going to result in across the whole of the nation of Wales. But what we do know is that this is a devastating day for the Labour Party. They've lost their grip on Wales, a grip which they've had for 100 years. We've seen a good night for Plaid Cymru and Reform. It's very clear that their message of a two-horse race, even though it was a false message, has cut through to people, and that many people have made decisions on that basis.
Darren, Felicity here. I'm going to have one more stab. You won't mind. Just wondering about the internal Conservative Party politics of all of this, really. In that, obviously in England, we've seen the Conservatives losing out to Reform in the local council elections, as, of course, has Labour. But, is your leader, Kimi Badenoch, going to want to see you getting too close to Reform in Wales? Because that kind of gives the party ammunition to chuck at her then ahead of the next general election. Do you have to bear that sort of thing in mind when you're having these conversations?
Well, as I say, Felicity, I'm not going to speculate with you or anybody else at the moment as to how things might shake down. My priority is to make Wales a more prosperous nation. That's my priority. I want to see what these results have to show us and try my utmost to deliver on the pledges that we made to the people of Wales in our manifesto. And of course, I want to see Kemi Badenoch in number 10 Downing Street at the next general election. She's been a superb leader. She's made a number of visits to Wales in recent months and, of course, during the campaign. And one thing is for sure, she is extremely popular. She's more popular, of course, than the Conservative brand at the moment, which is still going through a recovery period after a devastating general election defeat in 2024. And that's what we've still got the legacy of at the moment for the party. But there's no doubt in my mind that Kemi Badenoch needs to be in number 10, and that probably the results, both here in Wales and in Scotland and England, are going to be a death blow to Keir Starmer's premiership.
OK, Darren Millar, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for fending off the three of us in terms of what happens next. Without further ado, I think we are going to go back to Tulare, back in the Bay at the Senedd.
Thanks, Nick. I'm joined now by Leanne Wood, the former leader of Plaid Cymru Croeso. Thanks, Leanne, for joining us. You've been out on the doorsteps. What have you made of the campaign? What's it been all about in your mind?
Well, the obvious thing has been the collapse of the Labour vote, and there is a discernible anger from people for a number of different reasons. There are numerous reasons to be angry at Labour, whether it's Westminster-related matters or what's happened here in Cardiff Bay. As usual, in the valleys, the Conservatives are not polling in any way that I can see. And so the change mood is therefore sort of split between Plaid Cymru and Reform.
And in your mind, which way is that going? Because that's the real question here, isn't it? Well, if you want to distill this election, it's who can persuade the valleys that they're the change vote.
That's absolutely right. I think what happens in the valleys is probably a telltale sign for the national picture. My understanding is it's very close. in those key seats. We'll see as the results come through, but the Labour vote is definitely down considerably, and you know, for that reason this election is very, very different to previous elections.
And I think the valleys are fascinating in terms of Welsh elections because, yes, they've been a stronghold for Labour, but on, you know, some places really low turnout. So I'll just pick out a few. You know, Merthyr Tymnu, 34% in the last Senedd election. It's hardly a mandate, is it? But will the new jeopardy in this election see higher turnouts, and what will that translate into? Where do those new voters go, do you think?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? If turnout is up, does that mean people have been galvanised to turn out opposing the far right? Or does it mean that the far right are gaining support across the valleys? This is going to be the key question, and so turnout is an indicator of that. But overall, I think we should welcome turnout going up if it is up. We've never had a turnout above 50%, which is a shocking position to be in.
It looks like, from what we've had so far, I've got a few of them now, Bangor Conwy Môn 53.85, Clwyd 51.39, Sir Fynwy Torfaen 51.9, Caerdydd Penarth 56.85%. They're up.
Much better than previous elections then, isn't it? I mean, it's still in the 50s, you know. I mean, I don't think we should celebrate that. We'd like to be seeing more 70, 80% figures, wouldn't we, for everybody to be participating in democracy. But if the turnout is up, that means more people are engaged, more people are involved, and that's got to be a good thing.
Yeah, engagement is low generally across the valleys based on that turnout, you would suggest, isn't it? But how does that translate then when you're trying to persuade people to take part in a new election, a bigger Senedd, which is unpopular, but under a slight, you know, an unfamiliar, could say complicated new voting system? Do people get it?
Lots of people don't get it. I'd like just to take you up on that point about low engagement. I don't think low turnout necessarily means low engagement, because I've met many people who are very angry and engaged and deliberately not voting and making a statement with that. I mean, I'm not saying that that's a large number of people, but I don't think we can interpret low engagement to mean and low turnout to mean the same thing.
And do people think, oh, if Labour's going to win anyway, there's no point turning out at all?
Well, there has been that in the past. There seems to be little competition, and this new system does mean that there is more competition between the parties, although the two-party blocks situation means that there seems to be a movement within blocks rather than outside them. So I'm sure your polling experts will be able to make more of that point throughout the course of the day. But it's where the distribution of votes goes within that block is going to determine which is the biggest party, and that's going to be the key question today, I think.
Yeah, you're very careful not to make any predictions, I'm feeling, but, you know, which way do you feel in your heart of hearts the kind of wind is blowing?
I think it's going away from Labour and Conservatives and towards Plaid Cymru and Reform.
That's as far as you're going to go so far?
I can't say anything more than that, really.
Do you think that kind of Plaid Cymru mantra is cutting through? You know, the mantra of vote for us to stop reform?
Well, I think there's been a lot of discussion around tactical voting and how can we ensure that the sixth seat doesn't go to the wrong party and that kind of thing. And my concern in all of that debate has been, OK, if we're all focused on the sixth seat, we're taking our eye off the ball with the other five. And so it's really important under this system that the larger parties get the right number of percentage points in order to get the number of seats. And parties can be squeezed, or they can squeeze other parties out, depending on how the dice lands on that front. Really.
When you're on that doorstep and you're kind of speaking to people and they tell you that in their mind the best way to go is reform, what do you tell them? Because they're deeply held and kind of sincere views, aren't they? They are angry and maybe they don't, you know, align with Plaid Cymru's vision.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I think the approach I tend to take is that I listen to people, really, and through that process of listening, you can gauge whether or not the conversation is worth pursuing or not. And if people are very, very firm in their views as to why they voted for reform, and I think you can probably guess what some of those views would be, then I tend to listen, sometimes in a bit of shock, without trying to show it, and then move on. But if I sense that the anger is there and it's just against the system, and, you know, a lot of people got very good reasons to be angry, haven't they? After 10 years since Brexit, when the economy has been underperforming, and prior to that, there were 10 years of austerity. So things have been difficult for people for a long, long time. And the cost of living crisis really, really is crippling people. So there are many, many reasons to be angry. So if you can ascertain where they're coming from on that front, then it's worth pursuing a conversation about, well, have you thought about it this way? And surprisingly, numbers of people do come over and change their views. And that's why those conversations are so, so important, and they can't be skipped. And I think one of the good things about the Plaid Cymru campaign has been the emphasis on those conversations. And I don't know how much of those doorstep conversations the opposition parties will have had.
What would you do to be in Rhun Ap Iorwerth's shoes now? How do you think he's feeling?
I think he's probably feeling quite nervous and wondering how things are going to go. He's got good reasons to be fairly confident in terms of the programme that has been put together and the slate of candidates that have been put together. I think Plaid Cymru is ready for this and definitely up for it. But without anything being known, that must be quite a scary place to be.
Leanne Wood, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure you've got a lot of more broadcasting to do for the rest of the day. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Back to you.
So, Larry, thank you very much indeed. Right, I'm delighted to say we've got a few guests in the studio with us, which makes a change from speaking to people down the line. Laura McAllister, first of all, Professor Laura McAllister from Cardiff University. Laura, great to see you.
Great to see you too.
Last time we were all together was just under 2 years ago, general election, huge change then. Change now going in the opposite direction, though, isn't it?
Well, we feel so fortunate, don't we, to be covering such momentous events in Welsh political history. And make no mistake, obviously, the Labour landslide 2 years ago was a hugely significant event. But now look where we are 2 years later. I don't think anybody would have expected things to go as horribly wrong as they have for Labour, not only in Wales, but UK level. And I think what we expect from the results today is it's going to be a pretty severe blow to Labour here.
And just briefly, we'll go into this in more depth. Have you been surprised by that?
Not entirely surprised, because I think the signs were there from some time ago. You know, clearly, whilst Welsh Labour did so well in the 2024 UK general election, that was a first-past-the-post system that generated over 80% of the seats with, you know, mid-30% of the vote share. We have a much more proportional system in operation now here in the Senedd elections. But I'm afraid even this proportional system is working against Labour, because when it was devised, I think there was a sense that it would benefit the two largest parties, which were the Conservatives and Labour, and it will benefit the two largest parties, but they're no longer Labour and the Conservatives, they're Plaid Cymru and Reform.
Yeah, indeed. Right, Gary, you wanted to come in because you've been hearing from Reform.
Yeah, look, I'm just aware that we haven't heard much at all from Reform, but they are one of the parties vying for top spot in this election. They're being very tight-lipped about how they think it might go. So I think at this stage, before we've got any declarations, treat everything that we're hearing sort of off the record with an element of a pinch of salt. But this is from a Reform source in one of the Valleys constituencies who says, Plaid have it, broadly 3 them, 2 us being Reform and 1 Labour, repeated across Wales, give or take. So make of that what you will.
Well, look, it just gives us this sense, doesn't it, when we start to get these results coming through, and I don't think it'll be too long before we get them, that if that kind of figure is replicated in the South Wales Valleys, really has a significance there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, which suggests that Plaid have managed to pull ahead of Reform in the South Wales Valleys. Let's see what happens elsewhere. But again, like I said, we haven't actually had any hard and fast results yet, although I know one is coming fairly soon. Let's see what happens when they come in.
Indeed. Yes, I think the picture will start to emerge over the coming hours during the course of the afternoon. Right, it is 1 o'clock for those of you who are just joining us. Welcome to our Senedd election special. We're expecting the first results shortly. We're hearing from counts up and down the country, as well as getting the thoughts of the parties on how things are going. And if you were on the move, all the coverage of the election is also available online. Head to the BBC Wales News app, where there's a live page with all the latest, and Radio Wales are live on air with their election special. which is available on BBC Radio Wales and BBC Sounds. Over the next hour, we'll be speaking to the Lib Dem leader in Wales, Jane Dodds, and the leader of the Green Party, Anthony Slaughter, live, all from their counts. OK, right, I'm delighted to say we are joined, let's get a Labour perspective now, we're joined by Hugh Thomas, Labour candidate for Caerdydd Penarth, leader of Cardiff Council. And Hugh, we should say, you know, this is your first attempt at trying to get into the Senedd. You're taking it in good heart. Not great timing.
Look, I think we can all acknowledge it's been a very difficult election for the Labour Party, and I think it's going to be a difficult set of results as they come in this afternoon. You know, I've had people tell me it wasn't as bad as 1983, but it was, you know, as bad as 1987. And I think what we've certainly seen in recent weeks in particular, as we've crystallised onto polling day, is the cut-through of that two-horse race message. I think it started all the way back with the result in the Caerphilly by-election, you know, where Plaid won, pipping Reform to the post, and that's given them the ability to shape the narrative. Like, if you want to stop Reform, vote Plaid. And I think some of the polling has also become self-fulfilling, as that, you know, reinforces the proof point of, well, this is what you have to do to avoid a different result. And Labour has found itself squeezed. It's bizarre, actually, because, you know, the general rule of thumb in British elections is you win from the centre. And I think actually this, you know, you've got parties on either end of the polls here winning and the centre being squeezed.
So that is interesting. So it really, we look back at that Caerphilly by-election, and from your end, it really did set the tone of this two-horse race. And Labour just couldn't insert themselves into that.
Yeah, and, you know, I think there is a certain narrative to be written, and, you know, all the media have latched onto this idea of the end of Labour rule in Wales. There's excitement if it's Reform doing well. There's excitement if Plaid do well. And I think it's been really challenging to cut through that kind of narrative. You know, let's be clear. There have been challenges on the doorstep. You know, some of it relating to the performance of the UK government. You know, a landslide 2 years ago, but then setting expectations so high, and if you don't deliver on that expectations, then I think incumbency is a real curse right now. And also, you know, a sense, you know, you've been in power a quarter of a century, you know, and we were repeating the proof points of what Labour have delivered, but again, that failing to get through in the wider context of that two-horse race.
I'll bring the others in a sec. Final one from me. Look, you're the new face of it, in a way, if you get elected. Will come in terms of the party. This big legacy party looks like it's going to take a pretty severe beating today. What are the lessons? What are the kinds of things you will be saying to these colleagues if you are in a Labour group at the Senedd?
Well, I think we need to take some time to reflect on all the various twists and turns that have led us to this event. I think it's really important to say, you know, the situation where you have a government led by the same party for 27 years, you know, a party winning every election for a century, that's not usual. In fact, it's unique in all of Western democracy to Wales. So at some point, whilst Labour were going to lose, we're fighting hard, and I think we're still hopeful of retaining an influential voice in the next Senedd, and I think that will be critical as we seek to rebuild, because I think there is still a need for a democratic socialist unionist voice to be made in Wales. We've clearly then got to shift very quickly onto the local elections. You know, we control I think a majority of councils in Wales. For me, that is fundamental, and I would say this as a local government leader, wouldn't I? That is fundamental to how the party rebuilds. And then we've got to think very, very hard about what the general election looks like.
And I'll be greedy and ask two questions. Is that OK? So, hi, by the way, nice to see you. That two-horse race narrative, Labour could have gone there. What prevented you from saying, hey, it's Labour against Reform is the two-horse race? And when you said that we need to take time to reflect, if they need the numbers, does that rule out a coalition with Plaid Cymru? Because it would not look very reflective after a beating like this if you jump straight back into government.
I think on the first point, I would argue we tried to make that case. and this is what I was getting at when I said the polls became self-fulfilling. So a poll that says actually Plaid Cymru is pulling ahead reinforces Plaid's narrative. They're doing well. They're the force to stop reform. Then you get another poll where there's a further pull ahead, and so on and so on. So I think that proved really difficult. I come back to the challenge of incumbency, and time and time again we see in elections in the Western world at the moment, not universally but generally, that incumbency is a huge challenge. And of course, we had incumbency in Westminster, in Cardiff Bay, and indeed in many local authorities as well. So I think that was a challenge. I think in terms of, I'm not going to get into discussion around coalitions and whatnot.
You see what I'm getting at, though?
I do.
A lot of people might look and think, well, hang on a minute, that's not very reflective if you go back and...
I take that point. I really do take that point. And, I think if, for example, it ends up being Plaid Cymru being the largest party in the Senedd, I think it's very difficult to both critique their approach and learn your own lessons if you're in coalition with them.
Go on, Fliss, do you want to come in?
Hugh, thank you. I mean, the thing is, you're kind of explaining this away on things that have happened to you, as it were. And yes, of course, incumbency is a challenge, but when you're a government, you do have a chance to make the political weather a little bit. And there are certainly areas where you made some bad weather for yourselves, right? Like, the last Labour leadership turned into an absolute fiasco where the party was riven with infighting between Vaughan Gething and Jeremy Miles. Even during this campaign, it started out as an argument about this is a fresh chapter, here are our new faces. It then pivoted halfway through to better the devil you know, safety first sort of message. And, of course, then there's the record. There's the NHS waiting lists and all that sort of stuff. I mean, the buck does stop with you guys too on this, doesn't it?
Look, I think we have to take accountability for where Wales is at. And I think, the beginning of reflecting and learning the lessons starts with those points. We've been making a positive case for the last couple of months about everything that Welsh Labour has delivered for Wales. I think we've also got to listen and learn what people were saying hasn't worked for Wales, and I think forensically we need to understand why that was.
And do you have a view on Keir Starmer's future?
I mean, look, I genuinely think Keir Starmer is the best Prime Minister we've had since 2010. I think he's a man of integrity and ability. I have been struck repeatedly by the real personal hatred some people seem to have around his character. And I think, it is critical that he and the team around him devise a political strategy to respond to that urgently.
Finally, can he survive, do you think?
I think he can survive, yes. But I think unless they demonstrate change and give people a sense that the country is on a trajectory of getting better. I mean, I think it is, right? And I was talking about proof points, the improvement in the waiting lists in the NHS in Wales, the fact that as a council, this is the first budget in 14 years as a council where I've not had to make cuts for frontline services. There are proof points of things in the UK getting better. But until we can land that sense in the wider public consciousness, I think it's a sticky wicket.
I'm sorry, we could... There'd be loads of questions. I know lots of people have questions for you, but I'm conscious of time because we think we're going to get some results soon. Hugh Thomas, thanks very much indeed. Now, someone who's waiting on the line for us is Anthony Slaughter, from the leader of the Green Party in Wales, someone who's been very prominent in this campaign. No doubt people watching this would have seen Anthony take part in the leaders' debates. He is at the count in Cardiff. He's up against Hugh Thomas, actually, isn't he? Caerdydd Penarth, there we go. Maybe maybe the two of them will be elected or not. OK, same question to all of you, Anthony. I hope you're well. What's it looking like for you? What are you hearing?
I'm really excited. This is such an exciting moment for the Greens. I've just had incredible news. We've got a Green directly elected mayor in Hackney. We're hearing great things from Edinburgh, and here in Wales the campaign has been invigorating. I'm really excited. I've just arrived at the count about an hour ago. I'm really confident. This is such a historic moment for politics in Wales. We're going to get a Green voice in the Senedd. That changes everything.
In terms of your reflections of the campaign across Wales, the degree of prominence the Green Party has had. Realistically, what are you expecting today?
It's been really good to get our share of the media coverage in this campaign. That makes a difference, and it's reflected the campaign we've seen on the ground. The growing numbers, our membership skyrocketing, people really keen. I can't walk down the street without being stopped 3 or 4 times now. So we've got really, really high expectations, but the polls have been all over the place. But what they've said, they've gone in one direction. There will be a Green voice in the Senedd.
In terms of some of the numbers, I'm sorry to push you a little bit. We've been doing this with many people. I mean, you must have a figure. Be honest with us here, Anthony. What's a good day for you?
A good day, a historic day, is getting Greens elected to the Senedd. I would obviously want the maximum possible number. I think maybe that poll that said 11 was a bit over-optimistic, but it has reflected the energy of the campaign. I think there will be a significant number of us in there, and that will make the difference.
OK, Fliss, I know you wanted to go in. We're all trying this, aren't we?
Hi, Anthony. It's Felicity here. How are you? I'll give it another go. Look, during the campaign, you said it was realistic for the Greens to be able to form a group, which would be 5 MSs, and now you're saying it'll be historic if we get a Green member. So that suggests that the campaign hasn't really achieved, what you were hoping. Would that be fair? And if so, what's your sort of first impression analysis of what might have gone wrong there?
I don't think I said a member, I said a Green voice, which I believe will be made up of multiple voices. Now, my ambition, my aspiration is for 5, a group. But we'll see. We're hours away from actually knowing the numbers now. The campaign can in no way be described as a disappointment or a disaster. To make that breakthrough, we've got to remember how historic that is. This is reflecting the Green wave across these islands. This is our moment. People want to vote for hope now. And I'm confident we are going to have our highest ever vote share across Wales. We're going to get some very good candidates in. We're looking forward to record results in next year's council elections in Wales. And by God, in the next Senedd election, we will have double figures.
It's Gareth here, Anthony. I'm just going to bring you and everyone else a bit of news, actually. We have a recount in Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rymney. Just trying to find out if it's a full recount or a partial recount. And we'll bring you news on that when we get it. I'm just curious, Anthony, do you feel we've talked about this 2-horse race narrative throughout the morning and into the afternoon? It's something that Plaid Cymru and Reform have both been pushing. Do you feel that it's squeezed the Greens, that voters have actually gone to Plaid rather than turned Green at this election?
I think it's been an unfortunate narrative, given that we struggled so long to get away from first past the post and have proportional representation elections, and the public are still getting their head around it. It hasn't been explained to them properly enough. But then for people to start using that narrative, and that's voting negatively, voting in fear, it's just reinforcing all those first past the post narratives, which we should move beyond if we want to truly have grown-up politics for the people of Wales.
Does unfortunate narrative equal political speak for a successful narrative? Unfortunately, from your point of view.
There's been a squeeze. It'd be foolish to deny it. But we need to see the numbers tomorrow, and I still believe that no one, not even Plaid, will have an outright majority. So they're going to need other progressive voices in that Senedd, and that's why it's a bit unfortunate that they've used that 2-horse narrative so much in this campaign.
In terms of the issues that we heard from you, Anthony, what was, just from your end, on the doorstep, was there a cut-through issue that you felt was working more effectively than anything else? And the reasons I ask is you kind of pivoted from being traditionally, and you yourself, a long-standing member of the Wales Green, an experienced member of the Wales Green Party, more about environmental issues, and you'd become really all about the cost of living pressures. Parties seem to have changed.
The issues have never been separate for us. They're all interconnected. It's the poorest in our communities, the poorest in Wales and the poorest across the world, who'll face the worst effects of climate change. That's why we've talked about housing so much. Housing is my passion. Housing's what got me into politics. We need to fix people's lives. The cost of living crisis is hurting. You can't expect people to worry about the bigger problems if they don't know if they can afford to feed their children, if they haven't got a safe, secure roof over their heads. It's what people want to talk about on the doorstep. It's very, very much been a cost of living crisis election, and that's why we're the party offering bold solutions and answers to that.
OK. Anthony Slaughter, thanks very much indeed. Cost of living pressure, a lot of the old messaging that we heard from Anthony Slaughter during the course of it. Shall we just reflect on some of the voices that we heard? Laura, I thought that was quite a coherent, possibly good analysis, maybe, of the problem there from Hugh Thomas, maybe the best we've heard so far today, some of the challenges that Labour have faced.
I wouldn't want to take issue with that judgment, but I don't necessarily buy the idea that polls become self-fulfilling, because polls reflect how people are thinking and their responses to the questions they're being asked at that moment. And the reason that the polls have been consistent in terms of Labour quite a long way behind Reform and Plaid Cymru is because of the narrative of change and incumbency. And Hugh touched upon that to a degree, but I don't think that's necessarily correct, and neither do I think that Labour's problems can only be traced back to last October and the Caerphilly by-election. These go back a long, long way beyond that. It goes back to not having made hay while the sun shines, while they've had majorities or close to majorities in the Senedd, and been able to try and structurally change Wales as far as you can with the powers we have. And also dealing with some of the tensions within the party that are so obvious, really, between the pro-devolution wing and the wing that is far less enthusiastic about devolution, dominated by the group of MPs. So I think it's a little bit partial, let's say, to suggest this is something that's caused Labour problems for the last 9 months.
I think that's Laura talks about there, that as Labour reflect, as Hugh Thomas puts it, and it might get quite nasty at times potentially, but there will be a right old ding-dong potentially between those two wings of the Labour Party, those in favour of more devolution, those against. We've seen it manifest itself actually over the course of the past 18 months, 2 years certainly, and you know there is every possibility that might spill over into public again.
And also the blame game, right?
Yeah.
Because you know we saw off the record a little bit of that occurring during the campaign itself, right? With some not necessarily Senedd members, but, the sort of Welsh Labour here saying, oh, well, if things weren't so bad at Westminster, it wouldn't be so bad for us. And then at the Westminster end, people saying, oh, well, they need to look to their own 27-year record. That sort of blame game had kind of already started a little bit.
Well, doesn't it seem extraordinary that for 14 years, Welsh Labour blamed Westminster for basically affecting their ability to do things at a devolved level. And then we finally get a Labour government at Westminster, and within 2 years, they're out.
Well, they might be back in again, of course. And I thought that was really interesting from Hugh Thomas. Let's look and see what the numbers are. But if Plaid is the biggest party, if Plaid's the second biggest party, might there be a route to government involving Welsh Labour that is on the end of this historic beating? How will that go down within Labour? How will it go down with the public? But within Labour, Hugh Thomas saying it's difficult to critique their approach, Plaid, and learn lessons if in a coalition. Now, that's the extreme end of it is in a coalition. But I think that speaks to the difficulties that there would be for Labour if that route back into government were there in any shape or form.
The arithmetic's going to be so sensitive around that, and then that will determine whether it's a good night for the Greens as well, of course, if Plaid is anywhere near close to a majority. But the point that Hugh made is absolutely spot on. You cannot rebuild a broken party, because let's be fair, these internal wars have been going on in Labour for quite some time, whilst you're also trying to prop up a minority government. That's just not conceivable, really. But they may have no choice, because if the option is a reform-led government, then the parties of the left have very little option other than to work together in some shape or form.
Absolutely. Let's get some shots now of Llandudno outside Venue Cymru, and there is Rhun ap Iorwerth. Are we looking at the future First Minister of Wales is one of the questions inevitably to ask today. There he is on the seafront there, and in he goes to Venue Cymru, a scene, sort of ironic scene walk in there, because I always associate that place with Welsh Labour conferences, because that's always where they...
We've all been blown to bits doing lives for Wales today outside Venue Cymru.
Well, do you know, we were there for the Conservative conference earlier this year, and it was one of those days when it was an absolute hoolie coming in off the bay.
Oh, yes.
And David T.C. Davis, Welsh Conservative Chief of Staff, looked at the waves, looked at the weather, looked at me, put his head in his hands and said, Do you want any more metaphors for what you're going to say on TV? Although, having listened to Darren Miller and seen Darren Miller earlier, they look a little bit chipper than perhaps they were a week ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there he is walking in, looking pretty confident. And I wonder, you know, I'm just... we'll talk about this later. You know, this two-horse race strategy, I wonder when it really formulated for them, because it appears to have been pretty effective. Right, let's go back to the Bay and join Teleri.
Hi, Nick. Yes, we're still here in Cardiff Bay. And just a reminder that outside, beyond this programme, life goes on. We've had some school trips, loads of people going for walks, some walking groups out here in force today in the sunshine, heading down for a walk across the barrage. And no doubt looking forward to having a little peek at what's going on and all this hubbub down in Cardiff Bay. And I'm joined now by another esteemed panel, this time of pundits and academics. Thank you all for coming. Anwen Elias from Aberystwyth University, Laura Emily Dunn, political consultant, and Joe Phillips from Cardiff University. Thanks to you all for joining us. Joe, we are expecting, I'll start with you first, we are expecting some of these Gwent seats to come in first. They've been the ones that are verifying overnight. What do we need to look out for in those seats? What are the important things? You know, historically, it's been a kind of Labour heartland, but Reform have done very well there in previous elections, haven't they?
Yeah, so this is going to be the kind of seat that Reform thinks it will have a huge opportunity to pick up, because it mirrors, in sort of terms of its socio-demographics, the kinds of places where Reform picks up, where you used to have such robust industry there, and that industry has been gone, and the area is still very much trying to find its feet in a lot of ways, and that's where Reform has been picking up. But at the same time, Caerphilly Rumney is the site of Caerphilly, where the historic by-election was, where Lindsay Whittle won by a double-digit amount. And so what I'm going to be looking for is, A, who's the first-place party? Is it going to be Plaid Cymru being able to kind of consolidate the gains that they made there last time, or will Reform eke out a win? The other thing on my mind is projections kind of have it on a knife edge as to whether Labour's actually going to get that seat. And so will Alan Davies come back to the Senate? That's going to be a huge thing that I'm looking out for. Because if not, it's going to be a bad day.
Hugely symbolic for them. So in short, let's keep an eye out on who's coming first, who's topping the polls. If Plaid Cymru do well there, then they will be hoping that they can replicate that across Wales, and likewise Reform, but a real indicator as to how much the Labour voters collapse there. Anwen, I'll stick with the academics for now. I'll come to you shortly, Laura, for some of your thoughts. Anwen, you've been doing this Welsh election study over this campaign. Much of it concentrating on people's understanding of the system. I don't want to dumb people down, but, you know, sometimes I wonder if I get it really. It is really complicated, isn't it? How does that impact the campaign?
Well, I think what we found in our data is that the vast majority of people just don't know that there are changes, that they don't know that the way they're voting is different. And that makes a difference in terms of how people then decide how they're going to cast their vote. One of the things that we have seen very much in this campaign is the political parties themselves framing it as a tactical vote. Vote for us to keep the other party out.
Or it's going to be really tight for that 5th and 6th seat, so, you know, it's a competition in that way as well.
I think that element
the new system is a huge
difficult.
personality. It's an issue, isn't it?
I think that 5th and 6th seat element is more difficult to explain to people. I think people don't quite understand that logic. And I think because we are used to thinking about tactical voting, for some people that will determine their vote choice, when in fact they don't have to vote in that way in this new system.
I guess the tension you've got is that some parties are presenting it as a, you know, not necessarily first past the post, but a two-horse race, and other people saying this is proportional for the first time. Every vote counts. You can vote for whoever you want. And there's a real, you know, both things can't be true, but they can, and they are true.
And they are true. They are true. And I think the difficulty is that the majority of voters don't understand that proportional element and how that translates votes into seats. And what I've heard from some of the smaller parties when they're out campaigning is that voters don't get that. And they don't therefore understand that actually a vote for a smaller party actually could still be a useful vote, in the sense that parties that come third, possibly fourth, could get a seat in constituencies. It's a tricky message to get across when you've got some of the bigger parties, again, framing this as an election between the two leading parties.
We'll talk a little bit about turnout shortly, but I'll bring you in now, Laura. You've worked in Westminster and you've got a good understanding, and here as well, haven't you? So, you know, much of the Plaid Cymru messaging, at least, has been, and Labour have talked a lot about intergovernmental relations. Up until this campaign, I think most of what I've been talking about as a political reporter has been intergovernmental relations between the two Labour governments, and Plaid Cymru making hay when that doesn't go to plan.
Yeah.
What do you think it will be like? Labour votes collapse, but there's still a UK Labour government, but we might have a different government here. Clear message for change anyway. What do the UK government take away from that, do you think?
So I think you're going to see a real focus on probably more push for more devolved powers, more control down here, but also that topic of fairness and the funding. And I think you're going to see the UK government perhaps try and double down on that to try and outdo Plaid on their messaging, which is...
Yeah, what do you mean? Do you mean, will they capitulate, or will they double down on the position they've firmly held, that there doesn't need to be any further devolution? People don't care about devolution. The potential message, if Plaid is the biggest party here, is that people actually do care about devolution.
And that's correct, and I think we shouldn't forget that. So I think, yes, the UK government will double down. They'll try and hammer home their message, what they feel that they've done since they came into power 2 years ago, and perhaps try and outdo Plaid on those things. But I think you're going to see a new style of working. There is going to have to be some sort of cooperation, otherwise things are just not going to work at either end of the M4, and that's not what people want.
Labour have made hay, really, of saying, because they're our Labour friends, I can pick up the phone, I can speak to them whenever I want. Well, there has to be a formalisation of that now, because surely, Sri Nabiola isn't going to be chumming with Sir Keir Starmer, is it?
No, he's not. He likely will have...
If it's him, of course.
Of course. So early on in the day...
To be clear, I'm saying that because it doesn't matter who the biggest party is. It does look like the party in the best position to form a government here, regardless of who the biggest party is Plaid Cymru, isn't it?
Yeah, and people have, they clearly have shown they voted for change. I think we all agree this was a cost of living election. I mean, I read some interesting stats from the ECIU that said each household has had their bills increased by about £600 because of the cost of living, food increases and fuel increases, and that's what people have looked at when they made their decision yesterday. So I think all parties have got a window there that they can make some opportunity on to actually find out why people have voted the way they have. So for Welsh Labour, I think there'll be a lot of MPs who squeaky backside time, if I'm allowed to say that, who'll be feeling very worried about their future. But then also other parties as well. For the Welsh Conservatives, perhaps looking at their brand, what does that mean? How are they different? Despite the success that Kemi is having on holding the government to account, why is that not translated down here? So there's just lots of moving parts, which for you and I is going to be fascinating, isn't it?
Very, very interesting indeed for all of us Senedd watchers, I would say. Jo, we've got some turnout figures. They do look like they're up, but what do we read into that? At the moment, it feels like we're reading the tea leaves, but they do look like they're up on last time, don't they?
Yeah, so that's going to be something that Reform is going to be looking at with some interest, because essentially parties like Reform really depend on not just kind of gobbling up the Conservative vote, but also trying to get out previously unmobilized voters in either the 2024 general election or the last Senedd election. And so, turnout's about 5 points up in Casnewydd Lewin. Is that going to be enough to help put Reform over the top? Because that's going to be the key thing. At least that's what I'm looking at.
Laura, in terms of, we've spoken to you a lot as a kind of Tory watcher, but to what extent do you think that, the Conservative Party, or the Reform UK, has gobbled up the Conservative Party? And are there still those kind of homeless Tories who are kind of staunch Tories who maybe don't feel, they don't feel aligned to Reform? What happens to them now?
I think there's also the question of the centre-right. There's the politically homeless in the middle who actually don't subscribe to the populist on either left or right, so where do they go?
And the Liberal Democrats in Wales have tended to lean a bit more left than the UK party, haven't they?
Right.
So,
that's right.
They're leaning into a crowded left of centre field, whereas that kind of centre ground in Wales is, well, barren.
It is. So I think there's a good opportunity there for the Welsh Conservatives when they do their post-mortem on this and when they do it nationally to look at how you secure those voters and what are those key issues that they can have wins on down here and, you know, look at the whole sort of Welsh brand.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. I distinctly remember at the general election, Andrew R.T. Davies, every single Tory that came on, the equivalent so far, the general election, came on and said, we're going to Welshify this party. We're going to break away, you know, there'll be a real sense of difference. We've heard you loud and clear, electorate, and the Welsh Tories are going to be different.
Yeah.
That hasn't happened.
I personally can't see that, and I think if we look, the Scottish Party, they're a separate party to the UK Party, so you have to kind of put that into the mix of party discipline and policy and direction. But I think there does need to be a look at what can be done to grasp what it means to be Welsh and a Welsh Conservative. And I think, you know, the skeleton is there, those issues are there, we've seen the party campaign on that. But how does that translate into capturing the people? And it's all about winning trust, isn't it? We're still also 2 years since the general election, and the party is still going through that reflection and renewal phase. We're seeing that nationally. And I think it all needs to be part of that bigger conversation. And you know, I think that will come. I think, you know, the talk of reform, killing off the Tories, it's rubbish. It's, you know, it hasn't happened. And I'm positive that it won't, so...
You know, it's been a very successful electoral body in history, hasn't it? So one of the oldest. So there we are. Anwen, there's already talk about reforming this voting system, and we haven't even had the result of this election yet. Alan Davies saying that he's got, you know, a piece of legislation ready to go if he makes it back here. You know, is that a dangerous thing? The electorate have only just kind of, well, they're not used to this yet, but they're only just becoming familiar with it. Is there a danger there that you're kind of confusing people further? What do you make of it? Or is it so dysfunctional that it needs changing no matter what?
Well, I think changing electoral systems are always going to take time. It's going to take time for people to understand the changes. For example, we asked in the Welsh election study, do you know what your age has to be in Wales to vote? And the most people knew actually that by now it was just, you know, vote from 16. So that suggests that it can take time, but people do get to understand. And I think any electoral system you choose is highly political. So we might have a discussion about whether to change the electoral system after the results are known. But I think it also depends on who is leading the next Welsh Government and whether they want to make electoral reform an issue or not. If it's Plaid Cymru, for example, leading the next Welsh Government, I think they might be cautious about focusing on constitutional issues when they've made the case.
Well, is there a cautionary tale here from the last
Indeed.
Welsh Labour government who have been criticised in recent weeks for concentrating on things that maybe people care less about, electoral reform being one of them, you know, legislation to discourage people from lying during election campaigns rather than the bread and butter issues?
Exactly that, and I think given that we know that the issues that really matter to people in this election are those bread and butter issues, there is a risk in the next Welsh Government spending a lot of time discussing electoral system reform rather than focusing on those bread and butter issues.
Speaking of those bread and butter issues, Jo, what do you know, what have been the main standout things that have, you know, stuck out to you in this campaign that the parties will now be thinking, right, okay, we've got to deliver on this?
Yeah, so in terms of issues that voters have been talking about, it appears that the number one thing on voters' minds is the NHS. Wales has some of the longest waiting times for care in the United Kingdom, and voters, for obvious reasons, are worried about that. They're worried about being able to maintain their health in that environment. And so the next government, whoever it's going to be, is going to have to deliver on those outcomes. Coming very, very closely in second is going to be education as well. People are worried about the state of educational provision for their kids. And so these are both things that are within the Welsh Government's competency as well. If there's anything that's kind of changed over the last few years, it is the fact that voters know a lot more than they used to about which aspects of government are actually under the purview of the Welsh Government as opposed to others. We could trace that back to COVID.
Jo, Emily, Anwen, diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you to all three of you. I can see now that we're not just spectating on politics, people are starting to gather here to spectate on us as well. So I hope we're giving them something to enjoy anyway.
All sorts of different layers going on there, isn't it? We've had a statement from Welsh Labour, actually, which I think we can bring to you now, and it says it is looking like Welsh Labour will return a group of around 10 MSs, which will at least allow a vocal Labour opposition, even though we are deeply disappointed about not being able to lead a government. And wow, you know, the interviews that we've had so far during the course of the day have been heading in that direction. To actually see it in black and white is quite something. To talk about figures, a figure like that.
This is pretty catastrophic if it's true. I mean, this is very much at the lowest end of seat projections. I think that the lowest seat projection I saw, you'll know this better than me, but it was around 8, wasn't it? Yes. So, you know, this is very much in that ballpark, and just hard to overstate how bad a day this would turn out to be for Welsh Labour if that's the case.
Oh, it's a proper implosion, isn't it? And whilst we knew that the seat projections were flexible in that we couldn't be sure what 12-15% of the vote would bring, we knew that if that wasn't consistent or went down by a percentage point, you'd be in this dreadful territory that Welsh Labour is in. And I don't think, you know, to contextualise this is potentially 10 seats out of 96. So in a bigger Senedd, Labour is having, you know, a third of its seats that it had in a smaller Senedd.
Well,
that's quite remarkable.
We are going to run out of superlatives, I think very quickly.
One of those days. Can I just give you
Can I interrupt? Sorry, because I think we're going to lose Cemlyn. And very quickly,
right,
I just wanted to go to Cemlyn, who is in Llandyssil, which is the seat of Eluned Morgan. Cemlyn.
Yes, that's right, Nick, and we are expecting the First Minister to arrive here any moment. Actually, some of the other lead candidates have already arrived. They've made their way from the other count in this constituency that's taking place in Haverfordwest. But what I really wanted to update you on was what I've heard from a few sources here now, and that is that it appears that the First Minister has indeed lost her seat. She will not be re-elected, based on what those sources are telling me and based on what they've seen at this count and at the other count as well. Now, I must stress, this isn't confirmed. You know, those figures haven't been declared yet, but that's definitely how it is looking at the moment, Nick.
OK, Cemlyn, thank you very much indeed. And Fliss, you and I speculated about, you know, what would be the big moment of the day. And I mean, they just
maybe we've just had it.
Oh, I think that is it.
We've had Welsh Labour saying that they think the best they can do is 10. And we've just had Cemlyn saying he's had a couple of different sources telling him that the Welsh Labour leader and First Minister of Wales will not retain her seat. I mean, it can't really get much worse than that.
Well, it could go down to single
digits.
Well, that's true. But, you know, it's pretty dreadful and catastrophic and all of those other, you know, dramatic words, isn't it? But you do wonder why, given what we've known about Labour's position in the polls, why the First Minister is fighting a seat where it was always going to be incredibly difficult for her to get over the line in this electoral system. I mean, I appreciate that she's represented Mid and West Wales and the area, but she's from Cardiff. There would have been a chance of her topping the list in Cardiff and being re-elected. And these are kind of pragmatic decisions that when you're the First Minister of Wales, you quite frankly have to make. And I'm afraid, you know, this is no great surprise to any of us if the First Minister has lost that seat, because it very much fits in with the modelling that we've been talking about with regard to what happens to Labour when they're on 12% of the popular vote.
Yeah, and also, don't forget, the First Minister herself has been doing social media videos over the last couple of weeks, effectively saying to people, look, I am in danger of losing my seat. I mean, people might remember watching one where she was sort of using tinned cocktails. You remember she was a strawberry daiquiri and I think Plaid was a mojito or something. And,
yes.
You know, that she was saying, look, I could well lose my seat here, and it looks as if that is indeed the case. Just to let you know on different news, Plaid Cymru apparently saying they are confident they will win 3 seats in Caerdydd Penarth. And they also say it's clear there's been a huge shift from Labour towards Plaid. They're saying it's looking positive across much of Wales, but still too early to call on overall numbers. I guess that's no surprise. If Labour does this badly, then that assumes Plaid does very well.
Well, yes. I think we saw it in Hugh Thomas's face there, wasn't it? You know, he said it hadn't been great on the doorstep in Cardiff.
There's the obvious corollary, isn't there, that if Labour is doing as badly as we think they are, then that likely means Plaid is doing much better than maybe they would have in an urban seat like Caerdydd Penarth. But on the other hand, you know, it reflects a kind of change in where votes naturally go. I mean, a seat like Caerdydd Penarth, urban, professional in big parts of it, Welsh speaking now increasingly. I mean, we might end up with Caerdydd Penarth being the third safest Plaid constituency, if there's such a thing as safe constituencies in this system, which is strange, isn't it, to imagine that when we know where Plaid supporters traditionally come from. But this is a new context, isn't it? It's a different, fundamentally different context where votes are coming from different places.
And we're just seeing shots of Rhys ap Iorwerth. We saw him earlier walking in, doing the glad handing. Looks like something from American politics there, the way he does that, doesn't he? But he's looking confident, walking in. And look, OK, so, Felicity, as you say, we have had the moment on Labour. That has really unravelled much quicker, I have to say, than I thought during the course of this day.
Yeah, without a result being announced, even.
Yes,
Labour
I know.
has kind of conceded.
So, of course, but we still have this big... don't switch off, please, viewers. We've got this big jeopardy, because we're going to find out now whether this man is going to be the next First Minister of Wales, or indeed, is it going to be Dan Thomas, the leader of Reform UK, who we've not seen yet. So it is all to play for, of course, but, you know, it is worth maybe just talking about, you know, I guess we're just fleshing out the demise of Labour, because things have really unravelled a lot.
And because they've dominated Welsh politics for a century.
Of course they have. And Laura, look, you touched on it earlier, but I think we will return on it. You know, Carwyn Jones, Mark Drakeford, Vaughan Gething, all these people will look at this result, and to a degree, everyone will have to share their responsibility on this, won't they?
Oh, completely. I mean, this is deep-rooted. Despite what Hugh Thomas told us about the timeline as he interpreted it, I think that's completely unrealistic. This goes back to the very beginning of devolution, even to the
Rhodri Morgan.
Alan Michael era, you know, in terms of relationships between the London Party and the Welsh Party, then Rhodri Morgan, then all the way through, really. I don't think any Labour leader or First Minister during that time can wash their hands of this situation, because there's built up a kind of sense of entitlement to govern, and that's a very dangerous position to be in. They weren't helped, of course, by the fact that Labour has been in government from Wales throughout the last century, and therefore there's a kind of mindset of this is ours, we own this. But of course that was okay until an alternative came along, as it has done now on both sides, Reform on the right and Plaid on the left.
So you had these long-running problems, Felicity, and we've seen that reflected in some of the data in terms of public services. Really things needed to happen when, you know, you talk about Rhodri Morgan, when the Labour Welsh Government was getting double-digit budget increases. And then in the past couple of years, you know, the way the party lost its way on the, you know, a speed limit dominated the narrative. Internal fighting dominated the narrative.
And all of this was happening at a time when cost of living pressures are affecting so many different households. I mean, we talked earlier in the programme, didn't we, about there are people at the really extreme end of that, the people who literally are struggling to afford the essentials, all the way up to relatively, one would imagine, well-off sort of middle-class households who are having to ditch the nice-to-haves, the things that make life a little bit nice. And that's a big spectrum of people, and all of them have felt... Really, this goes back, you know, to 2008, but, you know, certainly since 2021, it's intensified. You know, all of them have just felt life getting just more of a struggle all the time, and they're having that experience while they're seeing all of this other stuff play out, and it's disillusioning.
Right, let's, at this juncture, get a wider perspective, and let's join Shelley Phelps, who's at College Green at Westminster for us. Shelley.
Hi, Nick. Well, in terms of the bigger picture, looking at those results in the English local elections, we've seen Labour lose control of 8 councils. Reform have gained more than 400 English council seats. Now, Nigel Farage is hailing this as a historic shift. In particular, Reform have gained seats in Labour's northern heartland, so places like Tameside and Wigan, the former being the seat of the Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, and the second being the seat of the Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy. So Downing Street going to be picking over these results. Lots of reflections we've heard from the Deputy First Minister, essentially conceding that Labour have lost in Wales, so lots to reflect on. But I'm joined now by the UK Director of More in Common, the polling and research company. Let's talk over some of this. So first of all, as a pollster, how much do you think Keir Starmer is to blame for, you know, Labour's poor showing in Wales? We've had Eluned Morgan, the First Minister, say he's been coming up as an issue on the doorstep?
Yeah, look, there's no doubt that Keir Starmer has been a problem for Welsh Labour in focus groups that we ran across Wales, frustration at the Prime Minister, the sense that he wasn't bringing in that change that people thought they had elected him to bring. He certainly wasn't doing it quick enough, frustrations at the U-turns, a little bit of praise for his handling of Iran, I should say, but all in all, the net impact has been to put Welsh Labour on the defensive, and of course, being in power in both Cardiff Bay and in Westminster has given them almost that kind of double incumbency fine that they face from voters. So I think it has been challenging, and I think the Keir Starmer premiership has been a big part of it.
You've talked about something called the Caerphilly effect. I just want you to explain what that means and your assessment of the messaging in this campaign.
Yeah, so the Caerphilly effect is really interesting. So there was obviously that by-election for the Senedd where Labour, Reform and Plaid were all competing for it. Plaid emerged as the best vehicle to stop Reform, and then we saw lots of Labour voters flock to Plaid. It depressed the Labour vote and became a two-horse race, which Plaid won. We think, looking at the polling throughout this campaign, something similar has happened here, that the race has almost crystallised into a two-horse race between Plaid and Reform UK, Labour getting increasingly squeezed as the campaign went on. We'll see if that's borne out in the results. And I think you have to give Plaid some credit. They established themselves as, on the left of politics, the anti-reform alternative, and I think they look set to benefit from that.
The former First Minister, Karen Jones, he has said that Labour hasn't been seen as the party of working people. And I wanted to ask you about this. What role at this election has that? Has class played in this, or the kind of traditional ways that people voted perhaps changed?
Well, look, I mean, one thing that I found from, I think we did 40 visits across England, Wales and Scotland in this campaign in focus groups, was this real sense from people that hard work, doing the right thing, doesn't pay anymore, that you don't get rewarded for doing your bit. And I was in Merthyr just a couple of weeks ago chatting to voters there, and they were saying, you know, we've worked all our lives and yet we're still struggling. It doesn't look like anyone is trying to look out for us. And as a result, they say that the social contract is broken. And what we're seeing in the results, again, in Wales, but also in Scotland, which is counting now, and in England, is voters saying, we're unhappy with the status quo, we want change. In Wales, Reform and Plaid look set to be the beneficiaries of that desire for change.
There are some early indications that turnout could be above 50% at this election. That would be the first time that we've hit above that in a Senedd election. I'm just wondering, were there any clues as to why that might have been in the focus groups that you've been running ahead of that election?
Yes, I would say a couple of things, actually. You know, it's interesting, again, just to contrast to Scotland. In Scotland, there was such a lack of enthusiasm for that election. Voters on all sides, it was a bit sort of meh, I've described it as, actually. It wasn't like that in Wales for a number of reasons. Like, there were people genuinely excited about the idea of Plaid as a voice for Wales. There were some Reform voters saying, finally, we'll get a different style of politics in the Senedd, you know, a bit more kind of energy. And on top of that, that sense from some of the Plaid voters, we want to stop Reform, some of the Reform voters saying we don't like what Plaid's doing. I think that leads to a higher turnout election. So I would definitely say that Welsh voters have felt quite engaged in this campaign.
And just a final one, look, we're outside the Westminster Parliament, we've been talking to MPs. What, if anything, and I mean, if we look at the Senedd election and we look at the local election, England, Scotland elections as well, what, if anything, if we were reading the runes, and I know they're completely different elections, could we read perhaps into the next, looking ahead at the next general election? Of course, for MPs, they're going to be looking around, seeing what's happening to their colleagues and wondering what the future could hold for their own seats.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, I think one thing we know for certain now is that the electoral fragmentation we saw at that last general election is here to stay. You know, the era of two-party politics, I think I can say it looks dead right now. And that has huge implications for a general election. Yes, in midterm local parliamentary elections, the incumbent government normally gets a bit more of a kicking, although, of course, Labour never lost the Senedd when they were in power in the Blair and Brown years. But even despite that, I think we can see that we're going to have a very different style of general election, with different parties making tactical pitches, potentially winning on quite small shares of the vote. And I think, you know, I think we can safely say that that notion of a safe seat, it doesn't exist anymore. Everywhere is up for grabs.
Luke Trill, thank you very much. Really interesting to hear from you. Lots of food for thought, no doubt, for you guys to discuss and pick over back in the studio.
Oh, absolutely. Everywhere is up for grabs. Right, we are looking at some shots now at different counts. I think it's Aberdare, a leisure centre I spent roughly half of my childhood.
I like that there was a baby helping out with that recount.
Yes.
All hands on deck, isn't it, when you're counting votes?
I think we are... Is Neath as well, and... Oh, no, that's Wrexham. I grew up in Wrexham. And we've got a variety of different shots there just to get a sense of it. We've been talking a lot about Labour because that's where the action has been over the past half an hour to an hour. Let's focus a little bit more on Plaid Cymru now, as we saw Rhun ap Iorwerth there earlier in Llandudno. And Daniel Davis can give us a bit more about their story.
Plaid Cymru could be on the verge of a big breakthrough in this election. So let's look at their record in the previous Senedd elections, starting with the first one in 1999, an election to the Assembly as it was then, led by David Wigley. That's when Plaid Cymru had its best result, its highest share of the vote, its best tally of seats, including Islwyn and Rhondda in the heartlands of Welsh Labour in the South Wales valleys. I'm going to scroll through the next few elections using the old map of first past the post constituencies, and you'll see by and large Plaid Cymru has remained in its heartlands in the west. Yes, they won the Rhondda back under Leanne Wood in 2016, only to lose it again in the next election in 2021. So apart from those brief forays into the southeast, Plaid Cymru really hasn't been able to break Labour's stranglehold on the valleys, the bedrock of Labour's success in Wales. But are things changing? The opinion polls suggest that in this election they could change, and we have got an election result to throw in there as well, a by-election result in Caerphilly, held under the old boundaries last year, won for Plaid Cymru by Lindsay Whittle. Is that a sign of things to come?
Yes, indeed. Will this be the breakthrough election for Plaid Cymru that they would dearly love to see? Let's go back to Tulare down at the Bay.
Thanks, Nick. And I'm joined now by some more interesting guests. We've got Sian Jones from Grayling, another political consultant, and Matt Hexter, who's been a candidate in this election in Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf, but interestingly, in the last few years has been working in the Wales office with Joe Stevens. Let's start with you, Sian. Your general thoughts, how would you sum up this campaign?
I mean, how do you sum it up? I mean, this is the most extraordinary election in Wales I think I've ever witnessed. This is a complete redrawing of the political landscape, or if you like, a complete rebadging of the left of centre in Wales, moving away from that Labour brand, which has been completely trashed, towards Plaid Cymru and potentially a coalition of other progressive parties as well. I mean, it's extraordinary if you think that Plaid Cymru celebrated its 100th birthday just last year. Always seen as a party of the Welsh-speaking heartlands in North Wales, West Wales, many elections unable to break out of that, but now this breakthrough moment finally appears to have come. And then on the right, you've seen the Tories being squeezed and Reform surging up, taking not just from the Tories, but also from the Labour side as well, particularly in those South Wales valleys, which would never, ever have voted Tory, but suddenly they have a vehicle for expressing their discontent with the Labour government through the medium of Reform, which is leading to what we're seeing today.
Matt, we have had this kind of really sober moment from the Labour Party saying the group could be reduced to 10 seats. A reduction, if you just think about the vote share they had last time, or the number of seats they had last time, 50%, down to 10%. How do you reflect on that moment?
Well, it's devastating in many ways, not only the result per se, but also because the people don't feel like they can trust us with their vote. And it's now incumbent upon us to work really hard to try and rebuild that trust. I think we're entering a new paradigm for Welsh Labour and for Labour in Wales. And it's going to be a hard road back from this position. But that's why I think it's important that we don't try and point fingers at either end of the M4 and understand that actually the frustration of voters in many of the constituencies which I campaigned during the course of this campaign, the frustration was both with the Welsh Government and with aspects of the UK Government's work as well, and whether that be people not feeling that their lives have changed to the extent that they expected after the 2024 result, whether that's because they've had experienced difficulties with public services in Wales.
Yeah, what are people saying to you on the door? You know, I know you don't want to attribute blame to either side, but let's play that fun game, shall we? You know, to what extent is it your fault, not yours personally, but, you know, the UK Labour Party and the Wales office, Joe Stevens, the office you were in, or is it the Welsh Government here's record?
I really don't think you can unpick it, because, again, I think that for political anoraks like us, we can potentially see the distinction between a Welsh Labour Party and a UK Labour Party. And whilst that does come up sometimes on the doors, most people don't view it that way. They see it as one Labour Party.
But whenever I've been out vox popping, you know, I have heard Plaid Cymru lines parroted back to me, ones that have been, you know, that have been the strict message of Plaid Cymru for the years leading up to this campaign has been we're the ones standing up for Wales. Wales is hard done by, HS2. OK, maybe they don't talk about the devolution of policing or youth justice in the same way as we do, but they do have a sense of grievance about things like HS2, for example. That has seriously cut through. And the clear message from your colleagues and UK Labour has been, people don't care about that, we're not listening, you know, that's not important, we're doing other things. So what then? How do you respond to that?
So let's take that piece by piece. I think the potential grievance that some people may feel, I think, is exemplified by the great challenges that people are experiencing in their living standards, which is completely understandable. You know, we've had crisis after crisis that has put incredible pressure on people's wage packets, energy bills and so on. So it's not unexpected to feel that people will want to have a better life and will want to see more. The Welsh, you know, the UK government has taken, I think, great steps in terms of trying to invest in Wales in the last 18 months. You've seen record amount of money going into public services. You've seen the commitment to the new nuclear facility up in Wilver. And again, that pledge to deliver transformational rail investment. We understand that people are frustrated with their infrastructure, with their public services, and that's why the UK government has tried to invest in them. But don't get me wrong for a second, that people are desperate for change and they want to see that happen much, much quicker. But also there's a part of that which is not to obfuscate blame from the UK government. There are certain decisions that they've taken, for example, on welfare or the winter fuel credit cut, that have really cut through to people and spoken to people, and often, especially when you look at things like the welfare cuts, spoken to those values voters, and those people who make a judgment over who they're going to support on the basis of how those parties make you feel.
What do you make of the criticism of your Welsh Labour colleagues here in the Welsh Government, who've been criticised for spending too much time talking about symbolic legislation, like expanding the Senedd, you know, that kind of big value, I guess, trying to make a stand on that as opposed to the bread and butter issues and focusing on improving public services?
Well, I can understand people's frustration with that, and that's not to say that some of that legislation is not completely worthy and worthwhile. But when you are experiencing really tight times in terms of funding your public services, you know, for example, you've got many, many people who have spoken to across Wales who, you know, it's taken years for them to get operations. And whilst we may know that they come from capital budgets and revenue budgets and it's not all the same money and it's not all in the same meg, I can completely understand why people will hear some of the things that the Welsh Government has spent money on and going, what about me? What about me? Why are you not spending more money on me? I can understand that frustration, but that doesn't mean that those pieces of legislation are not worthwhile. I mean, you've got to have one eye on the future as a responsible government, and that is in a number of instances what they've done.
Sian, I feel like in this election we've got, you know, global, UK-wide and Welsh issues affecting this place. You've got the kind of global rise in the right. You've got charismatic leaders there persuading people of their way of thinking. You've got that UK dynamic in terms of what we were just talking about Wales feeling hard done by, but also real frustrations here with public services and and the Welsh government and some of their policies like 20 miles an hour and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, what's your measure? What is the biggest part of the pie chart there in terms of, what's been the dynamic of this?
Oh, it's hard to say, isn't it? Because some of these will be underlying factors that have been bubbling along for a number of years, and some of them are more sort of catalyst kind of moments. 20 mile an hour, probably one of those. I mean, I think you can almost go back to sort of COVID or almost earlier than that. I think to a degree the COVID pandemic masked any kind of underlying discontent that there might have been with Welsh Labour.
And Mark Drakeford's own personal popularity.
Yeah, well, his character and his actions at that point suited the mood of the nation. They wanted rules and regulations to be told what to do and to be made to feel safe. I think they came out of that. People got their freedoms back. And then the 20 mile an hour thing came. And suddenly people thought, hang on, we're being constrained again, sort of arbitrarily with this. Pharmacists can't do their deliveries now because, there's a speed limit stopping them getting around everyone. There were, yes, there have been some safety benefits that have, of course, been talked about, but there have been economic impacts of that as well as that general curtailment of freedom. So I think it's a sort of simple policy, but it's obviously something that the Conservatives latched onto, Reform have latched onto, and it does sort of speak to people's sense of, what they want government, when do they want government to get involved and when do they want government to step out of the way. And I think that's where they perhaps felt that the Welsh Labour government had got the balance wrong. And I think the other factor as well is that until 2024 there was a Conservative government sitting conveniently for Welsh Labour in Westminster that they could pass the blame onto for any sort of funding shortfall and say, well, I'm sorry, we can't do more for the NHS, can't do more for schools because Rishi Sunak's government or Liz Truss's government or wherever are all to blame. And I think people kind of bought that message, but once it came round to the 2024 general election, Labour won, huge majority, massive
You no
mandate.
longer had that defence,
They didn't
right?
have that defence anymore. And suddenly there was all this talk of, it's partnership in power. We're going to deliver more, two Labour governments working together. And I take the points Matt's made about some of the initiatives that are coming through, but I think there's a lot of people who are still thinking, I'm not sure this is delivering for me. And they've had 2 years, and I think actually I'm looking for a change.
Sian Jones, Matt Hexter. Before we go back to you, Nick, I will recall one anecdote I heard from one candidate for Labour who said door knocking for the Labour Party in this campaign was like trying to get back with an ex. They've moved on. They don't even care. They don't even hate you. But they don't want to get back with you.
So, Larry, thank you very much indeed. We are at the business end of proceedings there. Adam Price pacing the count in Llanelli, Sir Garfyrddin. He is number 3 on the list, isn't he, for Plaid Cymru? So, I mean, it's... on paper, with the kind of day that we're expecting for Plaid Cymru, they should get in, but he looked pretty worried then, didn't he? OK, I'm delighted to say we've got some more guests in the studio with us. Mike German,
Hello.
Liberal Democrat, peer, now
Yes.
peer, former Assembly member.
Correct.
Great to see you. And Alex Burrows-Curtis, Labour MP for Cardiff West.
Afternoon.
Without further ado, you want to come in on something?
Yes, Nick, just to say that we're having another recount in Blaenau Gwent Caerphilly Rhymney. And a source says that there are 111 votes in that 6th seat. So it is tight, and that is something that we were thinking might happen with some of those 6 seats because the margins will be so fine. So yes, a second recount currently taking place, which we think might last about an hour. So it's all to play for that 6th seat.
We really have been talking a lot about Caerphilly. There's Alan Davis there, veteran Labour Senedd member for Blaenau Gwent, and now will be in that seat, and he has come out with some fairly honest, to put it mildly, comments, like everyone from the Labour camp. Actually, I don't think at this point people are really holding back in terms of acknowledging where they are. I feel I should bring in Mike German, the first Liberal Democrat we hear of from on the programme so far today. Mike, great to see you. Where are things? What's it looking like? And I'm not entirely sure in my own mind how the Lib Dems fit into all of this, if I'm honest?
Well, it's been a tricky election, quite clearly, largely because, of course, the so-called voting system, which is mostly proportional, has been transformed into a single first-past-the-post one by people saying you've got to vote one party in order to get another one out and all that stuff. So for us, it's looking at the 6th seat, obviously, which is the very, very tight marginal ones at the very end of the string, and we just don't know what they're going to look like. It could well be these go down to recounts, as you're hearing now, because of the way that the system operates. What worries me most of all, of course, is that this was supposed to be a PR election, a proportional representation. It's not looking like that, and it's being treated as if it's a straightforward single first past the post and it's one party to defeat another. And that is a great shame, because that's what the system, which was designed by the Labour Party for them to operate, is actually going to end up eating them in this whole process.
Yeah, well, it's been a big thing for the Lib Dems over the years, isn't it? I think back to leaders like Paddy Ashdown, always calling for PR side of things. Look, you were there, right? I mean, I think a bit of history today actually is in the making, isn't it, when it comes to devolved politics in Wales? And it is interesting to speak to you because you were there right at the start.
I was one of the first 10 people through the door when we were first elected. I just missed out on being, the first person through there. But it was very important because we were establishing for the first time a Parliament for Wales. We had a whole panoply of things which we were doing, which were from scratch. It was a real privilege to be able to try and design a parliament from nothing. We had civil service advice, quite clearly, but, we wanted to do it for ourselves. And that message, and particularly in terms of turnout, it was crucial that we got the backing of the Welsh people. And so if this election turns out with a turnout over 50%, I'll be waving it with my flag and very proudly.
Well, actually, can I just interject on that point? Professor Sir John Curtis has projected turnout to be 53% overall. Obviously,
there you go.
We are still
waiting. There we go. I'll have a flag and imagine it's here and I'm waving it, because that gives us real sense of legitimacy. After all these years, when we first of all had a referendum, narrowly won to be able to start and have a Welsh Senedd, then we had the issue of the powers and everything that ran with it. It is very important to try and ensure that we have a proper Parliament doing a proper job with proper people looking after it.
I'm sure Mike will agree with this, but there's also another significance to a higher turnout, which is bringing the Senedd election turnout closer to the UK general election turnout, because that was 56% in Wales 2 years ago. If we get anywhere close to that, it starts to suggest that people are treating these elections less as second-order elections.
Yeah, we'll come back to you, Mike. I think at times in this campaign, it has felt much more like a general election in terms of a devolved election for the first time, actually, than any point in the past. Alex Barras-Curtis, Labour MP. Did Welsh Labour MPs get it? Did you get how much trouble Welsh Labour was in?
Well, I think the whole family does. We absolutely recognise that this has been an incredibly tough election, particularly given, there are challenges in Westminster, and I'm not sugarcoating that, but of course we're the incumbents here in Wales, and one way or the other have been leading for 27 years. And so that presents a real challenge when you are talking about the stability you can offer, the positive policies we have, but there is a kind of a feeling from somewhere maybe it's time for change, and somebody else should, the pendulum has swung the other way. What I would say, though, it's not just as Welsh Labour MPs, it's the whole family recognising that it's a tough day. We absolutely have to listen to what the voters have said. We have to have the humility to. I'm really sorry for any of our brilliant candidates, some who would have perhaps been returning, and some other brilliant brand new candidates, some of whom who put their lives on hold for months and months in order to campaign every single day. And so I'm really sorry that those won't get over the line. But we have to listen to what the voters have said. We have to take our time to do that properly, fully, responsively, not just with our members, not just with our constituents, but with our constituents and the electorate at whole, and then earn that right back, to be heard from the electorate.
What were you hearing on the doorstep?
Yeah, so I've been out for weeks and days, months, weeks, and in the last few days in particular, what was coming up a lot was talk very much about the 27 years we've been here and the desire to see that change come about more quickly. And in particular, in the last day, the squeeze that Mike's touched on in terms of the point that the idea being perpetuated, particularly by Reform and Plaid, and repeated by some in the media, that this is effectively a two-horse race and it's akin to first past the post. So in order to not get one, you have to put your trust behind somebody, you have to put your vote behind someone else. that really came out very loud in my hundreds of conversations just in the last day or two, where people were voting one way, not because they, voting for Plaid, saying, oh, it's not because they want independence, not because they even believed some of their unfunded commitments. It was just they said, don't worry, we're still with you, but we just want to stop reform. So it was a real mix of things, but that definitely has come to bear, I would say, come to fruition in the last sort of 24 hours.
Mike, did you... Just in terms of not the Lib Dems, the broader picture and the demise of Labour, did you ever think you'd see this day?
Well, I actually always said in my time when I was leading the party in the Senedd that you needed to have a change in order to prove that you were a proper democracy. I didn't predict this sort of change that we're probably likely to see today, but certainly it was the case, was it not, that there had to be an alternative in Wales in order to show that the democratic function worked. Yes, it was something that I wanted and I hoped for. I didn't necessarily hope for what we'd like to see the outcome in front of us now.
Just to pick up on the tactical voting point, I mean, obviously you can vote tactically under any voting system if that's something that you want to do. And I guess if you are a voter who believes it matters who the largest party is in this election, then it makes sense to buy into that narrative, right? That isn't deceiving anybody. I mean, if the voters accept that it matters who the largest party is, then they just vote accordingly.
There may be a few voters who think that, but what was undeniably the case, not just from the conversations I had, that colleagues up and down the country had, and what Plaid kept saying time and time again is, if you want to stop reform, you have to vote us. It was a replication, effectively, of the messaging from Caerphilly. And, of course, the by-election in Caerphilly in October last year was there was a very strong tactical vote. I'm not denying there was also a move towards Plaid as well, absolutely, but there was a very strong tactical vote. Our voters saying, we're doing this to stop reform, we're back with you at the next opportunity. And that was the leaflet, the messaging, the day-to-day from Plaid, especially in the last few weeks. So I do think there may be certain parts of our constituents who may think of it that way, but that is not how I think Plaid were pushing
Alex, isn't that what UK Labour did in the last UK general election? If you want to get rid of the Conservatives, you vote Labour.
Under a first-past-the-post system, but absolutely right.
It doesn't matter which, as Felicity said, it doesn't matter which system. You can game any system in many respects if you know which party of your type, if you like, which bloc is at the top and which is at the bottom.
Yeah, I think that's right, Laura. And, if the shoe were on the other foot, I'm sure we would be doing the same. So I say it not to distract from the underlying point, which I said at the outset, which is we have to have the humility to listen to what the voters say. The voters are clever people. They're not stupid people. Anyone who says they are is a brave person for saying that. They're sending us a message, and it's on us now to reflect on that, learn from that, and build back effectively so that they can trust us again with their votes.
In the Parliamentary Party, at Westminster, you're in the room with all those huge number of Labour MPs. Sure. Just give us a sense, Alex, of what it means for the party to lose Wales like this. The party of Nye Bevan and these Welsh figures, Neil Kinnock and all the rest. It's in the DNA of the party, isn't it? Just interested to get a sense of how it affects.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, there are a myriad of reasons why the results we're seeing, not just here in Wales, but across England, Scotland, with the elections we've seen this this week. And there's a myriad of reasons. I'm not shying away that there are challenges for us in Westminster, and we need to show that the change that people voted for is happening, is delivering, and is delivering quickly. That came up on the doors, especially in tandem with, as I say, the 27-year record that we have had the privilege as Welsh Labour to have led one way or the other the governments here since devolution came about. But undoubtedly, we have to learn from it, but it will be a complicated answer. It's not something we should rush to glibly. I'm not suggesting we are on this panel, but that's why with my colleagues, a lot of whom I've been speaking with in weeks gone by, we've got to listen to what the voters are saying and ensure that we respond appropriately at UK level and, of course, Welsh Labour level.
As we're becoming a more multi-party democracy, more parties on the field, something which has been coming over time and is now well and truly with us, not just in Wales, but across the whole of the UK, we should look to examples of where everybody else in Europe has the same issue that they're dealing with and the way that they deal with it. And in fact, there is a much different approach to the way in which people approach their political choices in many of the other European countries. It's not really about banging, knock off one. They understand that their vote will just make a difference for their tribe, as it were, for their party. And we need to think about that sort of experience and how do we help people to understand what a PR system really looks like and how it really works. My plea here is for better education in school to start with, because we don't teach democracy in the way that people can understand what's before them. I go into schools and I ask them, I say to them, I go in, I'm a politician, what do you think I do? And I usually get the answer back, you shout at each other, which is not exactly what I'm looking for. What is democracy about?
I mean, it's an interesting system, this D'Hondt system. I know I'm not the first to mention D'Hondt. Teleri beat us to it a bit earlier in the programme.
I'm going to bring a klaxon for that.
But it's more proportional than first past the post, of course. But actually, it's not really that proportional, is it? Like you have quite a high threshold still to get over in a constituency before you're actually going to get any votes at all. And it's a system that also favours the big parties, which puts the Lib Dems in a really tricky position, especially, Mike, can I just put this to you briefly? Since the Lib Dems have struggled for a USP in Wales, haven't they? You're just another one of those smaller parties now on the left, whereas in parts of England, you're presenting yourselves as the, alternative to the Conservatives. In Wales, why would people vote for the Lib Dems?
I think you've hit upon what's pretty fundamental about how we operate as a party, because if you look at what people are doing in England, it's a different sort of constituency. Wales has been different. It's a long time since we had Lloyd George, and I don't remember him either. But straightforwardly, I think we have to, actually, quite right, I think, we have to look at how it is that we can appeal to the sorts of audiences in Wales who are receptive to our message in England, and we need to hone that and make it clear. It also means, again, understanding what a PR system works so that you don't think about wasted votes, which is what really worries me about the election that we're about having now. How many people will have voted either in excess of the number of seats and votes needed, or alternatively not enough for getting people across the Rhine?
Right. We are going to have to leave it there. Mike German, it's been great to have you on, injecting a bit of humour, as always, into proceedings. Alex Burrows-Curtis, less humour, a more serious day, obviously, but thank you very much indeed. We are going to have a little break now and get a sense of what it's looking like around the country. We're going to do our usual bounce around 3 different constituencies. We're going to go to Wrexham, we're going to go to Caerphilly, and we are going to go to Newport and Millibelly.
Well, Nick, I have to say, I am keeping my eye on the counting area over there because we are seeing a cluster of officials. The result here may not be too long now. This was expected to be one of the first counts to declare. And actually, within the last 10 minutes or so, Reform UK's leader in Wales, Dan Thomas, arrived here. Not, it has to be said, accompanied by Nigel Farage, the UK leader, but nevertheless looking very happy. Plaid Cymru too, also smiling here. The understanding we've had from talking to almost everyone on the ground is that this has been very much a 2-horse race, that the other parties have been crowded out. So the crucial question now is, will Labour, in this area, which encompasses many of their former heartlands, get even 1 seat for former Labour Government Minister Jane Bryant? Now, Reform UK are quietly confident. Somebody with the party here today told me that they could pick up 2 or perhaps even 3 seats. Now, that would be a very big statement of intent from Dan Thomas, who is hoping to become the next potential First Minister if he can form a government and if his party is big enough and is able to ally with somebody else. Now, they are feeling very positive, very optimistic. That's drawing a contrast with some of the other parties who have been telling me they're feeling flat, tired, exhausted. It's really been hard to communicate their message in this new system. Also very cheerful, it has to be said, Peredur Owain Griffith and his colleagues in Plaid Cymru, they too are hoping for 2, potentially even 3 seats here. Now, this would be a complete turnaround from the last Senedd election, where if we applied the votes on this new constituency, Labour would have been first, Plaid Cymru would have been third, but a significant way behind, Reform would have been non-existent. So this is a big shift that Casnewydd Islwyn is epitomising over here. So we will be expecting now this count. We can be told it's any time from now. I'm casting over behind you there because I can see that Dan Thomas is doing interviews. He's clearly feeling very confident. Plaid Cymru too, lots of smiles, feeling quietly confident, it has to be said, although that third seat for them, they have been telling me, could come down to how many postal votes have been to turn out here. So this velodrome is known for contests, races, normally on two wheels, it has to be said, rather than six parties. But the race here is very, very much on, and it's been reflected to us time and time again that it is a race mostly between Reform UK and Plaid Cymru. We'll see if the results bear that out. Back to you.
I'm Colette Hume at the Caerphilly Leisure Centre, where the Blaenau Gwent count is going on. In fact, it's a recount. We were expecting a declaration at around 1 o'clock, but we understand that 111 votes is all that lies between the last two seats, and Labour have asked for a recount. Nearly 70,000 votes cast here. Just come with me and my colleague Paul. We're going to have to take a look at the counting that's going on. These ballots were pretty much counted by lunchtime. We're going through them again. We were doing well because the votes had actually been verified last night. So when the counters started at 9:30, we were all on track. But as I say, 111 votes is all that lies between somebody getting a seat and somebody not. So Labour have asked for that recount. This constituency was a Labour heartland. If you think back to the 30s and 40s, Aneurin Bevan, the father of the NHS, his constituency included this constituency now. Labour is not certain to walk away with a seat today. Alan Davis, the sitting Senedd member, who has been involved in Welsh politics as an Assembly member and a Senedd member since 2007, is the member who could be in danger of losing his seat. And he's been very candid in his conversations with us journalists today. He said that it hasn't been a good night for Labour and that conversations with the electorate need to take place. Somebody feeling much more buoyant is Delyth Jewell, the deputy leader of Plaid. And she says if the party does get a chance to govern Wales, she says she will see it as a historic opportunity for her party. Reform are also looking very buoyant. Again, you can see from the piles and piles of votes, you begin to get an idea of how many votes are being cast. Some of the members of the Reform Party just going past now. Happy, ladies and gentlemen? Always. Yes, they're looking very, very happy indeed. So that's the situation here. The other parties keeping a close eye on. We are expecting an update within the next hour. But as I say, we did think we had a result at 1 o'clock. Labour have asked for a recount. If there is any change, if we get a result, we'll come straight back to you.
Matthew Richards here in Wrexham, awaiting the results for the Flint-Wrexham constituency. I think we're a while away from any declaration of a final result here, but chatting to Ken Skates here earlier, he's perhaps the highest profile politician who's standing in this constituency, former Business and Transport Minister for the Welsh, for the Senedd, and he was looking a little bit perturbed. He said that he had better election days in the past, and he was concerned that he might not squeak through, even though he's first on the Labour list here. Now, he's potentially tying for a sixth spot with the Tories at the moment. Difficult to say, not confirmed at the moment, but that doesn't bode well for another former Cabinet Minister, that's Jack Sargent. Now, this does mean that it looks like Reform could take the top three spots here, with Plaid Cymru taking two more. That would potentially see some seats for Kerry Harper and Mark Jones, both stalwart members of Wrexham Council here. The Reform top three, Christiana Emsley, Nigel Williams and Paul Ashton. So what are the issues that affect people in this constituency? Well, on top of the usual devolved issues like education, health and the cost of living, immigration has been a particular issue in some parts of the constituency. In recent months in Wrexham, there were two separate attempts to try to house asylum seekers in large empty properties. They were opposed by large protests. There were some counter-protests too, and the Home Office ultimately decided, as this isn't a devolved issue, to scrap those plans. But clearly some bitterness, some anger still remains in some quarters, and that, I think, was a factor that might have played into the way people decided to vote here. We're seeing that some of the piles are dwindling now. A lot of the counting is slowing down, but I still think we're a while away from any declaration of a final result. But as I say, Labour in particular look like they're reflecting what's happening in the rest of Wales at the moment and feel that they are having to take a backseat to a fight out between Reform and Plaid Cymru, particularly here in Flint, Wrexham.
Matt Richards in Wrexham, thanks very much indeed. So a quick bounce around there. Caerphilly, Newport and Wrexham. Is worth saying, we keep on being told we're going to get a declaration imminently, and I said from 1 o'clock. It's 20 past, 20 minutes past 2, and we haven't had anything yet.
Do you know what I would say? It wasn't a break, by the way. I was doing Wales Today, and I've had something that you guys haven't had, is a chance to walk slowly up the stairs to gather my thoughts. And the magnitude of what we're seeing, and I know we haven't had a result yet, but the magnitude of what we're seeing in terms of the utter collapse of Labour's vote in Wales hits you, I can promise you, when you take a step back. And to hear Matt talking there about Ken Skates being in jeopardy, I think paint a picture as to how serious this is.
I'm going to interrupt there because Helen Jenner, Deputy Leader of Reform UK in Wales, is waiting for us at the count in Llandudno for Bangor Conwy Morn. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pnawn da.
How's it looking at your end so far?
It's looking good. I mean, I think potentially Reform could get 3 seats here in Bangor Conwy Morn. You know, the piles of Plaid and Reform are looking sort of like, you know, neck and neck. It's kind of reflective of what we've been seeing in the polls, really. But yeah, I'm very excited and very confident, and there's a real buzz here today.
In terms of the reflections of the campaign, Helen, you've been pretty high profile throughout, and across Wales. What is it that was landing on the doorstep from your end that really made the difference for you?
The key word that kept coming up time and time again was change. People were just basically feeling like Wales has been let down over the last 26 years. They feel like there needs to be a fresh approach. So a lot of the time it literally was just that. And because we were kind of talking about things like, making tax cuts, putting money back in people's pockets, trying to really encourage jobs and investment and growth in Wales, I think that was hitting home. And particularly some of the concerns centre around, the Welsh language. And we were making the point that if we haven't got, high quality jobs to offer young people here in Wales, then they're just going to leave. And of course, if they've gone through a Welsh medium education, then they're taking the Welsh language with them. So I think that was really hitting home on the doorstep. But it's been a very positive campaign overall, and it's actually been great getting out there and speaking to people. But yeah, back to that word, change. They just want change, and we basically don't think that you will get much radical change if you go for the old parties, whether it would be Labour or indeed Plaid, who of course propped Labour up over the years. But yeah, no, it's very exciting.
And look, before I let the others come in with the questions, the time is marching on during the course of the day in terms of the Reform UK WhatsApp groups. What's the intel that you're getting? Do you feel like you could become the biggest party in Wales?
Anything's possible at this point. I think what I'm hearing back and forth is that we're very comfortably looking at least 2 in most places, and it's very likely that we're able to get 3 in a lot of places as well. I think it's looking quite good in Wrexham and Clwyd, so up north. But yeah, it's looking like there's everything to play for today.
And Helen, it's Felicity here. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. I know that today's all about the results and all that sort of thing, isn't it? But then once that's happened, you're all going to be getting sworn in really quickly over the weekend and all of that, and perhaps plenaries to elect presiding officers and first ministers next week. So there's a lot to be done, isn't there, between now and then? And you guys have grown up really, really quickly in terms of developing your logistics and all of that. You haven't had the time that the other parties have had. And I just wondered, do you anticipate any problems with that, in terms of people kind of understanding how groups work within national parliaments, in terms of discipline, the whipping, all that sort of stuff? Do you anticipate getting any problems with that? People shooting from the hip when they shouldn't, all that sort of stuff?
You know, we're a great team. Dan and I in particular work very well together. And look, you know, we can often be criticised for... We've had a couple of defections over from the Conservative Party, and then we've received criticism to say, oh, you know, you're taking sort of defectors from the Tory Party. Are you becoming another Tory Party? Well, we've only had 2, but the point is I think we've got a really nice balance between people with a bit of, you know, experience who've already been in the Senedd. But then what I also like about us is we've got sort of people from all different walks of life, all different backgrounds. I myself am a teacher. We've got farmers. We've got small business owners. We've got so many different people who have put their head above the parapet to do this and to stand for what they believe is right. And I think coupled with some people that have a bit of experience and have that little bit of political nous, I actually think that we've got the makings of a fantastic team, and I'm really excited.
Can I ask you, out of curiosity, really, because you're such a new party, and maybe this is slightly for those who are particularly into politics, but I think it's interesting just how your party operated in this campaign. Were you given quite a lot of freedom, for example? I mean, out of interest, how often, you're deputy leader in Wales, how often do you speak to Nigel Farage during the course of the campaign?
So I haven't spoken to Nigel that much. He came to Llandudno a couple of weeks ago, and I was with him all day then. I caught up with him then. But Dan Thomas and I, we speak on the phone every single day. And when we're not speaking on the phone, we're voice noting, texting. So we're very close. And we have obviously WhatsApp groups with teams and lead members. So we're in constant communication. It's worked very well. You know, we're really working together well as a team. And I can assure people that we intend to continue very much in that way going forward. OK, Helen Jenner at Llandudno, thank you very much indeed. Interesting to get a little sense of how they operate as a party, isn't it? You know, such a different structure to the others. I thought we were going to get a declaration there. Someone took to the microphone, but I think it was just a rehearsal.
They were just teasing.
Casnewydd Islwyn, so I can see the backdrop of Newport there, so I'm just kind of putting everyone on standby for that.
Can I just make a point, Nick, about the 3-seat thing, which seems to be kind of coming into the conversation now, because if it goes as it looks as if it is going, and that Plaid and Reform are both doing well, whoever gets 3 seats in more of those constituencies is going to be the largest parties. That's obvious. I think it's harder for Reform to get those 3 seats than it is for Plaid Cymru because of the concentration of Plaid support in key areas. So almost certainly Plaid will get 3 seats on what we're hearing in Ceredigion, Penfro, Sir Caerfyrddin, Bangor, Conwy Môn. Now,
so that's three constituencies that get 3.
I've read that Plaid are confident of getting 3 seats in Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney. Now, if it's in that territory, that's very, very good news for Plaid because it's pushing it much closer to the...
Yeah, 4 constituencies are getting 3 seats.
Well, and there may be others. There may be others. Cardiff West, we heard, didn't we? We do. Sorry, not Cardiff West. Caerdydd Penarth.
Yeah.
And on that point, I mean, the turnout's quite interesting in this. You know, we were celebrating that we've breached that 50% turnout for the first time. Obviously, that's great because it means, you know, the majority of eligible voters have participated in the democratic exercise. It's interesting, though, to see the areas that remain below 50 compared to those above 50. And a lot of the Valleys seats seem to be still quite low, below that 50% mark. And I'm interested in who that hurts most. Like, does that hurt Reform most, do you think? Were they the ones who needed to get their vote out in those Valleys seats, or is it too hard to tell?
It's tricky to decipher exactly that, but we do know some demographics about the Valleys, which is it's an older population, and we know that Reform's appeal is to an older demographic, so it may well be the case, therefore, that Reform's being hit by a lower turnout in those areas. We know that Plaid's appeal is to a younger demographic, a professional demographic as well, hence the Caerdydd Penarth and potentially Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf and so on. And then, of course, Plaid's also got almost in its back pocket, those traditional areas of real strength in the northwest and the southwest, which will almost certainly generate 3 seats for the party. And you can see then how the arithmetic is getting really interesting.
And Laura, I know we've got the new voting system, but if you are the biggest party at the Senedd, and that gives you a moral oomph as well, doesn't it? And we saw this in Scotland for years. Alex Salmond, didn't he? Nearly 20 years ago, the first time the SNP got a minority government, and, you know, he just rocked up, styled it out, and said, look, I'm leading the biggest party, and just sort of bludgeoned his way through.
Well, quite, which is why it's so important for those two big parties, Plaid Cymru and Reform, to not only be the party best placed for government, but to have the largest number of seats. Because if Plaid Cymru has fewer seats than Reform, despite it being more likely to be able to form a government, it allows the space for the narrative of being squeezed out of power for Reform. So what Plaid will be thinking about at the moment is, can we get the largest number of seats? We're perfectly placed then for what goes ahead. If Reform creeps in and squeezes Plaid by 1 or 2 seats, different narrative completely.
And Nick, I'm not suggesting in any way that Dan Thomas was preempting what the result might be and was getting his retaliation in first, but he did start talking about 2 weeks ago about this idea of an establishment stitch-up. So he was sort of using Plaid Cymru and Labour, in his example, coming together to keep Reform out. Now, the counter-argument to that, of course, is that, as you've just made, that's the system. But I think you get a little flavour there of what the next 4 years might be like if Reform does end up as the biggest party and there is a left-leaning coalition that, in their words, stops them coming to power. It's going to be noisy.
Can I ask a question about that? Vote share, of course, is the other way to argue that you're the biggest party. I mean, I guess ideally, for the biggest party, they would have both the biggest number of seats and the biggest vote share, but that isn't necessarily... That's not a given, is it? So... does that make any difference, or do you think it's the number of seats that will be the focal point?
I think for the public, it's more tangible, isn't it, the number of seats won? I mean, we're all interested in the vote share and how it's distributed, but for people who've cast their votes, who believe that casting a vote is electing a politician to a position in their seat, then I think the arithmetic of the seats is more significant. Yes. So that's why I think for either of the two larger parties, having the largest number of seats is just psychologically...
It is a big psychological one, isn't it? And I wonder, Gareth, maybe we bring you in here on this. If you're watching this now, we've got a little hiatus before the results are coming in. Watching this and you're gearing up for... Let's take the scenario, because I did talk to you earlier about Dan Thomas being First Minister, Rhys ap Iorwerth being First Minister. What changes to people's lives out there?
I think that is actually the key question and the nub of all of this, Nick. They've come in promising optimism, hope and change. Change is the really big one there. And they're going to have a mercilessly short period of time to enact tangible change that people can feel. And we've said this before in the programme. We've seen how that really badly affected Labour at a Westminster level. Elected on a mandate of change, haven't clearly been judged to have brought that forward, and now today paying the price at the ballot box across England, Scotland and Wales. I think they're also going to be stymied to a certain extent if it is a Plaid-led government, perhaps by the fact that they might have to make some concessions on what they'd like to do, but also, and this comes back into Fliss's territory, I think, is that, that consistent message that parties have not been upfront with voters about where they might need to reprioritise specifically, where they might need to cut in order to implement the policies that they'd like to. Plaid is the childcare offer, for example,
well,
£400 million
if you're about to have a baby, then that Plaid Cymru offer on childcare, which is quite smart, actually, wasn't it? To push everything on that. It's
turned heads. I think they're very proud of it. But what we're not clear about is exactly where cuts might be made in order to pay for that and some of their other policies too. And where does that all tie in? And look, I think we tend to judge it on 100 days. Don't we? And politicians do sometimes as well. At some point, be that 100 days, be that by Christmas maybe, the public, and we'll get a view from the opinion polls, will have formed a judgment on whatever this new government looks like. And what will that judgment be? And is that party able to bounce back from it if it's a bad one?
That 100-day, which the Plaid campaign wasn't faultless, was it? That 100-day document they came out with, quite a lot of criticism about it, because it was a plan for a plan, famously. Someone said... A planifesto, someone also came...
Yes, that was Darren Miller's joke in in one of the debates, wasn't it? That Plaid had a planifesto. But although, in fairness to them, the IFS said, look, it's, we quite like to see some people taking some time to do some reviews to see what policies might actually work, as opposed to just randomly picking them. So there were some people sticking up for them on that front. But yes, it did open them up to some ridicule. And certainly before the Senedd broke up for the election campaign proper, Eluned Morgan was really making hay, having digs at Rhys ap Iorwerth about that document. But can I, just on the delivery point, I agree with Gareth. I think the pressure will be on. You promise change, you promise hope, you promise to make things better, and people are struggling, I think, to such a degree that there's an urgency about that, and they will want to feel that as soon as possible. However, the ability to deliver it is difficult, you know. The fiscal landscape for the next government is not very friendly to them. Some very difficult decisions are going to have to be made.
Not a lot of money out there. Right, at this juncture, we are going to go back to Tulare at the Senedd.
Oh, look at that, sailing into Cardiff Bay. Did you know, not many people know this, that pontoon out there is pay and display, like a car park, did you know? Right then, you join me now, and I'm joined by some absolute powerhouses of political commentary here in Cardiff Bay. 3 excellent women who are going to make the next few minutes very interesting indeed. Cathy Owens, political consultant, Baroness Debbie Wilcox, thank you so much for joining us from Labour, and Laura McKever, another political commentator and podcaster. Thank you so much for joining us. Cathy, you must be the most plugged-in person in Cardiff Bay. So, tell us what are you hearing on the ground? How's it looking for Labour in particular?
Well, it's not just catastrophic, it's really catastrophic. So where they were hoping for about, 12%, that's what the
We've got
polling
Eluned
was.
Morgan arriving at the count there as we speak, but don't stop talking, Cathy.
Well,
how is it looking?
OK, so it was polling around 12% at the start of the week, but as I understand it, everything changed yesterday. So a lot of Labour promises were wavering and saying that last bit of messaging around votes applied to keep reform out is the bit that's changed everything. So instead of having, 12, 13, 14, 15 seats today, pitching for 10 as a, bad result, it's looking like it's potentially more like 5.
So who are the big names that might lose out? We're talking government ministers here, aren't we?
There aren't going to be that many big names left at all. I mean, it's not as if Eluned, the polls have been saying to us, and our projections have been very clear for the last year and a half, that Eluned was going to be losing a seat. But that everyone is losing their seat. If Labour are down to around about 5, it's everywhere. It's looking dodgy in Pen y Bont. It's looking dodgy in the Rhondda. It's looking dodgy in Blaenau Gwent. Looks like we've come 7th. It's everywhere. It's Clwyd. So even those, even Cardiff North, Caerdydd Fon y Taf is looking a little bit dodgy at the moment. So we might end up with 5. But we are talking existential, and that's because just right at the last minute, we think. Well, 2 things have happened really. On a larger scale.
We'll come to the post-mortem shortly. Right. We'll get around first. Debbie, your reaction to that prediction.
Well,
is it existential? How do you feel?
Post-mortem. Mae hi'n dydd trist iawn. It's a very sad day. I never thought I would be sitting here looking at and trying to reflect upon results like this. It's in my lifetime, and in my political lifetime, which is about 22 years now. Yeah, we've had our ups and downs. We lost Newport in 2008, and then it was a Tory-Lib coalition. That was a sad day. But this is a different dimension, and I can't put a spin on it because there's no spin available. I just know that democracy is extremely important. The voters have spoken,
and turnout seems higher than usual.
Yes,
so that is an endorsement of that democracy, I guess.
Absolutely. I think the system is probably still a puzzle, and the fact that one party has said vote for us to keep another one out, which really isn't the way that this system now works, has had a profound effect upon Labour, and things have changed, as Cathy's just said, catastrophically within the last day or so.
Lauren, I say the system doesn't work. It certainly works for Reform and Plaid Cymru, doesn't it?
I find the system isn't working or doesn't work argument very, very interesting, because this was a Labour Party designed system with the idea that it would penalise the smaller parties who at the time were Plaid Cymru and Reform, and to a certain degree the Conservatives, and that has flipped completely into Labour and the Conservatives being actively penalised by the D'Hondt system, which is a messy little service system who loves the drama, and it is beginning to penalise the Conservatives and the Lib Dems, who I'm not sure are going to take anything this time. And there's certainly somewhere there's a book in the death of liberal Wales, and it's actively penalising the Labour Party now, who have become that smaller party. But I do think that for the Labour Party, who've been in power in Cardiff Bay for 27 years, the time is ripe for some very serious introspection on service delivery over the last 27 years. 20% of Welsh primary school leavers are leaving school functionally illiterate, and Welsh Labour have been in charge of that system the entire time.
It's true to say, Debbie, had the polls been different, Labour could have played that card. It's a 2-horse race, couldn't they? But that wasn't available to them because they were already unpopular.
Yeah, I don't dispute that, but can I just go back to the illiterate stuff? And like many politicians, I worked outside politics. I was a teacher for 35 years, not 5 minutes. You know, I taught in Nantaglow, in Newport, in Pontypridd. And so I was at the heart of the system. It wasn't about politics always. It was about getting the right people in the right place. And when I was in charge of Newport and in charge of 9 high schools and 48 primary schools, you know, I always said, and I still say, okay, that people turn up to schools, they're there today, in our country, and teachers turn up to do the very best they can for their pupils. So we need to look deeper into
But
that.
the design of the system is not political. The design of the system is government decisions over 27 years that are failing
And the
pupils
lack
day
of
to day
focus
in schools.
potentially, you know, we have seen the NHS just guzzle up all the money and all the attention in terms of
I can't
politics.
dispute that. I can't.
Has that been a mistake?
Well, I wouldn't say a mistake, but certainly when I was leader of WLGA, I argued strongly for proper funding for public services and local government, because the health budget took the vast majority. There's something like 52-53% now, isn't it? So there's not much money to shift, and obviously
I
funding
don't want to
makes a
get into the
difference.
weeds on kind of policy. Let's get into that post-mortem then.
Okay, look, Eluned Morgan doesn't run the education system in Havering Council. She doesn't run the NHS in Scotland. The bigger picture that's happened here...
But Labour is still losing there.
Exactly. The bigger picture that's happening here is that shift somewhat to the right in London to try and ward off a future reform government. It might work in parts of England where there's a matrix of opposition and you know, centrist dads are not yet ready to vote for the Greens because they're a bit too radical and a bit odd for them. Whereas in Wales and Scotland, you've got a perfectly reasonable alternative on the progressive left. And at the same time, Plaid happen to have had a really amenable, attractive, presentable leader that's created a safe environment. Their policies sound sensible. Nobody's talking about independence, and everybody is happy to whether it's lending or leaving their votes there. So, you know, that is why Labour will be underperforming here, because there's a perfectly reasonable alternative which doesn't exist in all parts of England.
Debbie, where does Sir Keir Starmer come into this? How should he be reflecting on this very clear message from Wales?
As a former leader of a council, which is a microcosm compared to being leader of the country, leaders have to take responsibility. He's got people around him, of course. He's got his team, his cabinet, so there's a collective responsibility in there. I saw his interview this morning on the BBC where he says he's absolutely not going anywhere. So, you know, I have to go with what he said. But it would be remiss of me to say that there's not going to be discussions and, you know,
should he go?
Disagreements. I don't know how well the chopping and changing of the Tory Prime Ministers helped the Tory government.
Yes, but put it like this, okay? If UK Labour don't listen to Wales on this, this is not only a gift to Plaid Cymru, they won't even listen to us when we send them this massively clear message. But even within the party, how does he control this kind of absolute mess that will be created, this power vacuum potentially? He's totally emasculated by this, is he not?
Well, we open up next Wednesday with the King's Speech. I'll be there wearing the red dressing gown, and I'll be having discussions with colleagues and see what happens then. But clearly, there are going to be discussions.
Is his position tenable?
I don't know that anyone's denying that my party got a little too into regicide over the course of 40 years. We developed a taste for it that was arguably deeply unhealthy.
And they're in the Lords now.
But
very nice they
it
are
is
too.
the Labour Party's mechanisms are a completely different beast to the Conservative Party's mechanisms. It's much harder to shift a leader in London within the Labour Party rules than it is within the Conservative Party rules. And they have to have coalesced, or 80 of them, around an individual in advance of going.
And at the moment, there's a lot of
jockeying that's going around. You know, got Andy Burnham counselling speeches all over the place and chickening out of things. That man is all fart and no follow through, I swear. And he really is. He's marched everybody up the hill several times now, and marched them all back down again. And that's
After
not
Politics Wales last week, I've got an apology ready for bad language, but I think that one's okay.
But I think that, you know, Keir Starmer taking responsibility at this point looks slightly like a toddler taking responsibility for dumping a towel on a bathroom floor. He's going to do it again tomorrow. There hasn't been taking responsibility ultimately also has to mean taking responsibility to say I'm no longer the right person to be in charge of this operation. And that's not just waiting for someone to commit regicide against you. That's saying, am I the right vehicle? Am I the problem? I am deeply, Starmer is a deeply unpopular personal politician. We've also seen the Greens negatively impacted over the course of the last 48 hours. A 14% drop in Zach Polansky's personal approval ratings in the last week. That has hit them at the ballot box this week.
Is it that,
ultimately leaders
or
have to take
is it
responsibility and
that
decide if they're the right
two-horse race
person?
narrative here in Wales, though, for the Greens?
The Greens, it's going to be a tie between the two, actually, because they, I think, had underpriced the rising tide raising all ships popularity of the Greens getting a bigger profile nationally, raising all of them, and therefore they underpriced how much a Zach Polanski dip could hit them. And then they've got some personal popularity as Welsh Greens themselves.
They will underperform. Labour are underperforming, and it looks like the Lib Dems aren't coming back either. So look, but there still remains, I think, by the end of today, a progressive majority in Wales. So the question is for the Labour Party, how in the future are you going to become again the party that represents that progressive majority? Because you aren't at the
how
minute.
do you regroup after this? You know, they've got a group meeting tomorrow, from what I understand, to kind of talk about leadership.
Sounds like it can happen in a lift, to be honest.
Well, look, I think a lot of people will be thinking that, yes, reform are a challenge, but there is a little bit of a ceiling there. You know, so really there's not a lot of movement. You can't pitch further to the right to try and get some of those people back. That ship has sailed. There is still a progressive majority in Wales, and if you want to reclaim that progressive majority, you have to act like a progressive government. That hasn't been happening. And, you know, Labour has lost, you know, something like 25 points since Keir Starmer took over in government. It's not Keir personally, I don't think. It is the strategic shift trying to deal with politics in England, which has ended up with the situation that we're in, because we've got a very different
And
setup
that's
in
made the
Wales.
case for Plaid Cymru, would you argue?
Absolutely. And Plaid have accepted it very well. They've got the right person at the right time. But it's also true in Scotland, you know, because don't forget, 2 years ago, Anna Sabo was just about to take over the Parliament in Scotland. So it's not, and that's not because of Eluned, you know, that's because of what's going on the UK level.
What's happening on the right, Lauren? You know, the Tories, both Labour and the Tories have been, you know, negatively impacted in this. You know, if you think they had over 50% of the vote share at the last election, and, you know, combined this time, gosh, we daren't predict at this stage, but it could be serious.
Yeah, you're not going to see me sit here and say this is anything other than deeply suboptimal for the Conservative Party. This is not going to be a great 24 hours for us. But I think what's happening and where we rebuild on the right within the Conservative side of that, I strongly suspect that the votes we're keeping hold of are more Welsh identifying right-wing votes.
People who can't stomach turning to
English
reform,
identifying right-wing votes who've gone to reform. The internal coalition that Plaid Cymru has between a slightly more right-leaning rural area and a slightly more left-leaning urban area is going to come under pressure if they have to work with the Greens to pass things, because the Greens are going to want to take them
face the reality
to that
of governing, right, rather than saying one thing to
they
one
are
group
more
that
likely
everyone
to
agrees
lose
with.
those right-of-centre rural votes, and they may very well come back to the Conservatives, who are taking more of that Welsh identifying vote, and that's where we can come through again.
I will say, though, up until a couple of days ago, we were planning for how that was going to work with whichever the lead party that was going to be the First Minister, effectively, was only going to have about a third of the votes in Parliament, and it was going to be a really messy Parliament. We're getting to the point where if Labour are only on 5, you know, and if there's no Lib Dems and there's not that many Greens, then Plaid's numbers are getting into the 40s, and they are getting closer to not quite a majority,
but workable minority.
But workable, just like Labour have had for the last 25 years, a very sensible workable minority, which means you can't get everything through, and you need to give up some of what you really want to get through, but you can get sort of 80% of it through. I think that's what might have shifted today in terms of what actually happens in terms of government. If that's how many, you know, if Plaid have got like 40 odd seats or something, that's the bit that's changed. Whereas if they were only on a third of the vote, they would only have ever been able to deliver half their manifesto over the next 4 years. You know, because we really need to start thinking about this in a different way. This is a Norway, Denmark, Germany style multi-party electoral system. And we're not going to have the same government for 4 years. We might not even have the same government for 4 months, because don't forget, whoever is in government from next week has got to do a deal with somebody in the autumn on the budget. So things will start happening.
That's the crunch point, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Go on,
I was just saying, I'm picking up on Lauren's point, you know, you can say anything in opposition, can't you?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I've seen it on both, because I've never been in opposition before until I went to the Lords, where I was in opposition for 4.5 years. And it's a very different game. Yeah. Very different game. You've got to govern, you know, you've got to, you know, are you going to cut the school crossing patrol officers? You know, are you going to put some more money in that school? It's, you know, the balance that they will have to bring with again, no disrespect, but very inexperienced politicians.
Well, we're going to have a lot
board.
of new faces. I'm going to have my work cut out revising here, I think.
Yeah.
We're going to head back to studio to Nick now. Yeah, you'll be able to see beautiful Cardiff Bay now, from what I understand.
Wow. What a shot.
Looks fantastic, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Down here.
It certainly does, Teleri. What a shot. That's one of the best shots I've seen of the centre of Cardiff, actually. And we are indeed going to have our work cut out, Teleri, in terms of all these new faces and the new system. In that discussion, there was a lot of talk and details about this new electoral system. So let's have a timely reminder about what it's all about with Daniel Davis.
Well, Nick, while we wait for the voters to deliver their verdict, we can have a little insight, I think, into what was on people's minds when they went to the polling stations yesterday, because there was a survey conducted for BBC Wales at the start of the year that asked people to rank the most important, the top 3 issues facing Wales. And top of the list was the cost of living. 61% of people had that as a top issue. No surprise then that the political parties have prioritised that during the campaign, followed by health, social care, the NHS, the biggest service run by the Welsh Government and the Senedd. And immigration came third, not a topic decided in the Senedd, but of huge concern to people. And that pattern was consistent across all the parties, because we could break these results down according to how people voted at the last general election in 2024. But Reform voters stood out. They were much more likely to prioritise immigration. Before we get more of this, we're going to take you to a declaration. I think we might have our first one in Newport.
8,847. Green Party, Plaid Werth. 5,898. 5,898.
Heritage Party, Pro-Freedom, Pro-Family, Pro-Life, 349.
Heritage Party, Pro-Freedom, Pro-Family, Pro-Life, 349. Open Party, Plaid Agored.
435.
435. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales.
23,069.
23,069. Reform UK Wales.
25,571.
25,571. Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru.
10,622.
10,622. Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru.
2,683.
2,683. Clayton Taran.
224.
And the total number of valid votes cast across Casnewydd Islwyn was 77,698.
Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a fyrwyd ar draws Casnewydd Islwyn oedd 77,698.
Total number of ballot papers rejected was 193.
Cyfanswm nifer y papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd oedd 193.
Therefore, I declare that the following individual candidates and party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Casnewydd Islwyn constituency.
Felly, rwy'n datgan bod seddi yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Casnewydd Islwyn wedi ddyranu i'r ymgeiswyr unigol a'r ymgeiswyr rhestr plaid canlynol.
Sedd 1, seat 1, Dan Thomas, Reform UK Wales. Sedd 2, seat 2, Peredur Owen Griffiths, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales. Sedd 3, seat 3, Art Wright, Reform UK Wales. Sedd 4, seat 4, Lynn Ackerman, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales. Sedd 5, seat 5, Jane Bryant, Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru. Sedd 6, seat 6, Natasha Ashgar, Caedwarid Cymraeg, Welsh Conservatives. And I hereby declare that the said candidates are duly elected as members of the Senedd for the Casnewydd Islwyn constituency.
A thrwy hwn, rwy'n datgan bod yr ymgeiswyr hyn wedi iawn ethol fel aelodau o'r Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Casnewydd Islwyn. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you very much, and I now invite the elected members to speak in order of seat allocation. It would be helpful that if there are multiple seats within one party, that
Shall I come in here?
The successful members come to the stage at the same time. But diolch yn fawr iawn, and llongyfarchiadau, congratulations.
Thomas is about to speak here.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank the returning officer and all those involved in the election at the polling stations, the postal vote verification and the count today for ensuring that the machinery of democracy works as it should. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleagues in Reform across Wales and also in my local branch for their commitment, their unwavering commitment to our movement. And special thanks as well to my election agent Kevin and my fellow Reform candidates in the Newport Islwyn constituency for flying the flag whilst I led the campaign in the rest of Wales. My final and most important thank you is to the people of Newport and Islwyn who have overwhelmingly placed their faith in Reform. You have given us a huge responsibility, and we will not let you down. I offer my congratulations to all 6 Senedd members elected today who are to serve Newport and Islwyn, especially Art, my colleague in Reform. And Art played a huge role in my local campaign. Thank you, Art. For decades, the Welsh valleys and cities such as Islwyn and Newport have been ignored, let down and forgotten by the old parties of Wales. Today, the people have spoken, and now in Reform, they finally have a voice. You will not be ignored, you will not be sidelined, you will not be called named. From now on, you will be represented by Reform. We will focus on real issues, the day-to-day issues that matter to you. And we will put common sense over ideology. And Reform Senedd members elected across Wales will fight for your interests, and we will put the people of Wales first. And in just 5 years, Reform has gone from winning 1% of the vote in these Senedd elections to being the main contender for government, smashing Labour in the process. It has taken Plaid Cymru decades to come anywhere near to the same. The momentum is with Reform because we are the people's army. We will remember the people who elected us and what they've told us during this campaign. And whether you voted for us or not, we will serve all our constituents equally and with dedication. Labour's historic demise in their heartland is a lesson for all politicians to never forget the people who elected you. We must always work for the people, not against them. We don't know yet what will happen across Wales, but I can promise the people of Newport and Islwyn and communities like ours, we will once again have our voices heard. Thank you.
Hey. Okay, that was Dan Thomas, and isn't it lovely? We've got our first declaration out of the way. We've been waiting, and we're up and away. So, quick headlines there. Effectively, Plaid and Reform trading blows. Dan Thomas as one of two Reform Senedd members for that constituency. Let's have a look at the vote share, 33%. That's the notional change there since 2021, worked out from the results there. Massive increase from Reform, obviously such a tiny figure back then. And you get a sense of the huge reduction in the Labour vote. And yes, where I was talking earlier, it's 2 each for Plaid and Reform. Laura, you can come in here. Labour and the Conservatives getting 1. And I think many people didn't see that, actually.
So a couple of things to say, I think. Although that's a great start for Reform and very, very important given it's their leaders' constituency, if they were to perform at the higher end of what we would expect, that would probably be a constituency where they would need to win 3 seats. Now, one of those seats has gone to the Conservatives instead, which was unanticipated, I think, really there, which suggests that there's still a bedrock of Conservative support that hasn't gone to Reform, and that might, of course, punish Reform further down the line. That was an absolutely key constituency for Reform. Plaid will be very comfortable with that. 2 seats in an area like Casnewydd Islwyn is a really good return. And, of course, it's given a former government minister a route back into the Senedd. So all of those things together. But I definitely think the Conservative winning one of those seats, the last seat, probably in a runoff with Reform, is an important story and will play out later in the conversation.
Interesting right vote split, isn't it?
Exactly.
We talk a lot about the left vote splitting, but that's the right
Interesting narrative, yeah. What do you make of it?
Yeah, well, I was chatting to someone about this constituency. Over
sorry,
to you.
We've got a declaration in Barry, which will be Penybont Bro Morgannwg.
Of the hall where we can discuss then. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, a bit of a false alarm. I was just saying to Laura McAllister, I said I knew they would all come together in one go.
Laura and I apologise on behalf of one of our hometowns there.
Yes, of course.
Those two.
My stake, Bridgend, locals here. Shall we just keep talking, because anything could happen? It looks like it's maybe someone will come to the microphone.
To the stage,
I mean, we were hoping there'd be a nice, lovely spacing of all these results and that we could just plan it all. It just never works like that.
Casnewydd Islwyn.
Yes.
I was talking to Plaid a couple of weeks ago. It might have been last week. The days all blend into one. I think they'll be pretty happy with, as Laura said, they'll be pretty happy with 2 seats from that constituency. I think Reform might view that as job done, a tick. And as you said, you know, they'd have loved 3, but I think they'll be pretty satisfied with 2 as well. Now, when I say Labour will be delighted, I mean that in the context of Labour has had a really, really, really bad Senedd election. But I think getting Jane Bryant back will be, I don't want to use the clutching, but it'll be a straw they can clutch onto. It'll be a ray of sunshine in an otherwise pretty bleak day, because that looked very unlikely at one point. I think the Conservatives will be absolutely delighted to have returned a Senedd.
And look at the local structure the Labour Party have got in Newport. You know, the MPs, the council, you know, previous Senedd members, and you get to see
it's like Neil Kinnock's seat. You know, it's a Labour. Absolute Labour heartland. You know?
And just a reflection of Dan Thomas's speech there. Really talking about how constituents had been let down by the old parties, and he would focus on day-to-day issues that matter to you, a repetition of a lot of the themes that he used in the campaign. And one prescient message really which I think may hit Labour hard, which is never forget the people that you represent.
Yeah, clearly delighted there, Dan Thomas, by his win, understandably. The surprise 6th seat there with Natasha Ashgar for the Conservatives just squeaking that, I think that's worth us reflecting and maybe taking a little bit of time just to explain. I know we've tried to avoid it up to this point, but I think now's the time to tackle the hunt, OK? So... this is a proportional system, and the lower down the list you go, the tighter the margins get for victory. And that 6th seat is likely to be decided in a whole host of constituencies on a very fine margin. So, for example, we know there's a recount going on in Blaenau Gwent for that 6th seat, and the margin is 111 votes right now. It'll only have been a few hundred there for Natasha Ashgar's victory. It could even be less than that. It could be less than 100 even. I mean, kind of coin toss margins here. And this is happening because of the electoral system, right? So there are 6 seats in every constituency to be won. And each time a party wins a seat, its vote total is divided by the number of seats it has already won plus 1. And once that's happened, the party with the most votes then wins the next seat. That process is repeated until all 6 seats have been filled, and that's how it works. And the margins get finer the further down you go, and that's why we had a surprise 6th seat victory there, and we're likely to see a few more as the day goes on.
That was an admirable explanation, and you're braver than me actually to try and do that succinctly. If anyone didn't quite, want to go back and look at that, it is all on the BBC Wales News website in terms of this new proportional system that we've got, but it is a kind of mathematical formula to try to divvy up the votes with a reflection of the parties there. And well, it just feels like we're up and away now, isn't it? After all the talk, and it's been very busy.
I think, as is always the way, what we'll see now, that's Andrati Davis, I think, there, isn't it? Is Andrati Davis in the County Barry? I think what we'll see now is a glut of results all coming thick and fast. Always slightly later than you think, and then they come...
Let's do a little pre-chat then about it, because it looks like Penna Bont Bro Morgannwg, so this is the old Bridgend and Vale of Glamorgan constituency. Looks like we might get a result. What are we thinking could happen there?
Let's start with Labour. We were hearing early this morning that they were not particularly hopeful that Sarah Murphy, Welsh Government Minister, would actually hold on to a seat there. Let's see what happens. It is a seat at Westminster that on occasion has gone Conservative, so Andrati Davis, I think, will be very, very hopeful of holding on. He sort of fought, if you like, a sort of one-man campaign, almost removed from Conservative branding in the placards.
We can see him there.
There he is. As for reform, because of that tendency at times for the Bridgend part and the Vale part of the constituency to lean a bit right, I think it might be somewhere as well where reform might be looking to sweep up some votes. However, what about Plaid Cymru? I think they'd be very confident of 2, and a very good result there would be 3. And if they can get 3, it would mean Luke Fletcher, who was part of their shadow team, would actually get back into the Senedd. He was 3rd on their list. There was a sort of a working assumption it would be very difficult to get in 3rd there. Let's see, 3 there would be a really good...
It'd be a heck of a result there for them, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. I'm not so sure that's how it'll play out, but it could do. But I think Andrati Davis is pretty safe there. If that vote from Casnewydd Islwyn is anything to go by, and there's that sort of share of the...
And he has a personal vote, Laura, I think, in the Vale.
Yes, I think so, even if it's mostly from Bro Morgannwg rather than the Penna Bont bit. So I think that's the case. If, as we're hearing, Labour are worrying about this, that they'll have any representation there, then it's a toss-up between which of Plaid or Reform gets that extra seat. And can I just make one other point? It sounds very kind of anarchy, but I think this is quite important about vote share and seats won, because if you look back at Casnewydd Islwyn, Reform won more votes than Plaid Cymru, but ended up with the same seats. And this is where we'll see the map being put together across the whole of Wales, because a higher vote share won't necessarily deliver an extra seat. And this is why we think that it is more advantageous at the moment for Plaid Cymru with the kind of vote shares it's got in areas where it could win 3 seats, concentrated in the west.
Laura, is there a rough rule of thumb of 12% 1 seat, 24% 2 seats, 36% 3, very roughly?
Yeah, it's not as simple as that, Gareth, because you're starting off with a different competitiveness in each constituency. So if all of the parties are coming into play, as they were pretty much there in Casnewydd Islwyn, then the threshold is more difficult, basically. So and that will vary from seat to seat, and we just don't know what that will be.
Yeah, 25,000, wasn't it, Reform, then 23,000 for Plaid, and yet they both end up with the 2 seats.
And it can never be entirely proportional, but that matters in terms of which party has the most number of seats at the end, if that party's not going to be in government.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of this seat, Pen-y-bont, Bro Morgannwg, I mean, you said it's been the classic kind of Labour Conservative battleground, isn't it? I mean, you and I would have done the Vale of Glamorgan. It was the old, you know, the amazing swing seat, wasn't it?
When I first started working at BBC Wales, I think it was the most marginal seat in the country, the Vale of Glamorgan. I think my first political interview ever was during I can't even remember which general election it was, but I had to go there and interview Norman Tebbit. I was terrified. And I think the margin then was 19 votes.
We're getting nostalgic.
Yeah. By bike or other mode of transport.
And it does look like there's a bit of activity. Just to say for the viewers as well, this is quite slightly difficult for us because we don't know the choreography of how all this plays out. You know, we've got this image in our head of the returning officer at the lectern, and there's all the candidates, you announce a winner. But we think maybe, you see, will it be the 6 winners that take to the stage?
Well, if that is the case, then Andrew R.T.Davies has won a seat because he's quite clearly on stage there. So if
and there's 2 Reform there.
Yeah, if that is the rule of thumb, then yeah, one Conservative, 2
there's
Reform.
No point guessing
there's
here,
Sarah
guys.
Murphy in the black jacket, the Labour candidate, who is also on stage.
And there's Sarah Murphy.
And there's Sarah Murphy. There we go.
Okay.
So we don't even
know.
need the announcement now, do we? Move on, please.
So I am reading that 2 Plaid, 2 Reform, 1 Conservative, 1 Labour, judging by the Rosette.
Yeah.
But we need the confirmation.
That's it. Oh no. No.
Just
maybe he's going to take a picture first. No.
No, just when we thought we were going to go, no. And, I mean, the other thing is the victory speeches. So, I mean, we pulled out of Casnewydd with this long because they were going to go for 6 victory speeches. Oh, look, I think these are clearly the 6 winners here now.
Yeah. Are they being put in order of... Are they being ranked there, 1 to 6?
Now you're talking. Yeah, I think they are they? Yes, they are.
Physically being put in...
Well, they are physically being... So Sarah Murphy has squeaked in on the 6th seat, by the looks of it.
That's sort of fair. Canlyniad y bleidlais, declaration of result of poll ar gyfer etholaeth Pen-y-bont Bro Morgannwg for the Pen-y-bont Bro Morgannwg constituency. Dyddiad yr etholiad, dydd Iau, 7 Fai 2026, date of election, Thursday the 7th of May 2026. Yr wyf fi, Rob Thomas, swyddog canlyniadau ar gyfer etholaeth Pen-y-bont Bro Morgannwg, yn gweud mae nifer y pleidleisiau a gofnodwyd ar gyfer plaid wleidyddol a phob ymgeisydd unigol fel y ganlyn. Enw'r plaid wleidyddol neu'r ymgeisydd unigol. Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, 12464, 12464. Heritage Party, Traditional Family Values, 429, 429. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 2747, 27,407. Reform UK Wales, 2462, 24,602. Wales Green Party, Plaid Werth Cymru, 4220, 4,220. Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 9518, 9,518. Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rhydfrydol Cymru, 2175, 2,175. William Jeffries, 221, 221. Caroline Jones, 651, 651. Lucia Wyatt, 114, 114. Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a fwrwyd ar draws Pen-y-bont Bro Morgannwg oedd 81953. Total number of valid votes cast across Pen-y-bont Bro Morgannwg was 81,953. Cyfanswm nifer papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd oedd 152. Total number of rejected ballot papers 152. Felly, rwy'n datgan bod seddi yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Pen-y-bont Bro Morgannwg wedi ei ddirannu i ymgweithwyr unigol a'r ymgweithwyr rhestr plaid canlynol. I declare that the following individual candidates and party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Pen-y-bont Bro Morgannwg constituency. Sedd 1, seat 1, Plaid Cymru, Mark Jonathan Hooper. Sedd 2, seat 2, Reform UK Wales, Sarah Cooper-Lessard. Sedd 3, seat 3, Plaid Cymru, Sarah Rees. Sedd 4, seat 4, Welsh Conservatives, Andrew R.T. Davies. Sedd 5, seat 5, Reform UK Wales, Gareth Thomas. Sedd 6, seat 6, Welsh Labour, Sarah Murphy. A thrwy hyn rwy'n datgan bod yr ymgeisydd...
OK, Mark Hooper, Sarah Rees for Plaid Cymru, Gareth Thomas, Sarah Cooper-Lessard for Reform, Andrew R.T. Davies for the Welsh Conservatives and Sarah Murphy for Labour. And I think we can probably just run through some of those figures. There's the vote share. 34 versus 30, Plaid and Reform. Conservative, 15%. Labour, 12%. Greens at 5%, Lib Dem 3%. And there's our change on the sort of notional change since 2021. As you can see, this huge increase for Reform because they were virtually nowhere, down 25% from Labour. Conservatives down 18%, although I think they'll be happy with the result that Andrew R.T. Davies was returned. And there we go, just sort of confirmation of the tally there. Gareth, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I think what's interesting there, Nick, look, probably what we were expecting in that constituency, but Pen-y-bont Bro Morgannwg is the constituency where at the start of the campaign, Reform lost 3 of their 6 original candidates from the list. There was internal rows in the party. One candidate withdrew because a picture emerged of him appearing to make a Nazi salute. He said he was imitating Basil Fawlty, but there was controversy around that. But that Reform vote has stayed pretty much where you'd expect it to be. So that controversy not affecting them by the looks of things in the eyes of people voting in that part of Wales.
OK, look, I'm going to stop you there because I think we can speak to Dan Thomas, the leader of Reform UK in Wales. He's at his count at the Newport Velodrome, Casnewydd Islwyn. Dan Thomas, can you hear me? Congratulations.
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Well, it's been a tough old campaign for you, I'm sure, or a gruelling old campaign for you. Some of your reflections on it now you've been voted in, and look, just give us a sense of what your thoughts in terms of the prospects for the party elsewhere.
So I think all parties are glad that it's over, and we're just getting to the stage now of hearing the results. I think I prefer having the results overnight. It's just quicker. This kind of drags it out a little bit longer, but no, it's been good. And do you know what? I was all throughout this campaign, I've had people coming up to me in the street, shaking my hand, wishing me well. There's been a real sense of not just change, but backing Reform out there. Don't forget, we've come from a position of 1% in the last Senedd election to now being one of the most dominant parties in Wales, and potentially a party of government. Now, I know we've only had a couple of results just in. My constituency was the first, so it's still hard to tell where things are going. But look, there's no doubt, given these results, that we definitely are a main contender for government.
Were you, I don't want to rain on your parade, but just to deal with it, were you hoping for 3 at Casnewydd Islwyn? Because you ended up with 2, and you did get the highest number of votes, I should say.
Yeah, look, we topped the polls. Of course, I would have loved to have had 3, absolutely. But I'm really pleased to get 2. Again, the other result, I've just heard the last result. I think we had 2 there. These are all coming hot off the press, by the way. Well, I've just had my declaration. And again, it's a brilliant result. As I say, look at where we came from 5 years ago to now. It's a huge turnaround.
Yes,
just hear some cheering in the background there.
Well, absolutely.
But yeah,
those
it's a
are
huge
some of the shots
turnaround. I'm very, very pleased with the result.
In terms of how you were feeling now, in terms of the rest of the day, and the confidence you feel about becoming the biggest party in Wales, what do you think your chances are?
I think we've still got all to play for biggest party. There's still lots of other seats. There must be another 14 seats to declare. Who knows? Now, one thing I'd say with this system, it's really hard when you're at the count to try and work out the allocation of seats. You know, with first past the post, you can kind of see the stacks piling up, the stacks of votes piling up, and you can kind of determine, right, are we ahead? Are we neck and neck? You know, are we going to have a recount? With this system, you literally don't know the allocation of seats until you're in a locked room with all the candidates and agents, and they tell you what the numbers are and how that's fed through the d'Hondt system. It's very hard for that reason to get feedback from all the counts that are going on across Wales. So I'm genuinely sat here at the moment. I don't know what's going to happen. But given the results so far, solid results for Reform, and I think there's all to play for with the next 14 constituencies to declare.
How have you found the campaign? I was up with you at an Ask the Leader event. We were up in Llandudno. I don't know if you can remember that. You've done lots of debates. I mean, this is entirely new for you. I know you'd been a council leader. How have you found the whole experience?
Well, and I think, Nick, that was my first sort of high-profile TV event, actually. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the engagement with the audience, and of course, my local councillor background. You know, local politics is very raw. It's very close to the public. You know, the public come to the council meetings, especially on planning committees and things. So I'm used to kind of that environment. But look, leading a national party in Wales is another level. I've really enjoyed it, and my members have been very generous with their feedback, and I think the results we're going to get across Wales will reflect not just hopefully a solid campaign by myself as leader, but all of our candidates with the ground campaign as well. I think if you look at the journey that the Reform has gone, as I say, from 5 years ago to now, it's just the trajectory is huge.
And just a final question from me in terms of you brought your council leader background to it. You were quite specific in the things that you were saying. For example, we talk about the NHS and you talk about £9 million making a difference. And at the start, I thought, well, they're not going to get very far with that. But I did start to think maybe this sort of pounds, shilling and pence argument and this sort of description of money being frittering away. You kept on at it, I noticed, during the campaign and really based a lot of your arguments on it. Did you feel that was landing with people?
Yes, definitely, and I think it's a good example of where Labour have lost their way. You know, where they talk about £9 million as being, and the First Minister did say this in one of the debates. She called out those sums pittance. And I think people out there, £9 million is not pittance, and that could easily pay for 150 to 200 newly qualified nurses, and you put them in our A&E wards across Wales, and they will make a difference. And I was being told, well, that's too simplistic, but sometimes answers and solutions are simple. You don't need to overcomplicate things, and I think that really did land with the public, and I think it just shows where Labour have lost their way. But we're a party that does understand the pounds and pence add up, and you have to manage the budgets very tightly. I've got that background not just in finance but in local government as well, having to manage budgets, budgets that aren't on the scale of the Welsh Government, but nonetheless budgets of tens of millions of pounds, and I think that did resonate with the public.
Dan, it's Felicity here. Congratulations on your win. It looks as if from the few results we've seen so far that the polls had it right in that this is a tussle between you and Plaid Cymru to be the biggest party, with Labour, collapsing really from what we've seen and heard so far. I wonder what that says to you about where Wales is right now, because in your victory speech you said that you would put common sense above ideology, but if we have you and Plaid as the two big ideological blocks there, left and right, I mean, that is two conflicting ideologies that kind of will be the two behemoths of Welsh politics for the next 4 years, right? I mean, what does that say about where Wales is as a country, do you think? And how easy will it be, if at all, to try to bridge that gap? Do you have any interest in trying to bridge that gap?
Well, look, we want to do our best for the people of Wales, absolutely. But you are right, there are big differences between us and Plaid Cymru. I think Plaid Cymru are getting their support, they're squeezing the left, and I think the left is quite fragmented, and I think that's a very difficult part of the political landscape to hold together, and I think that might cause them problems. But look, I can only speak for our manifesto, for our philosophy, and how we will deal with things. And that's ultimately who we're there to represent, the people who voted for us. On a constituency basis, obviously, we all represent all constituents and help all of them. But when we're sort of making those arguments in the Senedd, it will be very much based on the principles in our manifesto. But you are right. I think there is some polarisation in politics, not just in Wales, but across the United Kingdom. And I think it needs a breakthrough for a party to lead and to solve our problems, for the people to kind of get fully behind that movement. But look, we've got 14 other constituencies to declare. We don't really know what's happening in those constituencies, so I wouldn't want to draw any conclusions this early on.
Hi, Dan, Mr Thomas. It's Gareth Lewis here, and congratulations as well on winning a seat there this afternoon. Look, Reform said during the campaign itself that there hadn't been any contact with the Welsh Civil Service. I mean, it's hitting the ground running if you're going to run a government. How difficult is that going to be to get in there and get to grips with all that machinery then?
Well, I don't think 1 or 2 meetings with the civil service would have, really got the ground running, to be honest. And I was back and forth. My campaign schedule was so tight. It was very difficult to arrange, but we were back and forth with the civil service. But look, if we can form a government, I would like to think that would be sometime in the next week or two, and we will hit the ground running. And in my experience, civil servants are very professional and should be able to be very agile. And I think if you look back to sort of COVID and how quickly the civil service and local government actually adapted to a different purpose, if you like, they did it very well. So I'd like to think that if there's a reform-led government, we'll be able to crack on and implement our principles and our manifesto commitments.
And Dan, I don't mean this in a sort of disparaging way, which I know some of the questions you had in the campaign, but I'm interested, as you're such a new party, just getting a sense of how much coordination has gone on here. How often did you speak to Nigel Farage during the course of the campaign? How much autonomy were you given to run things?
Oh, so I would speak to Nigel weekly, at least weekly, and of course he's got a team around him, and I was in daily, if not, hourly contact with the team there. And we've also got a team in Wales. We've got a director in Wales and a campaign team here. We've got all the branch chairs, all the candidates. I've got my deputy leader up in North Wales, Helen Jenner, and we're all in contact. It's absolutely, you can imagine how hectic that was. But yeah, back and forth. And look, we're a really united team, and we're all committed to winning in Wales. Nigel visited several times, I think more than any other UK leader. He really enjoys his time in Wales and wants us to do well.
Is he going to come later today?
I don't know, hopefully. I'd like to think he would, but look, there's all sorts of results across England. I think he was in London this morning. So it'd be quite a trek to come over, but he's very welcome to come. But I've had not time to check my phone yet.
I was going to say, has he not congratulated you yet? You haven't looked at your phone yet, have you?
No, I've literally come off the platform and straight to the media.
Look, a quick final one from me. Early stages, but it feels like the Welsh Conservatives might have a half-decent day with some of the results we're seeing, and in the sense that you haven't sort of wiped them out, which I know has been happening elsewhere. How much of a problem is that for you?
I wouldn't say it's a problem. We we have some policies in common with the Conservatives, but again, it's too early to say how many they or we will have elected in the Senedd. But look, I'm really happy with the results so far. I think there may well be seats where we do actually win 3 or 4 elsewhere in Wales, but only time will tell, and it's really hard to predict that at the moment. So now I've got my results out the way. I'm really looking forward to getting the others in.
Well, we all are indeed. Dan Thomas, congratulations again. Thanks very much indeed. OK, guys, we've had the 2 results in. And our little chat there with Dan Thomas. Just a weekly phone call with Nigel Farage. I don't know, maybe I'm sort of asking too many questions about this, but I'm just interested as to how, how much coordination, how much organisation goes on. Because it's an extraordinary achievement what they've managed to do, haven't they? It's come from nothing.
It is, but expectations have been so high, haven't they? And this is the point. I think if Reform really thinks at this point they're going to be the largest party, they would say with confidence that Nigel Farage will be here at some point this afternoon to celebrate.
It's a good point. He didn't scream confidence there, did he?
Not really, and I think that's to do with the fact that the vote shares they're getting are not generating the extra seat back to that third seat, because that's what they'd need to be the largest party. And I think I'm right in saying in Casnewydd Islwyn, Plaid actually outperformed the polls in terms of the vote share it had, although it didn't generate an extra seat for them. But if they're outperforming the polls everywhere, it will generate an extra seat for them in other areas, which would mean that they would be the largest party. But it does seem a little bit odd, doesn't it, that you couldn't say more categorically that Farage...
I was really curious to find out if Nigel Farage's visit or not was penciled in or inked in. And look, to be fair, an awful lot can change if we don't know the vast majority.
He could just be utterly exhausted, Dan Thomas.
I think there's a consistency of approach from Reform today, implied to a certain extent as well, where they are just dampening it down because literally no one knows what's happening here. I did think, though, that the opening answer from Dan Thomas in your chat with him there, Nick, we're definitely a main contender for government. Again, it's not screaming from the rooftops we think we've won here. It's actually saying exactly the same. It's the status quo from before the election. They were a main contender for government then. They're a main contender for government now. They're not confident enough yet to take that step and say they've gone one step beyond that.
Just in terms... we have a declaration in Llanelli.
Bod nifer y bleidleisiau yn gyfnodwyd ar gyfer bob blaid wleidyddol ac ymgeisydd unigol fel y ganlyn. I, Wendy Walters, returning officer for the Sir Gyfyrddin constituency, declare that the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate is as follows. Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, 5,853, 5,853. Gwlad Gall Cymru fod yn well, Gwlad Wales can be better, 327, 327. Heritage Party, Keep Our Countryside Green, 496, 496. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 36,160, 36,160. Reform UK, 27,542, 27,542. Wales Green Party, Plaid Werdd Cymru, 3,832, 3,832. Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 6,458, 6,458. Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaeth Ryddfrydol Cymru, 1,662, 1,662. Peters Bond Carl, Independent, 254, 254. Rose Jonathan, Independent Annibynnol, 101, 101. Williams Steve, Independent Annibynnol, 1,298, 1,298. Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a fwriwyd ar draws Sir Gyfyrddin oedd, and the total number of valid votes cast across Sir Gyfyrddin was 83,983, 83,983. Cyfanswm nifer papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd oedd, a total number of ballot papers rejected was 238, 238. Felly, rwy'n datgan bod seddi yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Sir Gyfyrddin wedi ei dyrannu am geiswyr rhestr plaid canlynol. Therefore, I declare that the following party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for Sir Gaerfyrddin constituency. Sedd 1, seat 1, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Kevin Campbell. Sedd 2, seat 2, Reform UK, Gareth David Beer. Sedd 3, seat 3, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Nerys Evans. Sedd 4, seat 4, Reform UK, Carmelo Colastanto. Sedd 5, seat 5, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Adam Price. Sedd 6, seat 6, Reform UK, Sarah Elizabeth Edwards. A trwy hyn, rwy'n datgan bod yr ymgeiswyr ychwaith wedi ei iawn ethol fel aelodau'r Senedd o'r gyfer etholaeth Sir Gaerfyrddin. And I hereby declare that the said candidates are duly elected as members of the Senedd for Sir Gaerfyrddin constituency.
OK.
Diolch yn fawr. Thank you
Right,
very much.
that is the result for Sir Gaerfyrddin. 3 for Reform. And 3 for Plaid Cymru. Right, they're coming in thick and fast now because we're going to go straight to Caerphilly and the result, the declaration for Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney.
I, Richard Edmonds, returning officer for the Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney constituency, declare that the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate is as follows.
Yr wyf fi, Richard Edmonds, swyddog canlyniadau ar gyfer etholaeth Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney, yn datgan bod nifer y pleidleisiau a gofnodwyd ar gyfer pob plaid wleidyddol ac ymgeisydd unigol fel y ganlyn.
Welsh Conservatives, 3353.
Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, 3,353.
Green Party, 2447.
Plaid Werdd, 2,447.
Heritage Party, Free Speech and Liberty, 262.
Heritage Party, Free Speech and Liberty, 262.
Open Party, 102.
Plaid Agored, 102.
Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales, 29314.
Plaid Cymru, 29,314.
Reform UK Wales, 23955.
Reform UK Wales, 23,955.
Welsh Labour, 7739.
Llafur Cymru, 7,739.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, 1284.
Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 1,284.
Brace Jordan, 931.
Brace Jordan, 931.
Watley Mike, 374.
Watley Mike, 374.
Wright Steve, 71.
Wright Steve, 71.
And the total number of valid votes cast across Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney was 69832.
Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a fwriwyd ar draws Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney oedd 69,832.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 155.
Cyfanswm nifer papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd oedd 155.
Therefore, I declare that the following individual candidates and party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney constituency.
Felly rwy'n datgan bod y seddi yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney wedi dyrannu i'r ymgeiswyr unigol a'r ymgeiswyr rhestr plaid canlynol.
Seat 1, Delyth Jewel, Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales.
Sedd 1, Delyth Jewel, Plaid Cymru.
Seat 2, Llŷr Powell, Reform UK, Wales.
Sedd 2, Llŷr Powell, Reform UK, Wales.
Seat 3, Lindsay Whittle, Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales.
Sedd 3, Lindsay Whittle, Plaid Cymru.
Seat 4, Catherine Cullen, Reform UK Wales.
Sef pedwar, Catherine Cullen, Reform UK Wales.
Seat 5, Niamh Salkeld, Plaid Cymru Party of Wales.
Sef 5, Niamh Salkeld, Plaid Cymru.
And seat 6, Joshua Kim, Reform UK Wales.
OK, there's the result for Blaenau Gwent Caerphilly Rhymney at last after a number of false starts. And extraordinarily, there is no Labour member there. Again, it's another one. 3 Plaid Cymru, 3 Reform members. Delyth Jewell, Lindsay Whittle, Niamh Salkeld, Catherine Cullen, Joshua Kim, Clear Power for Reform. And the first 3 I talked about there were Plaid Cymru, all declared. As I said earlier, they're coming in thick and fast, and I think we're going to go straight to Caerdydd Penarth.
Returning officer for the Caerdydd Penarth constituency declare that the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate is as follows.
Mae Paul Orders, swyddog canlyniadau ar gyfer etholaeth Caerdydd Penarth yn datgan nifer y pleidleisiau a gofnodwyd ar gyfer bob plaid gwleidyddol a phob ymgeisydd unigol fel y ganlyn.
Britain's Communist Party, 211 votes.
Britain's Communist Party, Plaid Gominyddol Prydain, 211.
Caedwadwyr Cymraeg, Welsh Conservatives, 6,818 votes.
Cydwadwyr Cymru, Welsh Conservatives, 6,818.
Heritage Party, 198 votes.
Heritage Party, 198 o bleidleisiau.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 36,136 votes.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 36,136.
Propel, We Mean Business, 3,471 votes.
Propel o ddifri dros Gymru, 3,471 o bleidleisiau.
Reform UK Wales, 15,525 votes.
Reform UK Wales, 15,525 o bleidleisiau.
Wales Green Party, 12,113 votes.
Plaid Werdd Cymru, 12,113 o bleidleisiau.
Welsh Labour, 10,907 votes.
Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 10,907 o bleidleisiau.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, 2,260 votes.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaeth Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 2,260 o bleidleisiau.
Rhys Ab-Owen, 414 votes.
Rhys Ab-Owen, 414.
So the following party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Caerdydd Penarth constituency.
Mae'r ymgeiswyr unigol a'r ymgeiswyr rhestr Plaid Canlynol wedi cael sedd yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Caerdydd Penarth.
Seat 1, Anna Heledd Brochan, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales.
Sedd 1, Anna Heledd Brochan, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales.
Seat 2, Ciara Duncan Marshall, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales.
Sedd 2, Ciara Duncan Marshall, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales.
Seat 3, Joe Martin, Reform UK Wales.
Sedd 3, Joe Martin, Reform UK Wales.
Seat 4, Anthony Slaughter, Wales Green Party.
Sedd 4, Anthony Slaughter, Wales Green Party.
Seat 5, Letitia Andrea Gonzalez Estigarribia, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales.
Sedd 5, Letitia Andrea Gonzalez Estigarribia, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales.
Seat 6, Hugh Thomas, Welsh Labour.
Sedd Chwech, Hugh Thomas, Welsh Labour, Plaid Cymru Cymru.
OK, right, we've got a bit to digest here. We'll rattle through this because we've had a couple of results. OK, Caerdydd Penarth, 2 for Plaid Cymru, 1 for Reform, 1 for the Greens.
3 for Plaid Cymru.
3 for Plaid Cymru. 1 for Reform, 1 for the Greens and 1 for Labour. We'll run through the names later. Laura, your reaction to that?
Well, let's start from the bottom. Labour scraped in with the 6th seat there, which is what they didn't do in Blaenau Gwent, which is why Alan Davies lost his seat. We assume that's by a very small margin because there was a recount there. So we might say the same about the leader of Cardiff Council coming in with the 6th seat. That tells you something about where Labour is. It also tells you something about how well Plaid Cymru polled there in an urban area.
Yes.
Concentrated the left vote, clearly, the anti-Labour vote in this case as well. And we've got to mention the Greens, haven't we? They're Anthony Slaughter, the Welsh leader, 1st seat. Maybe there'll be others, but a significant moment. A big moment, I think, for the Greens in Wales.
Yeah, it's not quite the 5. Will they get to the 5 they were aiming for at one point? But that is a moment of history. First Greens.
And Gareth, Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly Rymney, Alan Davies, no Labour representation.
Yeah, and this is incredible. So no Alan Davies. It was Labour that we understand requested the recount that took place in Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly Rymney. The gap actually increased after that recount, as we understand it, from 111 to 200. And Labour and Alan Davies missing out 3 each between Plaid Cymru and Reform. But look, that paints one of the pictures of the night, doesn't it? Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly Rymney. I'm not sure you can get more Labour heartland, Nick, and they don't win a seat.
Oh, absolutely. And
I mean, this is Michael Foot. This is Nye Bevan. I mean, this is the most.
Well, I think Alan Davies is from Tredegar, isn't he? The birthplace of the NHS, and Labour's not won a seat there.
Yeah. Right, and Fliss, we haven't told Sir Gaerfyrddin, 3 each there. Plaid and Reform, actually. Which came in as well. So that was interesting, and I think we can potentially bring in some of the graphic actually in terms of what happened then in Sir Gaerfyrddin. If you hold on a sec, but yeah, it was a 3-all, and we had a couple of these, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean
the 3-all. There
Adam
we go.
Price
Plaid Cymru 36,000, Reform UK 27,000. And there we go, yes. I mean, 3 well-known names for Plaid Cymru there. Adam Price, former leader, 3rd on the list.
Yes, he'll be very, very pleased about that. We did see pictures of him pacing nervously earlier this morning, didn't we? So he will be pleased to have got that 3rd seat. And yes, some very big names for Plaid. A return by Nerys Evans, who was previously a member of the Assembly, as it was then, and she's coming back now, of course, to the Senate.
Okay. Adam Price is actually 3rd on that list. There was an article that wrote a couple of years ago saying when the seats were selected, it looked unlikely that he would return. He said we were wrong.
Right. We were. Thank you for that. We had a quick flurry at last of results. Let's go to the Bay and join Teleri.
Thanks very much, Nick. I've got some more guests now to react to that. Well, that flurry of results, as you say, that we've just had. Some really... some really astonishing results there, I think. We've got Oliver Lewis, a former spokesperson for Reform UK, and Anna McMorrin, MP for Cardiff North and a Labour minister in the Wales office. Let's start with you, Anna. Before we get on to your reaction to those seats, kind of the writings on the wall for the Labour Party, what does this mean for your UK Labour government?
Well, look, first of all, I just want to say a huge thanks to all of those volunteers, those brilliant candidates who've been out there putting themselves forward.
It's tough for them
fighting
today, isn't it?
a really, really tough campaign, and they have been brilliant. But there's no 2 ways about it. This has been a really, really tough set of results. We're looking at a tough day today, a tough night last night. And we've got to reflect now.
How
and
do you reflect is the question.
Reflect with humility. I think we've all been out having those conversations on the doorsteps, listening to the voters, listening to people, and ultimately it's the electorate. They've had their say. They voted for change. Just under 2 years ago.
And what does that change look like? You'll know the question that's coming, Anna. Where do you stand? I know you're in cabinet, so we will get an element of collective responsibility here, but is the message that you're hearing the Prime Minister needs to go?
Look, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, was elected with a mandate for 5 years, under 2 years ago, and a mandate for change. And I think he would be the first, and he has said it, we've made mistakes. We have made mistakes, and we need to reflect on that and be bolder and more urgent with our action. People are saying, and I was speaking to people on the doorsteps, people want to see and feel that change. It's hard for people. We have put in place some really strong measures, some really strong legislation. I don't think people are really feeling that quite yet. Strong employment rights, sickness rights from day one. We've raised minimum wages. We've seen 6 interest rate cuts.
Okay,
you know, there's been some
but
strong
the
things.
results of this election are clear.
Exactly. So I think we reflect on that with humility, and we have got to listen. We've got to take the next steps with caution, but immediately. We can't.
Sir Keir Starmer in post as Prime Minister.
Absolutely. Look, we don't want to go back to the days of the Tories swapping and changing Prime Ministers whenever there's a difficult moment.
But if you don't listen to this result, what does that say?
No, we have to listen to this result. There is no two ways about that. This is a very clear message to us that people are not feeling that change. I've been out in this campaign right across Wales and speaking to people on the doors. They're frustrated. They've also lost trust in politics and politicians, but that hasn't happened over the last 2 years. That's been over the last 2 decades, and now it is up to us now to rebuild that trust, to listen to what people want, to the bread and butter issues, the better healthcare system.
Okay, well, one of the parties that they have voted for is Reform, and they have voted for that change. Let's get on to reacting to some of these results. My predictions had it that really if Reform were going to win this, they needed to be doing a little bit better in those South East Wales seats, in those Valley seats. That hasn't happened. What does that say?
But in other seats, the party's overperformed, hasn't it? And actually delivered the binary 3 seats for Plaid, 3 seats for Ref.
Are you talking about in Sir Gaerfyrddin, for example?
Absolutely, Blaenau Gwent. So, I mean, and I think it's fair to say that there have been people elected that perhaps the party was dubious about whether they would actually get over the line, but they have got over the line. But there has been perhaps a little bit of underperformance closer to the border. But, you know, to your point about you need to think and reflect, I mean, Labour have been in government for almost 3 decades. You've had plenty of time to think, plenty of time to reflect, and we've had generation upon generation of politicians in the Senedd, in Westminster, promising all of these things. We go back to Blair. Blair still pops up a lot on the doorstep. I've heard it. And the promises and the visions that they offered, and nothing materialised. And you just see the standard of living in the poorest parts of Wales go backwards.
Where do you stand on this, Anna? You know, so Keir Starmer wasn't on the ballot paper here. No. It was Welsh Labour MSs here. And how much responsibility do they have to take for those failures, Anna?
I mean, we all take responsibility right across the Labour movement. We take responsibility here in Welsh Labour and right across the country, across the UK Labour. But what I would say is that in Welsh Labour, we protected against the worst of austerity for a long time, putting in place measures that actually did protect people against that. But actually, of late, and in the last few years, we haven't focused on those issues, on those real issues across Wales that matter to people, and that is better health, that is better education, better schooling, stronger public services. But, you know, we've only just seen, only in the last 2 years have we got a UK Labour government that has given the biggest devolution settlement in the history of devolution.
The world wasn't a happy place in 2010 when we'd had, 13 years of new Labour. So a lot of these issues are so long-term, they're so ingrained, particularly in the valley areas, where Reform, you know, has clearly had a very, very good evening, very, very good day. And to keep promising change. I mean, I thought the pledge from Labour in this election about seeing a GP within 48 hours. I mean, that's just for the fairies. I mean, I'd be happy to see a GP within a week, you know, let alone 2 days. No, I think so it's sort of making promises that you're never going to fulfil. And I think that's part of the appeal of Reform, and indeed Plaid as a different party.
But I think lots of people will have heard that promise and thought 48 hours, that's not good enough
I
either.
actually think what happens here is that Plaid fought a very strong election on the old system of the 2-horse race, on the old tactics of that tactical voting, and they were very successful in that, and we are the worst for that. And those
but this
conversations,
is a Labour heartland, don't forget. This
conversation, absolutely, and we take that on board, and we will reflect on that, as I said, with huge humility and move forward, to give that hope and opportunity.
What do you make of what, you know, Cathy Owens was on here earlier and said that the problem here is that in order to see off reform in England, that the Labour Party has tacked right in Westminster, and that has hurt you here in Wales, where the electorate is perhaps more progressive?
Look, we have devolution for a reason, and devolution is about governing closer to people and what matters to the people. I do think mistakes have been made. I think mistakes have been made here in Welsh Labour. I think they've been made across the board.
What are those mistakes?
Well, I think, as I said before, I think we were very successful in protecting against the worst of austerity.
But what are the mistakes?
So the mistakes...
Austerity was a long time ago. We're in 2026 now.
There's perhaps some foolish vanity projects. So, for example, I
think that's what the opposition calls it, doesn't it? It's rich coming from Labour. Do you mean expanding the Senedd? Do you mean 20 miles an hour?
I think sometimes the timing of this may not have been at the right moment, when people are struggling. And what we want to see, and they want to see, people are telling us on the doorsteps, they want to see their lives getting better. Cost of living is they are struggling with day-to-day living.
Yeah.
You know, going on holiday is for the birds for some of them. They're just getting through each week. And
Oliver,
that is what we need to focus on.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about the decision within the reform strategy. I expected us to talk a lot more about immigration in this campaign. I wonder whether, you know, it was a huge part of the Caerphilly by-election campaign, and it didn't benefit
well, I think the
reform. Has it been a deliberate decision to move away from that rhetoric that seems to play quite well in England?
I think the party nationally is obviously still promoting, I mean, just last week there was a new announcement on deportation of illegal migrants. So I think the party nationally is still very much focused on that. But clearly the race here, as Dan Thomas has said on many occasions, you know, it is about Welsh public services fundamentally. That's what this Senedd race is about. And so new policies and new ideas for reinvigorating our hospital services, our GP services, our primary schools, our secondary schools, has obviously clearly been at the forefront of his mind. So I think people will be surprised by Dan Thomas's leadership and how he does start to offer some new ideas and a bit of creativity in the way we deal with, you know, I mean, Wales has the worst performing secondary schools in the UK nations. It's not something to be proud about. That's Labour's legacy after 3 decades in power. So clearly improving standards in schools is really important.
I'm going to have to interrupt you now. We have a declaration coming up in Pontypridd, Cynon.
Declare that the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate is as follows.
Yr wyf fi swyddog canlyniadau etholiadau Senedd Cymru ar gyfer etholaeth Pontypridd, Cynon, Merthyr a gynhaliwyd ar y 7 Fai 2026 yn datgan bod nifer y pleidleisiau gofnodwyd ar gyfer pob plaid wleidyddol ac ymgeisydd unigol fel y ganlyn.
Caedwadwyr Cymru, Welsh Conservatives, 4,339.
4,339.
Gwlad, gall Cymru fod yn well. Gwad, Wales can be better, 202.
202.
Heritage Party, Traditional Family Values, 431.
431.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 28,687.
28,687.
Reform UK, 22,217.
22,217.
Wales Green Party, Plaid Cymru, 3,466.
4,466.
Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 9,344.
9,344.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 1,393.
1,393.
Biddulph, Joseph Anthony, Annibynnol Independent, 104.
104.
Williams, Dai, Headley, Annibynnol Independent, 148.
148.
Winter, Beth, Independent, Annibynnol, 2,297.
2,297.
The total number of valid votes cast across the Pontypridd Cynon Merthyr constituency was 72,847.
Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau bwriwyd ar draws Pontypridd Cynon Merthyr oedd 72,847.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 219.
Cafodd 219 papur pleidlais ei wrthod.
Therefore, I declare that the following have been allocated a seat in the Senedd Cymru for the Pontypridd Cynon Merthyr constituency.
Felly rwy'n datgan bod sedd yn y Senedd Cymru ar gyfer etholaeth Pontypridd Cynon Merthyr wedi ddirannu i'r canlynol.
Seat 1, Sedd 1, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Helydd Vychan. Seat 2, Sydd 2, Reform UK, Jason O'Connell. Seat 3, Sedd 3, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Liz McLean. Seat 4, Sedd 4, Reform UK, David Hughes. Seat 5, Sedd 5, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Sarah Crowley. Seat 6, Sedd 6, Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, Vicky Howells. And I hereby declare that the said candidates are duly elected as members of the Senedd Cymru for the Pontypridd Cynon Merthyr constituency.
A thrwy hyn, rwy'n datgan bod y
So a big result there for Plaid Cymru, and Labour just clinching on to that last seat there. The Government Minister Vicky Howells there keeping her seat. So 3 for Plaid Cymru, 2 for Reform and 1 there for Labour. Anna, your response to that, your heartland, Pontypridd Cynon Merthyr, and just about clinging on to that 6th seat.
And it is extraordinary, and this is really an important moment for us in Labour to reflect on this and to respond with humility, because, you know, people...
13% of the vote share there, down 34% if we have a look at this next graphic there.
So, but I think, look, this is not the end of Labour in Wales, and we can come back from this. I think having the conversations out there, and my colleagues having those conversations out there, people do want to come back to Labour. So I think it's about what response we now give and offering that bold hope and opportunity for people and rebuilding that trust.
Plaid Cymru were the biggest party, but the biggest swing that we just saw there in terms of vote share in the previous graphic was to Reform.
Yeah.
Is that a good result for Reform?
I mean, a superb result. In the Rhondda. I mean, it's almost unbelievable the success that Reform is having, and hats off to Plaid. You know, they've obviously run a good campaign.
What
and
I think is
through.
interesting here, obviously Plaid do have a footprint in this area, don't they? You know, Helydd Vychan is already there. Rhondda has previously gone to Plaid Cymru, so it's not unheard of for Plaid Cymru to do this here. But there is...
that might account for their outperformance.
And I think a lot of our vote was linked to Plaid Cymru, actually, and that's what we were hearing on the doorsteps, because they fought that very clear 2-horse race successfully, as
But if
it
that's
turns
replicated in a general election, you know, again, it becomes interesting.
I mean, there's a long time.
Right then, we are going to head back to the studio now. We're going to have to wrap it up. We're running out of time. Thank you.
OK, thank you to Larry. So I think that's 6 results as I make it. We're going to introduce some more guests in the studio now, because I'm delighted to say I'm joined by the former leader of Plaid Cymru, Ieuan Wyn-Jones, who's in the studio with me. And Mick Anthony, former Labour Welsh Government Minister, is also with me. Ieuan, I should start with you. It's looking good, isn't it, for your party?
Yes, it is looking good. I mean, we've only had 6 results, but it does look as though currently we're ahead. And it's not been in those sort of areas where you really expect Plaid to be doing extremely well. I mean, you know, places like Monmouth, Newport. Perhaps you're quite right, Felicity, about the sort of Rhondda, you know, Cynon. We almost won. We won Rhondda in '99. Leanne's won it. We almost won Cynon in '99. And Pontypridd also has been a seat that we've been targeting. So I was half expecting to do well in that area, but it's the other results. I mean, you know, Vale of Glamorgan, you know, Penybont, places like that. So, which frankly, for me, have shown that Plaid Cymru now is truly, you know, people often said to me, how can you call yourself the Party of Wales? Now I think we can.
Yes, because there was that perception that Plaid Cymru was the party of Welsh language speakers, the party of West Wales, North West Wales, and it feels like this is shaping up to be the breakthrough election.
Well, it is the breakthrough election, but remember, you know, we've done well sporadically in some of those Valley seats. Not Cardiff, you know, which I think we're going to do extremely well in. So we've from time to time had success there, but they've gone back quickly to Labour. This, to me, doesn't look as though it's just an overnight thing. You know, this success is something that I think we can really build on.
So what's going on there then? How much is it down to that guy we've just seen there, Rhys Abiodworth?
Well, a lot of it is down to him, but it is, I think, a little bit wider than that as well.
I'm going to be rude and interrupt you because we have another declaration, and we're going to go to Neath.
Ar gyfer etholaeth Afon Ogwen Rhondda yn datgan bod nifer y pleidleisiau a gofnodwyd ar gyfer pob plaid wleidyddol ac ymgeisydd unigol fel ganlyn.
Ceidwadwyr Cymraeg, Welsh Conservatives, 2,831.
2,131.
Heritage Party, 747.
747.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 24,538.
24,538.
Reform UK, 22,345.
22,345.
Wales Green Party, Plaid Werth Cymru, 2,561.
2,561.
Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 11,123.
11,123.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid, Rhyddfrydol, 1,800.
1,800.
Captain Beanie, 504.
504.
And the total number of votes cast across Afon Ogwen Rhondda was 66,449.
Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a fwriwyd ar draws Afon Ogwen Rhondda oedd 66,449.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 135.
Cyfanswm nifer y papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd oedd 135.
Therefore, I declare that the following candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Afon Ogwen Rhondda constituency.
Felly, rwy'n datgan bod sedd yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Afon Ogwen Rhondda wedi ddyranu i'r ymgeiswyr canlynol.
Seat 1.
Sedd 1.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Sarah Evans. Seat 2.
Sedd 2.
Reform UK, Benjamin Hodge McKenna. Seat 3.
Sedd 3.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Alan Cox. Seat 4.
Sedd 4.
Reform UK, Steve Bayliss. Seat 5.
Sedd 5.
Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, Hugh Ranker Davis. Seat 6.
Sedd 6.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Elin Stevens. And I hereby declare that the said candidates are duly elected as members of the Senedd for the Afon Ogwen Rhondda constituency.
A thrwy hyn, rwy'n datgan bod yr ymgeiswyr a enwyd wedi hethol yn briodol fel aelodau o'r Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Afon Ogwen Rhondda.
OK, Afon Ogwen Rhondda. 3 Plaid Cymru, 2 Reform, 1 Labour. Hugh Ranker Davis, who we spoke to earlier, has just got in there. So, Gareth, It's part of the world you know well.
Yeah.
It starts in Port Talbot, to remind people of the geography of it, but then a really big sweep of the South Wales valleys, isn't it, going through my stakes, right through to the Rhondda.
I think there are 6 valleys in total. I might be wrong, but I think it's 6 valleys in total in Afon, Ogor, Rhondda. Look, traditional Labour heartlands again. Hugh Davis, I think, will be very pleased to get back in. He might have a job to do now to help rebuild the Welsh Labour Party. It takes me back to, we mentioned hours ago now, Nick, a comment from a Reform source that broadly across the South Wales valleys they thought it was going Plaid 3, Reform 2, Labour 1. We've seen that in 2 valleys constituencies now and 3 each in Blaenau Gwent, Caerphilly, Rhymney. But I think Plaid would be, goes without saying, delighted in the Afon Ogor Rhondda result.
And people can see the vote shares and some of the figures there in that constituency. I feel I should bring in Mick Antonev, who's been waiting patiently. Mick, I mean, your reaction to that?
It is, I think, very much what we're hearing on the doorsteps. There's nothing that is so surprising or shocking that this is happening, other than it is a historic event. It is more than just midterm blues, as is perhaps one of the defence lines about it, that it is, a bit of tactical voting. There is a lot of tactical voting, but when you look at Rhondda, of course, I live in Llanrefel, which is now in the Rhondda constituency, 12%, an area where, historically the battles were fought out between Labour and the Communist Party. There was no other voice in it. It's absolutely devastating for Labour, and to only have one elected representative within on 12% of the vote, there are lessons there. But I think the lessons go very, very deep about what the role of Welsh Labour will be in the future. Gareth mentioned about rebuilding and that Hugh Rankin might play a role within that. There has to be some pretty radical thinking about, firstly, what is Welsh Labour? Why has this happened? What should Welsh Labour be in the future? What is its relationship with the UK Labour Party? And I think there are other big questions as well, which are immediately raised, because in many ways, so little of the discussion on the doorsteps was actually, sadly, about Wales very much. There was certainly a lot of voting which was basically, and lots of my friends and Labour Party members voted for Plaid because they basically saw the threat of reform as being the fundamental challenge for them. Will those people go back to Labour at some stage in the future? I think it depends very much on what Welsh Labour does in the future politically, and also what happens at UK Labour.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the thing now, isn't it? Is there a route back for the party? It presumably can be very difficult, isn't it?
There is a route back. The question is whether the party will take it. And that means decisions that are taken at the Welsh Labour level in terms of its status, its autonomy, its politics, but also what happens at UK level. I think, the writing is on the wall in terms of what the public are saying. I cannot see that Keir Starmer can lead Labour into the next general election. I don't think it's a case of saying, you've got to have a knee-jerk sudden change, but I think there has to be a transition. There has to be an orderly transition, but there has to be a very radical change of direction and politics.
It's really interesting, Mick. We've had a few Labour figures in that chair during the course of the programme, and Tuleri's spoken to a few in the Bay as well, and there seems to be a split between the interpretation of the MPs versus what you're saying now, and the MPs are all like, look, people don't want a repeat of what we saw under the Conservatives, of the new Prime Minister every 5 minutes and all that sort of stuff. And does that, I wonder, speak to some of the internal problems that have plagued Welsh Labour for a long, long time now in terms of the accommodation of devolution? That people like yourself, Senedd members, much more pro, and the MPs still much more Westminster focused and looking at the power staying in Westminster.
One of the strengths of Welsh Labour in the past, led by Rodri Morgan...
Mick, I'm so sorry.
No, please go.
We are just at that time in the afternoon. We've got a declaration in Conwy.
Gareth, returning officer for the Bangor Conwy Môn constituency, declared that the number of votes recorded for each political party is as follows. Britain's Communist Party, Plaid Gominyddol Prydain, 143, 143. Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, 8,555, 8,555. Heritage Party, Pro-Freedom, Pro-Family, Pro-Life, 231, 231. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 31,057, 31,057. Plaid Werth, the Green Party, 3,101, 3,101. Reform UK Wales, 19,440, 19,440. Socialist Labour Party, Plaid Lafur Sosialaeth, 285, 285. The official monster raving Looney Party, Plaid Swyddogol yr Anghenflaeth Dihirod Gwallgof, 279, 279. Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 4,448, 4,448. Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democrateg Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 1,591, 1,591. Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau fwrwyd ar draws Bangor Conwy Môn oedd, and the total number of valid votes cast across Bangor Conwy Môn was 69,130, 69,130. Cyfanswm nifer y papurau pleidleisio wrthodwyd oedd, the total number of ballot papers rejected was 123, 123. Felly, rwy'n datgan bod sedd yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Bangor Conwy Môn wedi ddirannu'r ymgeiswyr rhestr plaid canlynol. Therefore, I declare that the following party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Bangor Conwy Môn constituency. Sedd 1, seat 1, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Rhun ap Iorwerth. Sedd 2, seat 2, Reform UK Wales, Helen Jenner. Sedd 3, seat 3, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Mai Rowlands. Sedd 4, seat 4, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Elfed Williams. Sedd 5, seat 5, Reform UK Wales, John Clark. A sedd 6, seat 6, Cydwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, Janet Elizabeth Finch-Saunders. A thrwy hyn, rwy'n datgan bod yr ymgeiswyr enwi'r uchod wedi hethol yn briodol fel aelodau o'r Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Bangor Conwy Môn. And I hereby declare that the said candidates are duly elected as members of the Senedd for the Bangor Conwy Môn constituency. Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you very much. Rwy'n gwahodd yr aelodau etholedig i siarad yn rhefn dy rannu'r seddi. I now invite the elected members to speak in order of seat allocation.
Wel, gai yn gyntaf ddiolch yn fawr iawn i'r swyddog etholiadol a'i dîm, i bawb sydd wedi bod yn cyfri yma yn Llandudno ac i bawb sydd wedi bod yn rhan o'r trefniadau ar draws yr etholaeth a'r heddlu hefyd am sicrhau etholiad effeithlon, democrataidd a diogel. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi i gyd. Mi na ddiolch i bob un nath gynnig i henw yn yr etholiad yma, hefyd a llongyfarch bob un sydd wedi cael I ethol yma ym Mangor Conwy Môn. Mae'r gyfrifoldeb yn fawr ar bob un ohonyn nhw, ar bob un ohona ni.
OK, we'll bring you Rhina Bjorwerth's speech in full in a bit, but we're just breaking things up because we're getting these declarations coming thick and fast, and we're going to go to Chepstow.
I declare the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate to be as follows. As previously indicated, this will be a bilingual declaration. So Geraint, my Deputy Monitoring Officer, will provide a Welsh translation as we go through the declaration. Geraint.
Diolch. Yr oedd fi, Geraint Brython Edwards, dirprwy swyddog canlyniadau ar gyfer etholaeth Sir Fynwy Torfaen yn datgan bod nifer y pleidleisia a gofnodwyd ar gyfer pob plaid wleidyddol ac ymgeisydd unigol fel ag anlyn.
So, the Welsh Conservative Party, number of votes cast, 13,394.
Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, 13,394.
Green Party, 6,375.
Y Blaid Werdd, 6,375.
Gwlad Wales Can Be Better, 177.
Gwlad Gall Cymru fod yn well, 177.
Heritage Party, 331.
331.
Open Party, 147.
Plaid Agored, 147.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 18,275.
18,275.
Reform UK, 24,155.
24,155.
Welsh Labour, 11,672.
Llafur Cymru, 11,672.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, 2,742.
Democratiaeth Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 2,742.
Lewis, Owen, Independent, 393.
Annibynnol, 393.
Poole, Welsh, Independent, 45.
Annibynnol, 45.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 170.
Roedd y cyfanswm nifer y papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd yn 170.
The following individual candidates and party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Sir Fynwy Torfaen constituency.
Mae'r ymgeiswyr unigol a'r ymgeiswyr rhestr bleidiol canlynol wedi cael ei neilltuo seddi yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Sir Fynwy Torfaen.
Seat 1. Reform UK, Laura Ann Jones. Seat 2, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Matthew Jones.
Seat 3, sef 3, Cydwadwyr Cymreig, Peter Fox.
Seat 3, Welsh Conservatives, Peter Fox. Seat 4, Reform UK, Stephen John Senior.
Sef 5, Llafur Cymru, Lynn Neagle.
Seat 5, Welsh Labour, Lynn Neagle. Seat 6, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, Donna Cushing.
OK, Sir Fynwy Torfaen. This is the constituency that goes from Pontypool across Monmouthshire. And as we can see, there are Reform UK 24,000, and a quick run through of the individuals who are going to be returned. They're Laura Ann Jones, Stephen Senior from Reform, Donna Cushing, Matthew Jones from Plaid Cymru, Peter Fox, former leader of the Council in Monmouth for Conservatives, and Lynn Eagle, veteran, former Labour Welsh Government Minister there. OK, lots going on. We're going to take you to the speech now by Plaid Cymru's leader, Rhun ap Iorwerth, when he was returned in Bangor Conwy Môn.
I was first elected to serve Ynys Môn nearly 13 years ago, and it's been a privilege to serve the community in which I was brought up and in which Llynos and I brought up our own family, and to now be elected to represent this wider constituency that has also been a big part of my life. All of my life will be an equal privilege, and I promise that as part of a great team of Plaid Cymru Senedd members, we will work every day to the best of our abilities to represent the people of Bangor Conwy Môn. Now, today is about the future of our communities here and our nation as a whole. We have offered leadership locally as we offer leadership to all of Wales. As the story of this election has emerged today, it has become clear that Wales demanded that change of leadership, and I look forward to saying more about this later as the full picture becomes complete. My sense of service to my community and my belief in our nation drives me every single day. And Plaid Cymru is ready to serve, not just those who entrusted their vote to us here, but all of the citizens of Wales that have a stake in our nation's future. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn I bobl Bangor Conwy Môn am roi I ffydd yn o fi. Dwi anghyd aelodau yn barod i'ch gwasanaethu chi a gwasanaethu y genedl hon. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi.
Well, that was the We Are Ready to Serve speech from Rhun ap Iorwerth, the leader of Plaid Cymru. Sounded like the speech of a future First Minister of Wales, didn't it? Look, from one Plaid Cymru leader to a former Plaid Cymru leader. What do you make of it?
Yeah, excellent. He's run an excellent campaign. And I think this sort of twin track that he had of setting out what the positive agenda would be on health, on education, on the economy, cost of living, and so on. On the other hand, then, to point out what the difference was between us and the other main challenging party, Reform, that twin-track approach, I think, was perfect for the campaign. Because, in a sense, we were able to do what Labour in the past was able to do, which was to say, in the valleys of South Wales, don't vote Plaid Cymru because you let the Tories in. And, of course, the roles have been reversed. And it's a very powerful message when you are able to explain what you're going to do when you're in government, but also point out the difficulties if
And the issue of independence, which has caused a lot of concern among voters in the past. How do you feel like he handled that effectively?
Superbly, I think. Because what he's able to do, because nobody expects that Wales is now, at this point in our development, ready to win a referendum on independence. And I remember having quite similar discussions in 2007 about doing the referendum on lawmaking powers. You wouldn't want to offer a referendum if you thought you were going to lose. But in those circumstances, in 2007, we were confident that we had a reasonable chance of winning. Now, of course, what Rhun is saying, and I think this is the vital point, he needs to be able to show, assuming he becomes First Minister and runs a government, either as a minority or making arrangements with other parties, is to prove that we can actually run Wales successfully. And that would be the basis then for considering further options in the future. But it's certainly not going to be a matter to be discussed, not a matter to be pushed in the first Plaid Cymru government session.
Yeah, I thought Rhun ap Iorwerth got as close as he perhaps could there to calling this. He clearly expects to be making a speech later on because he said he was going to. If you were still leader, I think we've got seven declarations to come. Would you be calling it now, or would you also be slightly cautious? And not quite
you've got to be cautious. I mean,
Plaid's just won 2 seats in Sir Fynwy.
Yeah, I know. I mean, just incredible, isn't it? Really, when you think about Monmouth and Torfaen, that area is, you know, not a traditionally strong Plaid area. Well, not a strong Plaid Cymru area, definitively. But I think that he's perfectly entitled now to sort of think, yes, it's possible, but he doesn't want to shout, he clearly doesn't want to be triumphalist and sort of say it's all over, because it isn't, because there are other results to come, and you've got to respect, if you like, all the announcements that are going to come in terms of the votes. But I think what we're able to start thinking about is what a new government might look like if it's led by Plaid Cymru. And what we still don't know is the number of seats. You know, if it's sort of 40 plus, then you can think about a minority government. If it's less than that, it's a bit more challenging.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to come in there.
Well, I was going to say, the first thing is, look, you've got to congratulate Rian, not only on the campaign, but I can probably say he is likely to be the next First Minister, and that's been probably clear for quite a while. He also, I think, absolutely hit the nail in terms of the campaign. I think Welsh Labour made an enormous mistake in focusing so much on the fear of independence. It had been neutralised. It was not clear what it meant, and it was a distraction from really actually winning support. But the important thing was he did two things. Firstly, he took what had previously been Welsh Labour's mantra, and that is standing up for Wales. And that was a big factor in that sort of centre-left coalition of people that had traditionally supported Welsh Labour. And secondly, he went in hard on reform, whereas Labour, certainly at UK level, was seen to be sort of softish on reform. And those were two key factors. All the Welsh evidence from Welsh Governance Centre indicates that that's absolutely right. And those were the points driven home. So when people came to vote, to pick where they were going to go, they basically decided who's going to be most effective in opposing reform, which we fear politically, and secondly, who will stand up for Wales most? And they won on both of those, and that's why the results are exactly as they are.
You've been a Welsh Government Minister, Plaid Cymru, Welsh Government Minister, Economy Minister. The question now is, do they go in and empty the tank, as it were, or go in slightly gently? And what's the approach? Do they need something big early on? It's a short term, it's a 4-year term. Yeah, can't waste any time, can they?
I mean, the part of the problem is that the first year's budget is fixed. You may be able to tinker with it. You may be able to have a supplementary budget, perhaps later this year, if that was the case. But it's more or less fixed. So you've got 2 years, really, because the third year is election year. A fourth year is election year again.
It's not long at all, is it?
The time is quite short. So that's why I think that Rian and the team have produced this, you know, first 100 days, as it were, at least to be setting some kind of agenda for that period. But, you know, the extent to which it's going to be... it does depend on who else is elected as well, you know, because he's not going to have... It doesn't look as though it's going to be an overall majority. Yeah. So, therefore, who are the partners that he could possibly work with?
Well, you've got direct experience of this. I mean, you were in coalition with Labour back in the day, a formal coalition.
Yes.
You won Wales and so on. Now, clearly, Rian has already expressed a preference for minority government, if that's at all possible. But looking back on your experience, I mean, what's your advice on how to work closely with other parties and indeed who to choose? Because it's going to be very, very difficult to do any sort of deal with Labour, given that the party has been rejected to such an extent by the voters, right?
Yes, I know that. But, you know, at the end of the day, the numbers tell you something. You know, I think I'll come back to the point. If Plaid gets something approaching the 40 plus, then I think a minority government is possible. It's not going to be easy. None of this is easy, as Mick knows, but it's possible. Now, what we were able to do, and I remember this very well in that period up to the 2007 election, Labour lost its majority. I mean, 2 members went independent, which meant that they lost their majority. So we were able to extract concessions from the government, which put us in good stead, of course, for 2007, because we'd have some experience then of working with civil servants and government ministers and so on. So that's a great help. The problem is that you're absolutely right, though. You know, Labour is going to be in such a state, is how ready would it be to have anything other than just an arrangement from time to time, depending on the issue? Hopefully, we might see some kind of arrangements with other parties. Inevitable, because we haven't got an overall majority. But it could be anything from a loose arrangement to a coalition, unlikely to be a coalition, but it could be anything in between. You know, Rhodri Morgan and I spend lots of time talking about what they call the New Zealand option, which was basically you could have ministers outside the government to come in.
We're really getting into the guts of deal-making here, aren't we?
Let me just make this point. You know, it's important to be having that discussion now because it's
absolutely.
Yes, we need to reflect on you know, what the other parties have said, and, you know, Labour's had a bad... But, you know, Wales needs to be governed. And we need to be talking about what that might
it certainly
look like.
does. I'm sorry, we're going to have to leave it there because we're going to have
John,
to...
Just to say that Professor Sir John Curtis is forecasting Plaid to get between 41 and 46 seats.
Well, that is minority government territory.
Yeah. Well, absolutely, as you discussed. Ieuan Wyn-Jones, former leader of Plaid Cymru, thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure.
Mick Antonev, thanks very much indeed. Right, let's get a reminder of where we are and the state of play and go to Daniel Davis.
And Nick, we've got more than half of the constituencies declared, so we can now start filling in the Senedd and show you how things are looking. Here's the scoreboard in front of me. Let's pan around to Plaid Cymru, who are winning this race at the moment. If you were watching at the beginning of the programme, when we filled in the old Senedd, there was lots and lots of red. That has been replaced by the Green of Plaid Cymru, who are way ahead of Labour there. And you can see another splash of green at the background. That is a sole single seat for the Green Party at the moment. The bird's eye view gives you an idea as well of two new parties, or two parties taking over. Plaid Cymru on one side, and on the other, that light blue is Reform UK. And the graphic shows you how they are cannibalising the vote of the Conservatives, the dark blue, replacing them on the right of politics. So that's how the Senedd is looking at the moment, with, as I say, more than half of the constituencies declared. Let's go to the map and show you where those victories are coming. We're going to highlight the constituencies according to who has topped the poll. And most of those that we've heard from, that we've got so far, are green for Plaid Cymru because they have come first. There's the blue of Reform here, 2 seats down in the southeast, but no sign of Labour or the Conservatives. Let's show you who's come second. And it flips. So where Plaid Cymru's in the lead, Reform has come second, and vice versa. Are we approaching an election where every seat has one of those two parties in first or second? Again, no sign of the Tories here or Labour. You have to go down to the parties that came third before you find those colours. So Labour coming third in Pen-y-bont, Bro Morgannwg. The Vale of Glamorgan, Bridgend. Labour has been hoovering up these seats throughout devolution. Afon Ogwr, Rhondda. It's the archetypal Valleys seat. Under the notional results, take the last election, pour those results into these new boundaries and this new system. That would have been Labour's safest seat. They could have won 4 seats there. They've only got 1 in this election. So the amount of red on this map of parties coming third, the lack of red in our virtual chamber tells you this is a disastrous result for Welsh Labour.
OK, Dan Davis there, getting under the bonnet of some of the figures that we've got so far. Right, I'm delighted to say we can go to one of the UK's preeminent experts on all of this, Professor Sir John Curtis, who's down the line. And you've come out with a forecast, John, in terms of what you think it's all looking like. Just run us through it.
Yes, we have now come up with a forecast, and the BBC is forecasting that Plaid will be the largest party in the new Senedd. But we think it's highly unlikely that they will manage to get an overall majority, although that they may not be that far away from it. So basically, we're anticipating that Plaid will win somewhere between 41 and 46 seats, while Reform will win 32 to 34. And then pretty much everybody else are amongst the also-rans. Labour, perhaps between 8 and 10. The Conservatives, somewhere between 6 and 10. The Greens, probably on about 2. And Liberal Democrats may or may not still have 1 new member of the Senedd. This, of course, is a remarkable change for the Senedd and indeed for Welsh politics in general. Labour have not just been defeated, they have frankly been trounced. We are expecting that they may well just get 10% of the vote. and may even trail the Conservatives, at least in terms of votes, if not necessarily in terms of seats. Now, the fact that the Conservatives have only just about got to that 12% mark, which we've all learned, is basically what you need to start picking up seats in the constituency allocation. That Labour are perhaps somewhat below it, and that the Greens are below it, and the Democrats are below it. This has implications for the seats likely to be won by Plaid and also by Reform, because of course in failing to be able to pick up seats, as in the case for example of Ullin Morgan, that means there are more seats left to be allocated to Plaid and to Reform. And as a result of that, and given the way the proportional allocation system works, although we think that Plaid will end up with about 36% of the vote, it's going to be something rather closer to 46% of the seats. And that's essentially because so many of the other contestants in this election have fallen below the line where they are actually able to at least to pick up something like their proportional share.
And what's your take in terms of getting into this territory of really being able to form a minority government here, aren't we?
Yes, I mean, on these kinds of numbers, that would seem to be a realistic prospect. And that, maybe if they are towards the higher end of our forecast, and if the Greens do pick up 2, then, the Greens might be enough. But, I think normally one would say that if a party is only a few seats short and there are more than one ways of them potentially making up the difference, that Plaid, and Rena Appleworth has said he wants to prefer a minority government, that they may find that that is indeed a tenable proposition.
John, it's Laura here. Nice to see you. This is a classic case, isn't it, of how D'Hondt works in terms of the two bigger parties, in this case Plaid Cymru and Reform. But I mean, I don't think any of the polling that we've seen here in Wales has put Plaid Cymru on that close to a majority. And that's quite remarkable, isn't it? Is this just D'Hondt doing its thing, so to speak?
Yeah, it's
or
Laura,
a bit of Plaid overperforming as well?
It's Laura, as I was explaining, it is because basically we're anticipating that both Labour and the Conservatives are going to do pretty badly. So they're beginning to fail to pick up seats in some constituencies. And that then our estimates for the Greens are somewhat lower than some of the polls have been saying. And, one of the pollsters that actually did come up with a relatively high figure for Plaid Cymru made this point absolutely crucially, that actually it's not just a question of how far ahead Plaid are of Reform that will determine how close they are to a majority. It's also how badly or otherwise the smaller parties do. And it looks as though, if we are right, that indeed it's badly with a rather capital B.
I'm just going to dive in there. The D'Hondt, we've talked about it a couple of times. This is the mathematical formula which decides the distribution of votes, which we've got with this new voting system. Anyone who wants to find out more about it, go to the BBC Wales News website. Look, before the others dive in, what explains this extraordinary figure and performance from Labour?
Well, I suspect some of those around your table will probably give you an even better explanation myself. I mean, the honest truth is that, one, and this has been Labour's problem throughout Britain in terms of yesterday's elections, is that the UK government is very, very unpopular, including not least amongst many of those who voted for it in 2024. And that has been a cloud from which Anna Sarwar hasn't been able to escape in Scotland, where many Labour-held council, I mean, places like Sunderland have now gone to Reform. These are places that Labour have run at every election since 1974, when it was first created. So the truth is the depth of the rejection of Labour, and indeed also, frankly, the weakness of the Conservative performance, is something that is Britain-wide. Now, to that, of course, you can then add the politics of Wales. There were already signs in the Westminster election 2 years ago that things were not too happy in Wales, because actually support for Labour in Wales fell back on 2019. But then, the record of the Welsh government has been questioned, etc., etc. And therefore, that certainly wasn't able to counteract the people's feelings about the Labour government. And then I think probably at some point along the way, many a Labour voter said, well, you know what, actually, I really am fed up with this. They ain't done too well in Cardiff. Rhys Aberystwyth, perhaps, seems like a reasonable bloke. And Plaid have just been able, I mean, essentially what's happening, we know this from the polling, that, you know, and I'm not simplifying too much to say that basically Labour's 2024 vote went in hordes towards Plaid, and equally hordes of the Conservatives vote, well, partly went towards reform before 2024, and the rest of it went to reform since. And in a sense, therefore, we've got the same battle, we've got the same set of voters voting differently. It's just that they're now doing that, expressing their views through different parties. But evidently, the offer of Plaid, and perhaps ironically the fact that Plaid have been collaborating with Labour at various stages during the course of the last 25 years in the Senedd, made for many Labour voters in the current circumstances the journey to voting for Plaid perhaps not too difficult a one.
John Curtis, thank you very much indeed. An election wouldn't be election without hearing from John Curtis. Very quickly, Fliss, because we're just about to go to a declaration.
I tell you what, go to the declaration and I'll give you my thought afterwards. That's probably
Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf.
Constituency declare that the number of votes recorded for each political party and individual candidate is as follows.
Rwyf i Paul Odras, swyddog canlyniadau ar gyfer etholaeth Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf yn ddatgan nifer y pleidleisiau a gyfynwyd ar gyfer pob plaid wleidyddol a phob ymgeisydd unigol fel y ganlyn.
Welsh Conservatives, 8,479 votes.
Ceidwadwyr Cymraeg, Welsh Conservatives, 8,479 o bleidleisiau.
Heritage Party, 208 votes.
Heritage Party, 208.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 32,617 votes.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 32,617 o bleidleisiau.
Propel, We Mean Business, 561 votes.
Propel o Ddyfrif dros Gymru, 561 o bleidleisiau.
Reform UK Wales, 17,335 votes.
Reform UK Wales, 17,335 o bleidleisiau.
Wales Green Party, 9,036 votes.
Plaid Werdd Cymru, 9,036 o bleidleisiau.
Welsh Labour, 11,261 votes.
Llafur Cymru, 11,261 o bleidleisiau.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, 8,442 votes.
Democratiaid Ryddfrydol Cymru, 8,442.
Welsh Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 125 votes.
Welsh Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 125 o bleidleisiau.
Lawrence Douglas Gwynn, 156 votes.
Lawrence Douglas Gwynn, 156.
The following party list candidates have been allocated a seat in the Senedd for the Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf constituency. Seat 1, Plaid Cymru, David Tristan Davies.
Mae'r ymgeiswyr rhestr Plaid Cynlynol wedi cael sedd yn y Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Caerdydd Ffynnon Taf, sedd 1, Plaid Cymru, David Tristan Davies.
Seat 2, Reform UK Wales, Kai Thomas Parry Jones.
OK, I promise we will give you the exact tally there of what's been declared, because we're going to go to Llandysil and the declaration of Ceredigion Penfro, which is where the First Minister is standing. He's just about to... Once he sorts his glasses out...
He knows this is a momentous announcement.
Yes, OK. I think we're ready to go.
Ar gyfer etholaeth Ceredigion Penfro yn etholiad i Senedd Cymru yn datgan bod nifer y pleidleisiau fwrwyd fel y ganlyn. I, Ivan Evans, returning officer for the Ceredigion Penfro constituency for the Senedd Cymru election, declare that the number of votes recorded are as follows. Cydwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, 14,789, 14,789. Gwlad, gall Cymru fod yn well. Gwlad, Wales can be better, 802, 802. Heritage Party, Keep Our Countryside Green, 442, 442. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 31,943, 31,943. Plaid Werdd Cymru, Wales Green Party, 6,324, 6,324. Reform UK, 23,003, 23,003. Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 6,495, 6,495. Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 4,613, 4,613. Ceri Arran, Independent, 368, 368. Chadzi George Alexander, Independent, 286, 286.
Yeah.
Dawson, Paul Hayward.
OK, so, well, look, confirmation there. Well, she's not looking too happy. Is she the First Minister there? Plaid Cymru, 31,000 there in Ceredigion. Penfro, huge tally. And we're just waiting for the full declaration of exactly who's been voted in there. But a huge story of the day, Felicity, isn't it, from Llandyssil?
The Greens almost outperformed Labour in that constituency. There were, you know, what, not even 200 votes in it, if my maths is
170, I think.
Is correct. Absolutely extraordinary collapse in the Labour vote there. No wonder Eluned Morgan is looking so glum. I mean, that really puts the tin hat on what has been an absolutely catastrophic day for
and that will be the symbol of this defeat, I think, Nick. It's much, much bigger than Eluned Morgan losing her seat. But if you want a symbol of what this will look like, what will appear on the front pages tomorrow, it will be Labour loses and First Minister loses her seat. The two will be enmeshed and entwined. We were talking earlier, weren't we, about moments in history. Hiwaranka Davies conceding, 20-12 this morning. We are 5-5 now, and the First Minister loses her seat in a Labour thrashing.
There's the figure there, 6,495 Labour votes. Plaid Cymru over, well, nearly 32,000. Obviously, it goes through the formula to work out exactly who's being voted in there. But that vote share, 36% Labour, 7%. I mean, it's...
And this was always the risk for Labour when they were polling around, 11 to 13%. We knew that in some areas where there was a party as prominent as Plaid, they'd be squeezed out of it completely. 3
Plaid Cymru members, 2 Reform, because I haven't said this, and Paul Davies, former leader of the Welsh Conservatives, has been elected. The Tories actually getting quite a few of those last positions, aren't they? That's been a bit of... I forget what their tally is, but they are starting to...
they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now, right? 5.
But you can see behind me...
Enough for a group. Enough for a full group.
You can see behind me Eluned Morgan. As you say, look, it is still there. The iconic kind of moment, really, and it encapsulates everything. The woman who spearheaded the entire campaign, all the debates, and can't even be returned even on the backbenches.
We should reflect a little bit, perhaps, on her time in power, her time as First Minister. She inherited that. She didn't want the job, for starters. She inherited the role after Welsh Labour had torn itself apart in the row after Vaughan Gething resigned as First Minister. He maintained he'd done nothing wrong, but ultimately accepting those donations from a man who had convictions for environmental offences brought him down. The party was split between supporters of Vaughan Gething and supporters of Jeremy Miles, the man he beat in that leadership contest. Eluned Morgan came in and she actually steadied the ship. An awful lot of the anger and turmoil that was very public, she managed to put a lid on it, steady the ship, but it clearly hasn't been enough. The Vaughan Gething saga has counted against Labour, and then put in as well Keir Starmer and an unpopular UK Labour government. After 27 years, voters looking with great scrutiny at Welsh Labour's own record. She steadied the ship, Nick, but she certainly has not been able to carry it over the line. And you could argue today on what we've seen, that ship has sunk, quite frankly, today in this election.
And Laura, Mick Antonev talked about it earlier in the campaign. Eluned was in effect retreating to a tried and tested message for them, which was to attack Plaid on the threat of independence. And it's worked for them in the past, you could argue, but it wasn't this time round, clearly.
No, I mean, there's two ways of looking at this, and I think, you know, let's be fair to the First Minister, Eluned Morgan. I don't think she could have done much to salvage this election. I think the odds were stacked so hard against her. She didn't get an ounce of help from her UK party or from the Prime Minister when it came. Even the pleas she made were just flat turned down. She inherited a divided party, as Gareth said, a party that really had lost its energy and soul. But having said all of that, I think they made some fundamental mistakes with the campaign. I mean, not just the attack on independence.
They pivoted the message halfway through
quite
the campaign, didn't they? Because they started off with, we're the new chapter, look at all the new faces, we're going to revivify ourselves, really. And then halfway through, they saw that wasn't working, so they changed it to a better the devil you know
Trust us
sort of
to
thing.
deliver. But also making the campaign presidential or quasi-presidential, where we know that Eluned Morgan didn't have much traction with the public, and we knew that it was going to be a difficult election in Ceredigion.
I think perhaps with this system that we've got, and you know, people will have gone and voted yesterday, and you'll see the party name and in small writing in the lists of candidates. So you can understand why parties would try and make it a presidential style vote and put their leaders first and foremost. The problem is, if you do that, you make yourself a target, and you attract people to try and bring you down. And you know, look at that split there. The Greens almost more than Labour. That left vote split there. Clearly, it didn't work in terms of a presidential-style campaign for Eluned Morgan and Labour in Ceredigion Penfro. And I don't know, going back to that independence debate, Laura, my personal take on it, just felt a little bit half-hearted from Eluned Morgan, as if they didn't quite believe that voters really thought there was some kind of imminent risk of Wales going independent.
It's anachronistic as well, isn't it? Because the independence issue isn't a massively salient issue, and when it is salient, it's quite popular with, for example, young voters. So it's, you know, I'm not sure what you're trying to get out of that.
Gather your thoughts, have a break. We are going to go back to the Bay and speak to Teleri.
Thank you so much, Nick. Yes, it's very sunny down in Cardiff Bay now. Beautiful shots there. You can see lots of people parked up, moored up, I should say, in that pay-as-you-go pontoon. But anyway, I'm joined now by some new guests. We've got Helen Mary Jones, former Plaid Cymru AMS, very familiar with this building, and Matthew McKinnon from Reform UK. What's your current Vice Campaign Chair for Wales? You've been intimately involved with how this campaign has gone. Let's react to some of those results now. We've had Ceredigion Penfro, that big moment. Is that the defining moment of this election today? Matthew, I'll come to you.
It's got to be one of the most defining moments of the election campaign. For us, it's been a very solid day. By the end of play today, there probably won't be a village, hamlet, town or city in Wales that doesn't have a Reform representative. So, you know, for us, that's very, very encouraging. And looking at Eluned Morgan's result just now, I mean, it's not unexpected, to be honest. I think it's what a lot of people knew was going to come. And Reform quadrupled the vote almost of the First Minister in her own patch and secured 2 new seats. So, for us, it's been a really good day, and the demise of Labour and the Conservative Party can't come quick enough.
And the Conservative Party is worth saying as well. We'll come back to that point shortly. Helen Mary Jones, how do you reflect on this? You know,
well, it's
you know, are you doing even better than expected?
Well, Plaid is doing even better than expected, and they've run. And you know, I should stress, I'm not speaking here for the party. I'm speaking for myself, but obviously with that background. And I think Plaid has run an incredibly positive campaign, and the fact that
I will take issue with that. I would say that most of Plaid's campaign has been stop Reform.
I don't think that's true, actually. I mean, obviously that's been part of it, and that narrative developed from Caerphilly, because it was just true. That was what we did. But we've offered the people of Wales, they've offered the people of Wales some positive ways to move forward. What is very clear from this election is the people of Wales have voted for change. They voted for